Good morning from Melbourne, everybody. This is the beginning of ARSEC 24 hours. I'm very delighted to welcome you all to this maybe first event of this kind in the social sciences, a 24-hour non-stop event round the world, round the clock. At the moment, I was hearing myself. I hope that doesn't continue. Okay, so let me continue. I want to give particular thanks to Monash Business School for hosting this and Holly Travers for setting up the technicalities that make all of this work, both on Zoom and on YouTube. I also thank Linda Williams from ARSEC, who has handled registrations. Just a few ground rules. Speakers have 20 to 25 minutes to talk. And they have, we then have 5 to 10 minutes for questions. I think I had 2 windows open, my apologies. So you can submit questions here and through the Q&A function. You won't see other people's questions. The questions only go to the speakers. The speakers won't type replies because they are busy talking. So at the end, when the talks are over, I will read out these questions and the speakers can then reply to them. So I'm delighted that we have Eduardo from Michigan giving the first talk. So let's kick off. Eduardo, thanks for starting this off.
For sure. No, thank you guys so much for the invitation. I'm really excited to present this project. Let me just share my screen real fast. Great. So I'm really excited to present this project on religious festivals and economic development, evidence from Catholic Saint Day festivals in Mexico. And it's joined with Dean Yang at the University of Michigan. And so as many people, especially in this audience, know, religious festivals are very widespread around the world. And in fact, they make up a significant share of household expenditures across many countries. And because of this, there's been this debate, a long-standing one, on whether these religious festivals are actually beneficial or detrimental for economic development. On the one hand, they may be beneficial if these expenditures lead to more social capital and that spurs development. However, they might be detrimental if the expenditures crowd out long-run investments, especially if people have liquidity constraints. However, very good estimates of the impact of religious practices are difficult to obtain because religious festivals are not assigned exogenously. They evolve endogenously, depending on features of the local environment, and they often affect an entire country at the same time, making it hard to find an appropriate control group. And so we don't have a ton of very good evidence for this question, which is what we're going to be looking at today. What are the consequences of religious festivals on economic development and social outcomes? And so to answer this question, what we do in this paper is we study a particular religious festival that was imposed by outsiders. These are Catholic patron saint day festivals, specifically in Mexico. And what we do is we exploit 2 features of the setting. So here they're summarized in this map in some ways. Map A shows you the Saint Day Festival month across Mexico. So as you can see, it varies a lot across Mexico. And these were imposed at the time of the founding of each locality by the Spanish. And I'll get into some detail how these Saint Day festivals works in a few slides. The second thing that we take advantage of is that there's a lot of variation within Mexico on the agricultural seasons. So here just showing you the maize planting month across Mexico, where maize is the main staple crop of Mexico. And so what we do is compare municipalities that have poorly timed festivals, those that overlap with peak planting and harvest months, where people might be crowded out of investments because of the festival expenditures, to those without this type of overlap. So just to summarize what our research questions are and what our findings are before getting into more details, first we ask, how does festival timing affect development across Mexico today? And so what we did is we constructed this data set of patron saint days across Mexican municipalities based on archival and interview-based records. And we find that there's negative development impacts of these poorly timed festivals. So naturally, the question then is, what are the mechanisms for these differences? And so what we find is that these poorly timed festivals lead to lower agricultural productivity. They seem to crowd out agricultural investment. And that then in the long run means less structural transformation and less development. The last question we think about is, what are the impacts of these festivals on religious social capital, religiosity? And we find that these poorly timed festivals are actually associated with higher levels of religiosity. Individuals in these municipalities have stronger adherence to these religious norms and festivals. And we argue that this may help explain why these planting and harvest season festivals continue to persist, despite their effects on development. So they also have these other effects on religiosity. And so we just hope to contribute to 3 literatures, just really briefly. The first is on this big literature on the impact of religion for development. Here, trying to think about exploiting within country differences in religion. So here, the case of religious festivals. Second, this literature on religion, social capital, and persistence. Why do some practices persist? It's been linked in a lot of work to these social capital benefits, and we contribute to that literature as well. And finally, just more broadly to the comparative development of Latin America, there's been many explanations for Latin America's development path, including some people studying religion. And here what we're thinking about is studying something that ethnographers have highlighted, which are these imposed festivals, these practices imposed by outsiders that may affect development today. So trying to study that. So just first, let me just get into some of these Catholic Saint Day festivals, how they work, and then how they selected before getting into some of the data and the results. So what are these Catholic Patron Saint Day festivals? So these are yearly celebrations that occur in Catholic countries, especially those influenced by Spanish culture, so especially in Latin America. And so they're usually dedicated to a saint or virgin who is determined to be the patron of a given locality, who's meant to protect that locality. And then hundreds of such celebrated saints have their Saint Day festivals on dates all throughout the calendar year. These are set by the Catholic hierarchy in the Vatican. So for example, today, November 19th, for me, it's November 20th for some of you guys, is actually Saint Matilda's Day. So if that happened to be your patron, you would be holding a festival today. And so according to the Catholic Church, these saints are believed to protect people and by extension their communities, and you have to honor them by holding these festivals. And they were historically very important in Mexico because they were a critical part of efforts to convert the local populations to Catholicism. And they became particularly popular even within Catholicism because they commingled Spanish and indigenous religious elements seamlessly. So they involved a lot of dancing, a lot of other celebrations that mixed a lot of these practices. And historically, they lasted over 3 days. They began with a mass, and then they were followed by a ton of events such as sermons, dancing, music, markets, bull runs, and a communal meal for the whole village. That was very important historically. And so the Saint Day Festival actually became one of the most important activities of the municipal governments. And villages spent almost 3/4 of their annual municipal income on these religious festivals to try to convert people to Catholicism. In fact, governments are spending so much on these festivals that the colonial government imposed spending limits, calling the excesses of these festivals superfluous and vicious because they were so big. And so what this led to is that these spending limits actually led to the formalization of this social system known as the mayordomia system, which is very common in Central America in particular, which is where a rotating set of households assumes responsibility for organizing and financing the annual festival. And so becoming a mayordomo brought a lot of respect, but it involved significant expenditures, and these expenses were fixed by custom and agreement, so people had little flexibility. If you were chosen to be a mayordomo, you didn't have a lot of options. You had to put in these resources. And so these invariably high expenditures often meant that villagers were forced to sell parcels of land or were led to financial ruin sometimes. So to give you guys a sense of how large these expenditures are, so in 1973, Greenberg, an anthropologist, estimated that each mayordomo spent about $2,000 in today's dollars for these Patron Saint Day festivals. And this is in a very rural area, so there's a lot of money per individual. In Santiago Niño in 1985, the whole mayordomia made up of about 20 households, distributed about $46,000 just of food. So this isn't including other things outside food. So these mayordomias end up spending a lot of money organizing these festivals. And today, these festivals continue to be important, though they're less large as they were in the past. They still begin and close with a mass in the saint's honor, and they still involve concerts, fireworks, music for many days. Oftentimes today, they're actually holidays for the municipality as well. And many cost over 10,000 per community. And the community still contributes to help as well using this mayordomia system. So here's a picture of a festival that looks really fun to visit at some point post-COVID. So a natural question is, how were these saints selected? We might be worried that the Spanish were very strategic about how they picked these saints. So naturally in Spain, the patron saints were chosen by the town themselves to provide the protection of the community. But in Mexico and most of Latin America, it was a bit different. The patron saints were typically established at the time of a town's founding by Spanish colonizers, often centuries ago. And in particular in Mexico, there were three main ways the patron saints were chosen. So the first is due to military conquest dates, and the second is similarities between saint community characteristics, and then the third is similarities between saint and indigenous characteristics, which let me just talk about briefly. So the most common way was actually these patron saints were assigned dates by the Spanish following military victories. They often chose the saint that was associated with the day that they conquered an area. And actually these characteristics of the military action also sometimes influence the choice of the patron saint. So if it was a very hard fought battle, they would choose, for example, saints associated with warriors or war. And this is a big part of the festivals today. As you can see in this picture, this is a modern festival today in Actopan in Veracruz, where people still celebrate the conquering, these military activities that took place. There are other ways that saints were selected. They were sometimes chosen based on similarity to already worshipped indigenous gods. Like I said, these saint days were particularly important for trying to convert the local population to Catholicism. Other times, the towns were assigned a saint based on salient characteristics of their community, and particular functions of saints. So for example, some towns that are known for having very good food would choose a saint most associated with good cooking. What's important here is that the selection is based on functional or symbolic similarities rather than the dates of indigenous festival celebrations. So they weren't really chosen because of the particular date. It was more because they had this function or the similarity. And then finally, just because this is interesting, there are also some cases where, according to the town's oral history, saints were chosen quote unquote at random. They suggest that saint names were pulled out of a bowl, like physically pulled out, because they wanted saints to choose them instead. So this is the case for a few towns, but not, this isn't systematic, so we're not exploiting that too much. So now let me turn to our data. So what we did is to try to look at this question of the impacts of religious festivals. We assembled this data from archival sources and interviews with municipal governments to try to determine the saint and the Sainte Festival for each municipality in Mexico. So it's also a good tourism guidebook if you ever want to visit Mexico. Now you know when. The data was in part available on an online data source, the Encyclopedia of Municipalities, but this was incomplete for a lot of municipalities. So we supplemented it with either online searches if possible. So we found a few that way, but mostly if we couldn't find it, we would contact the municipality in question and talk to them. So we were able to determine a lot of Sainte festivals this way. And so the primary analysis, especially for this calls, focused on the New Spain region of Mexico. So this was the region that was first conquered by the Spanish, and it was the main administrative unit during the first 200 years of colonial history. We show the results for all of Mexico as well, but we focus on this because here we really know how the Sainte festivals were established and we have our best data. This is just a map of the New Spain region of Mexico that we focus on for our primary analysis. These New Spain municipalities are very small and compact, which is nice. It gives us a lot of variation compared to municipalities, for example, in the north, which are very large. This is the first where Catholicism was really important. And also another thing is that maize was the main crop and these areas primarily relied on agriculture. This simplifies the analysis a little bit. We don't have to think about different crops, but we do that as well for robustness. But I'll focus more on New Spain to start. So this is the data set that we were able to compile for just New Spain. And as you can see, there's a ton of variation on what the exact month is when each municipality celebrates their festival date. The second thing we did is we gathered crop planting and harvest date data using data from the FAO. So this provides crop growth cycles and optimal plant dates for a number of crops at a grid cell level, which each grid cell is about 100 kilometers squared. And so we start off by focusing on the planting and harvest cycle for maize, because maize is and has historically been the most important crop across Mexico for agriculture. But we also look at other crops by, for example, looking at the maximum calorie crop in each municipality. It turns out to be maize in almost all cases in New Spain and for a lot of Mexico, but we still show it. So this is what the data looks like for this optimal planting date in panel A. There's a ton of variation there as well. And then the growth cycle. So how long does it take until maize is ready to be harvested? So we combine these two data sets, the festival data and the FAO data, to construct measures of how much the festival overlaps with planting or harvest. So here just showing you the days between the festival and the optimal planting date on panel A and harvest in panel B. Okay, so now let me tell you what we do in terms of our empirical strategy and our hypotheses. So what we estimate is to examine the effects of these festivals coinciding with planting and harvest. We estimate the following specification, where Y of M is our outcome of interest for municipality M. And our two main independent variables of interest are festival same month as planting. So this is an indicator equal to 1. If the festival occurs 0 to 30 days before planting, so the month before planting, this is when households can really invest in planting and inputs, other things. Second, it's festival same month as harvest. So this is if the festival occurs 0 to 30 days after the harvest date, when people actually have to go out and harvest the maize, and they can decide either to store it or to sell it. I'll talk about that a little bit in the next slide. We also include state fixed effects. So this accounts for all time invariant differences across states. So we're exploiting very local variation, so within states. And we include a number of controls as well. And so what do we hypothesize here? So what we hypothesize is that poorly timed festivals, so those that coincide with planting or harvest, lead to lower long-run development. Planting and harvest months are periods with high return investment opportunities. Planting, for example, households can invest in inputs and intensive labor time to planting. In harvest, households can invest in storing crops. They delay their sale until prices are higher. This is a common feature in developing countries. Prices are very low right at harvest because everyone is trying to sell their crops. Or intensive labor time to harvest activities is another high return investment opportunity. What this means is that festival expenditures can crowd out these longer run agricultural investments in these periods when households are liquidity constrained. This is the case, we would expect beta and gamma to be less than 0. And the particular mechanism we have in mind is that these poorly timed festivals crowd out investments. This reduces agricultural productivity. Over a number of years, this leads to less structural transformation and ultimately less long-run economic development, which we'll test as well. So you might have a few identification concerns come to mind. The main identification concern is, identifying assumption is whether a municipality's saint day overlaps with planting or harvest is independent of other features that might also affect development. So note, this is a different assumption than assuming that festival dates are exogenous. So there's evidence to suggest that might be the case. But it's a bit different. It's maybe more plausible, but you might have two concerns. The first is that the festivals may be strategically placed to avoid planting or harvest overlap in some places, but not other. The second is that places that have these poorly timed festivals may differ on a number of dimensions that might affect economic development. So let me just walk through two tests really quickly to examine whether this assumption is plausible, particularly after controlling for state fixed effects. So first, we examine whether it is more or less likely that the festivals coincide with planting or harvest months, i.e. whether there's evidence of strategic placement. So here the dependent variable is whether the festival happens on a given month for municipality. And then we look at whether that month happens to be the maize planting month or the maize harvest month, and we don't really find any evidence. So this suggests that there wasn't like strategic placement. The second concern is that municipalities might be unbalanced. So what we do here is look at differences in municipality characteristics for places that have these poorly timed festivals versus the ones that don't, across a number of things that might matter, such as geography, climate, historical variables. And what we find is that municipalities that have these poorly timed festivals are very similar on these characteristics to other municipalities that don't have these poorly timed festivals, suggesting that they're pretty comparable, helping sort of validate the identification assumption. So let me go through some of the results. So we use data from the 2010 Mexican population census to look at differences in long-run development. To start off, just to discipline the analysis, we construct an index of economic development using a number of questions in the census, and includes things like literacy, income, years of schooling, etc. So this is just the main result, where in each column we add more and more controls, such as state fixed effects, geography controls, colonial controls, or different month fixed effects, but the results are pretty consistent throughout. We find that having festivals coincide with maize planting or harvest is associated with significantly lower levels of development. This is the case for a lot of our index components. So here we're showing you all of them, just so you can see. And we actually see that the timing also lines up with our hypotheses that it's really about the period prior to planting and following harvest. So the top panel shows you a rolling 15-day window of festival timing, and we estimate the coefficient across time. And we see that prior to planting, we find the negative effect, but after planting, the effect goes away, and the opposite pattern holds for harvest. So it's really about the timing of these festivals. So let me now look at mechanisms. The results so far suggest that poorly timed festivals lead to worse development outcomes. And we hypothesize that this is the mechanism. These poorly timed festivals crowd out agricultural investments. This leads to less agricultural productivity, less structural transformation, economic development. So to test this, we use IPOM's microdata from the population census and maize yield and production data. And so first, looking at structural transformation, we look at industry employment across things like agriculture, manufacturing, and services. And we find that festivals that overlap with planting or harvest tend to have more of their workforce in agriculture today and less of their workforce in services, suggesting that there's been less structural transformation over time. That's one part of the chain we have in mind. The second part is that here we're looking at maize yields. We find that places that have these poorly timed festivals have lower maize yields, so they have lower agricultural productivity as well. And we argue that these effects compound over time. So we explore that when these differences in development emerge using measures of population density as a proxy for economic development from Sellers and Alex Garcia, we find that these municipalities are quite similar in 1570 and 1650, so at the beginning of colonization, but by 1900 and then by today, they're worse off, suggesting that these festivals have had these sort of compounding effects over time. Now, let me just talk briefly about the effects on religiosity. We explore how these festivals affect religious adherence and norms. So we look at the importance of religion, the frequency of church attendance, and membership in religious groups using data from the Americas Barometer. And here we find these positive effects. Having the festival overlap with planting is actually or harvest is associated with significantly higher what we think of religious social capital. It's also associated with higher equity. So here we're looking at the spread of incomes. We find that these harvest or planting festivals lead to more equitable incomes, consistent with in the cross section, there being an equity efficiency trade-off going on for these festivals. And so just to summarize the mechanisms we have in mind, we think that the effects on development are really going through this agricultural channel, but these religiosity and equity effects might be important in explaining why they persist today. So it's very hard for people to change these festivals because they really care about religion and they really value these festivals. Okay, so now let me just summarize what we find. We examine how religious festivals affect development by examining Catholic patron saint day festivals in Mexico. We create this data set of festival dates across Mexico, and we use variation in the timing of festivals and agricultural seasons. We find that festivals that overlap with planting or harvest lead to less development, and we argue that this is because they crowd out agricultural investments, reducing agricultural productivity and structural transformation. However, they also lead to more religiosity, potentially explaining why they persist. And just the last takeaway is that these results have potential implications for development policy because these festival expenditures, like I said at the beginning, are very common in the lives of many, and liquidity constraints are also common. So thinking about how those two things interact might be important for understanding development. So thank you. I appreciate any comments. I'm looking forward to some of the questions.
Thank you so much, Eduardo. Perfectly on time. We have already some questions in the Q&A. The first one, I think you already answered. Someone asked about endogeneity of the saints. You addressed that, I believe. So here is another one. Can these festivals be thought of as forced redistribution? That's a question by Bailam Mui. When will they have a positive or negative impact on social cohesion, which may affect long-run development?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. There's definitely an important redistributive component for these festivals. I think it really depends on the organization of the festivals. So like I said, in Mexico, historically, it's been this mayordomia system, this rotating household system. So there it's actually redistributing across households in a given year, but also across households over time. So I think there's a lot of redistribution going on. It's unclear how that affects social cohesion necessarily, but that's something we should think about much more. Redistribution might actually lead to social cohesion, but it could lead to resentment. So it's unclear. People are signing up to be the mayordomia, so my sense is that that's not going on. And these festivals are still quite popular, so I don't know if the resentment really outweighs the redistribution channel, but that we'll have to think about that much more, how we can test that.
Thank you. Jared Rubin also has a question.
Thanks, Eduardo. Great way to start this thing off. So my question is about maybe past responses to these church days. So if this is something that for the last 200 years people have known about, they might plant different crops that are either harvested or planted at a different time. And that could also be a source of inefficiency, right? Because they're not planting the most efficient crop for their place as a response. I was wondering if you could kind of test this, though. It would seem like if you knew the soil data, climate data, things like this, to kind of get an idea for what the most efficient type of crop is in agricultural regions, and then see which areas are maybe more efficient than others. Are they ones that are the inefficient ones, the ones that are more likely to have saint days, things like that? So just a thought more than anything.
Yeah, that's an awesome suggestion. You're right that could be another inefficiency going on there. We've actually not really looked at, aside from maize, just because it's the main crop, exactly what they're growing or things like that, but we could definitely do that. So in one of the extensions we look at is just, instead of us looking at the maize harvest and planting seasons only, we instead calculate for each municipality the maximum calorie crop. In some ways, kind of going at what you're trying to think at, like how do you calculate what the optimal crop is? And what we do only right now is look at the seasons for that, and we find similar effects. But I think you're right. We should use that combined with your suggestion of what they actually grow today, and I think that'd be really interesting. Are they sort of diversifying in ways that might be inefficient? Yeah, but that's a cool suggestion. Totally.
Thank you. There is another one in the Q&A by Chris Mills, who says, how do we think about framing this as the effect of religious festivals on development versus the effect of poorly timed festivals imposed by colonialism or non-religious festivals?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think here we're like answering a particular part of the puzzle, which is, like I said at the beginning, there's this argument about, the benefits might be social capital, but then the downsides might be crowding out. And so here we're really showing evidence for this crowding out channel. So all festivals will have this potential for crowding out. It's just here we're looking at differences in agricultural seasons to try to think about periods when this crowding out happens more. So we're trying to really pin down that mechanism. All festivals likely have crowding out, but you're right that even this paper shows this. It depends on the timing of the festivals. Yeah, I think that's true. I guess the ideal counterfactual that maybe someone would think about for the impact of religious festivals is comparing a place with festivals and without. So that's not totally what we're doing. We're assuming all these places have festivals. Now let's look at differences across time when these sort of constraints may bind. So yeah, I think we can be a bit more careful about how we frame it. Yeah, that's a good suggestion.
Thank you very much. In the Q&A, Jean-Paul Carvalho has another one.
Eduardo, perhaps you've already been able to address this, but if you can imagine that there's some central influence on these festivals, and the colonial regime has certain areas, picks certain winners, so it has certain areas that it focuses on for development, and they time the festivals so it works in those areas, and then they ignore the other areas. We would expect to see these kinds of patterns where the population growth increases in specifically the areas in which you have a match between the agricultural season, possibly, and the festivals. I wonder how you can deal with that.
Yeah, that's a good question. What we look at is try to think about what things seem to sort of predict or be correlated with whether a municipality has a poorly timed festival, and we try to look at some of these historical variables, but like it's very coarse ones so far, like distance to Mexico City or the importance of the colonial regime on other variables, like tributary density in particular. So like how many people they could get, and we don't see a strong relationship there with those variables, which I think is consistent with the history that I don't know if they were super strategic about the exact timing. I think they just tried to pick saints that they thought were really important, that they had an affiliation with. So I don't know if they were that. It was also pretty decentralized too. Like I think you nailed it when you asked the question. Like if they had actually been doing this in a very centralized manner, that would be the case. But it seemed to have been pretty decentralized. It was just kind of like the conquistador would take over town and they'd be like, today this is the saint of I don't know, Sascha or something. So like that they kind of did it in a very sort of decentralized way. I don't think it was as strategic as that historically. But that maybe in other places it was a bit more centralized. It's interesting.
Thank you so much, Eduardo, for talk number 1 of 48. Let's move to number 2, Naci Mocan, and
so
we move to Louisiana.
Can you guys see the screen?
Fantastic. Let me remind the audience that you can submit questions through the Q&A function, and I'll read them out in the end.
Thank you. This is a paper with Pelinax Akyol of Bilkent University, and we are investigating the impact of education on consanguineous marriage, which is defined as a union between couples who are second cousins or closer. So cousin marriage, blood marriage in general is a quite frequent, very common phenomenon, it turns out. More than 10% of the world's population is related as second cousins or closer. The rate is high as high as 50% in some parts of the world. Of course, there is quite a bit of heterogeneity, and there is variation between countries. It is very low. The rate is currently low in the US. It's about 4% in Japan. In the Middle East, ranges from 20 to 40% in Middle East and North Africa, and it is as high as 50% in some parts of the Southeast Asia, Saudi Arabia, and so forth. So although consanguinity is widespread in mostly Muslim countries, or majority Muslim countries, this is really not a product of Islam. As it turns out, there is, for example, in Islam, uncle-niece marriages are forbidden. And as you see here, Buddhism permits first cousin marriages. Hinduism rules are more complex. Roman Catholics, you need to get permission from the authorities to engage in these kind of marriages. And some scholars said that this was a fundraising device for the Roman Catholic Church. But the upshot is, for example, in Europe, until the early 20th centuries, these first cousin marriages were quite prevalent. They were accepted, and not only in lower parts of Europe, but also all the way in Scandinavia, especially among elites, they were very frequent. Now, the fact that the rate of these kind of unions rose and declined over the last 3 centuries in Europe, and currently the prevalence is unevenly distributed within a country with the same religion, obviously suggests that this is not just a religious phenomenon, but it's an interplay of culture, economic factors, and religion. Obviously, there are some benefits to this, or presumed benefits, perceived benefits, that it existed so long. And again, there is some research on this, wealth consolidation strategies, preservation of inheritance, intergenerational transmission of land holdings, and so forth, are all potential factors that sort of benefit people who are engaged in these kind of consanguineous marriages. But there are problems. First, scholars, Edlund being one, argued that this is not a voluntary choice of women in the Middle East. In other words, women may be forced into these marriages against their will by their families, by their male members of the extended family, etc. Then there are these health problems for the offspring. There is very high incidence of premature birth. all kinds of mortalities, neonatal mortality, infant mortality. There is low birth weight. The incidence of low birth weight is high. And you may not know, I mean, you may know this, but the maternal smoking is the most significant risk factor for low birth weight. And consanguineous marriages has the same kind of magnitude in terms of the impact. Now, low birth weight, for example, can be counterbalanced after birth with some interventions and so forth. But these kind of marriages, consanguineous marriages, generate also disorders in the baby related, these are congenital disorders from blindness to congenital heart defects, cerebral palsy, mental retardation, etc. So this is a serious public health problem, but medical community policymakers, they don't want to touch it. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to discourage it because they believe, and there are actually white papers written about it. World Health Organization has papers about this. People think that this is a cultural phenomenon, and it is not easy to sort of talk about as a policy to sort of tell people to sort of stay away from it. In 2008, for example, in the UK, the environment minister gave a interview at Sunday Times, and he mentioned that there is an increased risk of genetic problems and birth defects of children of first cousins. He said that this is a cultural, this is not a religious issue. But then Muslim Public Affairs Committee considered this as an Islamophobic thing. And then, as you can imagine, all kinds of hell broke. So now this is a problem for economic development also, because human capital, of course, is important. And human capital is impacted by physical health and cognitive development. I'm going to give you numbers later, the magnitude of this, especially in the Middle East. It so happens that Munir's the very next paper is going to talk about the impact of consanguinity, the inbreeding cousin marriages on economic development also. And finally, there is this recent research that also talks about these kind of marriages perpetuate family networks, nepotism, and so forth, which can lead to countrywide corruption culture and so forth. Finally, there's issues of women's empowerment, right? I mean, it's institutional reforms, changing law changes, etc., can help empowerment of women, providing voting rights, inheritance laws, changing this, making sure sex discrimination is illegal and so forth. Then there is, of course, direct impact of education. If education improves wages, and if creates access to labor markets for women, access to leadership positions, these are direct effects of education regarding women's empowerment. But then there is this indirect effect of education. Education impacts women's preferences and attitudes regarding matters how women perceive their own well-being. In other words, more educated women have different types of fertility. They have different positions regarding sexual violence, domestic abuse, etc. So these are, education indirectly can help empowerment also. So this is what I want to say. I'm going to probably run out of time here, but the full paper with all details is on my website. You can get the details. But so we analyze a nationally representative household survey conducted in 2016. We utilize an education reform that took place in 1997 in Turkey, basically exogenously, really, quite unexpectedly, for political reasons. They passed this law which increased the mandatory years of education from 5 to 8 years. So we are going to compare cohorts of women who were treated by this reform and who missed the reform. So we have information on whether individuals, we look at men and women, were married to a first cousin or to a blood relative. We have information whether they are in an arranged marriage set up by a matchmaker. In Turkey, matchmakers are not paid people. They are sort of typically women who know the family, who know the neighbors, and so forth. But whether they found their mates, husbands, wives, through a matchmaking process, or they found the match on their own, or they even ran away, whatever. And so we also have information whether they were forced to marry their spouse against their will without their consent. Small fraction of people, but nevertheless. So we also know then how they met their spouses, through their family and relatives or through other sources, work, school, etc. Furthermore, we also know individuals' attitudes towards blood marriage. There's a question in the survey. It asks people, is it okay to marry a blood relative? We are going to utilize that. And then there is also information about desired attributes in a spouse, whether it's good to have an educated spouse, whether it is important to have a spouse who shares your political views and religious sect. And finally, we have this question that was asked people whether they agree with the statement. Statement is only a son can ensure the continuation of the family bloodline. So these analyses taken together, they provide a landscape of the propensity of consanguineous marriage and the underlying sort of preferences that lead to it. Quickly, Turkish education reform, as I said, so they passed a law. There was a new government in summer 1997. They passed a law because they wanted to be a member of the European Union. There was all kinds of reforms, central bank independence, etc. Anyway, so they passed the law in the summer. They merged middle school and elementary school. The kids, prior to that, elementary school was mandated to be 5 years. Kids who completed the 4th grade that summer, who were rising to the 5th grade, they were forced to go 3 more years to complete middle school. But the kids who did complete 5th year that summer, they were free not to be covered by the mandate. So this is this particular reform was very well over the last 5-6 years. There's a lot of papers use this reform. The upshot here is this. There is a school starting age regulation, which is not really enforced even to this day. So therefore, although the first affected cohort is 1986, and although most of them should be covered by the reform, it is unclear whether or not the reform really covered that cohort. And therefore, we leave that cohort out, but then we included it later. I'm not going to get into this sensitivity analysis. All in the paper doesn't change anything. I'm not going to show you a lot of graphs. As you can imagine, there is maybe 2,000 graphs in the paper, but I'm going to show you this. This is the education business. So this is on the left, the fraction of ever married, ever married women by cohort. 86 is of course, the sort of the pivotal cohort. 1 on the horizontal axis represents those who are born in 87. This is the 1987 first affected cohort. Number 8 is the people who are born in 1994. These are married people. If you are in the group of 8, you are born in 1994, you are 22 years old in 2006 when you took the survey. Of course, these are married people in this graph. There are not too many of them being that young and being married, etc. Anyway, you see, obviously, there is an impact of the reform, and we confirm this. This is a summary table, the regression result of all women, ever married women at the top, men and ever married men at the bottom. The upshot is the reform, exposure to the reform increases the propensity of having a middle school education. Again, middle school education means 8 years of education. People were forced by the law to receive 8 years instead of 5. And then there is some spillover effects. Of course, reform has an impact on high school completion also. So findings upshot, we confirm the previous results that this Turkish education reform increased the educational attainment for both men and women. But because men's education are also increased, obviously, we cannot use this reform as an instrument for educational attainment. So it takes 2 people to get married. So your behavior, your marriage preferences may be affected because of your spouse who also was impacted by the education. Therefore, we investigate the impact of the reform directly on these outcomes. And what are these outcomes? And I showed you a bunch of them, whether or not you are married to your first cousin or you are married to a blood relative. And then other preference measures I mentioned, I'm gonna show them to you. So it's a standard formulation. We got a bunch of fixed effects. We first statistically determined this 8-year windows, then we narrowed them, we enlarged them, nothing changes. We got the region of residence fixed effects, the region of childhood fixed effects, whether the person grew up in a village, interaction of childhood and village. We know whether the individual speaks a second language. If you are on, so if you are on the eastern part of the country, it could be Kurdish Arabic. If you are on the west, the second language could be English or something else. So it reflects something about culture. So we include that. It could be endogenous. So we drop that, nothing changes. Standard errors we calculate in different ways by birth cohort, which is the treatment level really, but then the childhood regional differences can exist culturally, so we interact them. And then because we have multiple, we have different types of outcomes in terms of marriage preferences and so forth, we adjust them for multiple hypothesis testing. The consanguinity. So in Turkey, the propensity of about 9% of marriages are to first cousins, and about 20% of marriages are related to a blood relative. I mean, this is a superset. So in other words, blood marriages could be first cousin, second cousin, something like that. So this is a little bit below that, but this has been documented in Turkey. This is right on the money. Other surveys in Turkey, health surveys and so forth, documented this. This is a little bit below the Middle Eastern average. Obviously, it could be up to 50% in some parts of Lebanon and Saudi Arabia and so forth, but 20% blood marriage, 9% cousin marriage in Turkey. So exposure to the reform in that formulation reduces women's propensity for consanguineous marriage. So 3.6 per, if the cohorts of women exposed to the reform, when they're exposed to the reform, are 3.6 percentage points less likely to be in a cousin marriage, first cousin marriage, and about 6%, 5.6 percentage points less likely to be in a blood marriage. No effect on men. So this is a little surprising, perhaps, who are, I mean, of course, you expect similar effects because if women are not marrying their cousins, what's happening? So why no effect on men? So in this data set and in other data sets, we confirm this, husbands are 4 years older than wives. So this means that about half of the women in the treatment group marry men who are older and therefore not exposed to the reform. So this means that men are impacted by, some of the men in the data set are impacted by the reform indirectly. So in other words, the treated younger women are matched with men who are on average older, 4 years older. If we adjust that, if you move the men's scores to the right 4 years, really, then you get the same exact impact. We do this graphically, we do this econometrically. But other than that, the upshot of the results is this: we have consistent effects on women on this and other stuff that I'm going to show you, but men are not impacted by this. Anyway, is this a random result? Meaning, is there supporting evidence? Okay, now the reform, exposure to the reform reduced women's propensity to be in a cousin marriage or in a marriage to a blood relative, but did the reform influence other related behavior of women? If the reform has no effect on anything else, attitudes, women's preferences, etc., one can argue that maybe it is the family that makes the decision on behalf of the women. In other words, the family says, okay, now something changed, maybe you are more married, I mean, you are more educated, your wages are higher, so I'm not going to marry you to your uncle's son, but I'm going to marry you to Jimmy, who is your neighbor's son, because whatever, you can work in the grocery store there or something. Anyway, so for that reason, we are going to look at the descriptive statistics. These are marriage preferences. So these questions are asked to men and women, but I'm not going to show you men. It's all in the paper. Nothing changes with men anyway. So is it okay to marry a blood relative? This is the question. All women, ever married women, about 14–15% agree that it is okay to marry a blood relative. And spousal education, is it important to have an educated spouse? About 85% say so. Is it important? It is important to have the same religious sect. The question is asked about religious sect because most people are Muslim. And is it important to have a similar political views? So you see the numbers. Men's means are similar, a little bit lower, but the same pattern exists. So impact of reform on women's marriage preferences. Reform reduces the propensity of women agreeing that it is okay to marry a blood relative here at the top. And this is true if you look at ever married, these are married women and all women, which includes, of course, single women. In both cases, the reform exposure to the reform makes women less likely to agree with the statement. Education is important. Also, women tend to say yes to this question once, more likely to say yes to this question when they're exposed to the reform. And again, men, there is no effect of the reform on men's responses in these dimensions. Again, are these decisions made by women's families? Okay, so to answer this, we have this question in the data set, as I mentioned. We know if the person was married to initiative of a matchmaker, and if the answer is no, that means the person is married without this kind of an intermediary or a broker, or when I say brokers, there's no financial gain involved. Anyway, so then we have another question which asks if the person was forced by the family to marry his or her spouse, despite the fact that he or she didn't want to marry. This proportion is 7%. 7% of women are into these kind of marriages and 3% of men. And so then the question is, how did you meet your spouse? Through relatives, family, neighbors, school work, friends, internet, dating, etc. These are the potential answers. So again, half of the people are in arranged marriages. As I mentioned, about 7% of females, and I put here men too, and 3% of men into forced marriages by their family, forced by their family. And about 60% or 65% met through their family, relatives, and neighbors, inner circles. So now what we find is, again, there is no impact on men at all, but the reform reduced women's propensity to be in an arranged marriage by 7.2 percentage points, which is 13% decline. And it reduced women's propensity to be in a forced marriage. This is not quite statistically significant, but it's a small prevalence anyway. And it reduces the propensity of meeting husbands for women through family, relatives, and neighbors. That means they are more likely to have met their husbands through school, family networks, and internet, etc. So then, as I mentioned again, who believes that only a son can ensure the continuation of the family bloodline? About 23, 24% of women think this is the case overall in the data. Men, propensity of believing into that, agreeing with that statement is higher for men, about 36% or so. But again, exposure to the reform, having increased education because of the exposure to the reform, has no impact on men's beliefs regarding only a son can ensure the continuation of the family bloodline. On the other hand, if women are exposed to the reform, they are less likely to agree with this statement. So potential channels, is it curriculum health classes? I'm sorry?
2 minutes.
Okay. So empowerment, we think that this is empowerment because women's preferences are changing too. We mentioned this. We find that education alters women's preferences, impacts behavior in a setting where this kind of behavior has rooted in culture, people believe, and I think there is some truth to it. So this is an example of a non-pecuniary benefit of education. Now I'm going to come to this. This is the last thing that, so without, back of the envelope calculation shows that without this particular reform, there would have been 56,000 additional children born each year to parents who are blood relatives, and 36,000 of them would have been children to first cousins. And this would have generated 580 additional infant deaths per year, and all kinds of serious birth defects and congenital malformations for the remaining 55,000 surviving children. So we found data from 14 countries in the Middle East and North Africa, and using their sort of rates, about 3 million children are born each year to consanguineous parents in these countries. And if the impact of this Turkish education reform applies to these countries, we don't know if it applies, but of course, this could be a potent tool to improve child health and human capital indirectly through these preferences. Okay.
Thank you so much, Naci. We have some questions from the audience. Let me start by Vaila Mui, who asks about a link between consanguineous marriages and corruption.
Yes.
Do you have thoughts on that?
Right. Well, yeah, I mentioned the paper earlier, and there's a new paper that tries to identify the link between the extent of consanguineous marriage and the extent of country level corruption. I mean, it is not easy to, of course, establish causality because there could be cultural factors that may be driving both, but there is a strong correlation which indicates, and there is some IV in that paper too, which indicates that in countries in which the rate of consanguineous marriage is high, and the corruption, however we measure it, perceived corruption, actual corruption, and so forth, is high. So there is this sort of relationship between those two, and the idea is, so this creates these networks of family networks. You know, you sort of keep the power in the family, and this creates this, you know, tendency for corruption in the country.
Yeah, there's another one by the same person asking, in traditional societies, marriage may serve as a long-term incomplete contract that enables two extended families to engage in risk sharing, mutual support in formal or informal economic disputes. Can such arrangements reflect that people feel unsafe to form long-term arrangements through marriage with more distant people in the wider market?
Yeah. Yes, I mean, again, these marriages serve a purpose. I mean, again, as I mentioned earlier, and the reason that, you know, they exist, and they keep existing for such a period of time. There is sort of information is easier. I mean, take these, you know, marriages that take place through a matchmaker, for example, right? Okay, now our results show that the propensity for these marriages decline. Is this a good thing, bad thing? I mean, a matchmaker, for example, is somebody who knows your family, who knows the other person's family, not necessarily blood-related family, but, you know, knows the cultural background, knows the educational background, knows the parents and what they like, whatever, and they bring these families together. It's an information sharing. I mean, if we dissolve it completely, we don't know if it's completely, you know, sort of optimal or not. Similarly, we cannot necessarily say that, you know, sort of they don't serve a purpose. Clearly, especially in rural areas, in traditional places, you know, there's a purpose of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we have 4 more questions from other panelists, and maybe we collect the questions and then you answer collectively. So let's start with Munir Squires.
Yeah, sorry if you said this and I missed it, but I wonder whether there's an increase in assortativeness when these cousin marriages go down, like whether the spouses of the women, I guess, are like more highly correlated with the education of the wife.
Then Jared Rubin.
Yeah, thank you. So my question is more about, it's a kind of a statistical one. Your treatment group is still kind of young, so it ends in 1994. So, you know, we haven't witnessed all the will be married in the treatment group. And since you're focusing on ever married people, I'm wondering, you know, if there's a bias in terms of, you know, and it might differ between men and women in terms of whether they are more likely to get married, or consanguineous marriages is more likely to happen when they're younger if you're just not capturing some of those yet, or maybe you're over capturing those. So I could imagine it working either way, the bias in favor or against you, but I just think it's something to think about.
Pauline Grosjean. You have to unmute.
Yeah, following up on that. So, you know, one thing is that these people have brothers and sisters, right? And the purpose of consanguineous marriage is to keep the land in the family. So, you know, if my daughter gets educated, she sort of, you know, she has better prospective employment outside land-based activities. So it's more beneficial to transmit this land to another child. And so maybe the probability of consanguineous marriage for the siblings of these treated women actually increases, which would radically change the projection of avoided consanguineous births, right? And another thing, which is more of a comment, is that, so you mentioned that consanguineous marriage was common in Europe and authorized by the Catholic Church. These derogations were actually quite hard to get. So elite people would get them. So typically, you know, kings and queens and lords, but the commoners would not, you know, get them so easily. And so there's a recent book by Joe Henrik who, you know, talks about cousin marriage in Europe. And so I think it's less prevalent than it was, but that's more of a comment.
And Jean-Paul Carvalho.
So my question was along the lines of Pauline's, and that is, this is, you can think of it as an evolutionary strategy from an inclusive fitness perspective to keep wealth within the kin group. And I wonder if you are able to condition on wealth or land holdings in any way. Maybe you have, maybe I missed that. And whether the educational intervention is working through a different channel, by not through changing preferences or an informational role, but actually providing a new way to accumulate wealth outside of its intergenerational wealth transmission that changes the need to emphasize cousin marriage.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the last part?
The educational intervention may be creating a new way to create wealth through education, through you come into the civil service, this kind of thing.
Yeah, thank you. So quickly.
Unfortunately, Naci, given we are already 1 minute over time, I wanted to maximize questions for you so that you can get feedback, but we have to move on, unfortunately. I hope you
I will email to you guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, I got answers. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Naci. Let's move on. Our third speaker is Munir Squires from UBC. I think you have to stop sharing, Naci.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Stop. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, great. Thanks all for attending. So I actually have a easier job presenting this than usual, I guess, because Naci has introduced the topic for me and that made you think about consanguineous marriage. This paper is joint with Architect Gauche and Sam Huang, both also at UBC. So I'll be discussing cousin marriage, but from a somewhat different perspective. So here the idea is I'm interested in the long-term economic consequences of consanguineous marriage. There's research, which Pauline mentioned, that's quite recent, that argues that the decline of strong kinship networks, specifically in Europe, mostly because of these bans on cousin marriage by the church, was actually central to the long-term historical development of Europe. So a lot of kind of what we think of the rise of the West may have been in part because of these bans on cousin marriage by the Catholic Church, with which Joe Henrik and his co-authors argue was somewhat random, in a sense that the church just kind of happened upon some set of marriage guidelines that led to this breakdown of clans, which ended up helping the church in some ways, but also changed the, even the psychology of people, but led to this more atomic nuclear family structure in Europe, which then allowed for modern innovation and capitalism to take place there as opposed to other parts of the world. A separate literature, but I think complementary, is looking at more contemporary outcomes and contemporary attitudes towards the family. So there's notably a paper by Alicina and Giuliano, but there's others that argue that strong family ties, or that find that strong family ties, for example, in world value survey type questionnaires, are correlated with characteristics that that lead to lower growth, and that at the social level that you see lower growth rates. So some of the characteristics that you find associated with strong family ties is lower geographic mobility. So you find that people are less likely to move from where they're born or where their family is, the stronger they value family ties, and that there's lower female labor force participation. They also find lower generalized trust and higher, more localized trust instead of generalized, all of which could contribute to lower growth rates. Now, what we're going to do in this paper is actually try to answer what's the causal effect of cousin marriage on economic outcomes, and sort of build off both of these literatures by using data that we think allows us to actually make causal inference at the micro level. So not just looking at social level changes, but looking within a society at people who are affected and not affected. We do that using 19th and 20th century US data. You might think that using US data is a bit strange, given that cousin marriage is not a particularly US phenomena. And it isn't today, of course. There's very low rates of cousin marriage, but historically, actually, it was substantial. So we measure, and we can validate this using other data sets, that about 5% of marriages from 1800 to 1850 in the US were between first cousins. So not a trivial percentage. So, you know, this was, you know, to some extent, there was some elite cousin marriages. So some of the, like the DuPont and the Rockefellers, there were some cousin marriages in those rich families, but also this reaches, you know, very poor families. And if anything, in our data, it seems that poor families were the ones most commonly marrying their cousins. And we have kind of two contributions, I think. One of them is how we use the data to actually measure cousin marriage outcomes. So I'll describe the procedure we use to do that. So as you might imagine, there's no historical data on cousin marriage directly. There's no records as to who married their cousins versus not. But we're going to use marriage records from 1800 to 1940. So we have 19 million marriage records. And we use those to infer cousin marriage rates over time. And we're going to use census outcomes, mostly the 1940 census, but some others also, to measure outcomes. And then we combine that with a natural experiment, which is the fact that in the US, unlike in every other rich country, there are legal bans on cousin marriage. So unlike anywhere in Europe or Canada or other OECD countries, the 32 states in the US ban first cousin marriage. There's some details, some differences in the details of those bans, but all of them at least ban first cousin marriage. And the first ban started in 1858, and they're quite staggered over time. So they didn't all come at once, they come over the next 6 decades or so. And we're gonna use the timing of these bans. We're gonna only look at states that eventually ban cousin marriage and just use the timing of when these bans took place to compare the effect of cousin marriage over time. Okay, so how do we measure cousin marriage? So like I said, there's no data set that tells you this marriage is a cousin marriage. What we use is a method that has been developed and used very widely in population genetics, which is called isonomy. The idea about isonomy is that when you observe a marriage of two people with the same surname, there is some probability that this marriage is a marriage of cousins. Now, that's not a direct link, obviously. Sometimes people get married without being relatives. So you could have two Smiths marry each other and they're unrelated. And you can also have cousins who marry each other who don't share a surname. But what's nice about this literature is that they've developed sort of corrections, in a sense, for accounting for both of these problems, for false positives and false negatives. So just very briefly, you correct for false positives, which is unrelated spouses who share a surname, by modeling what in this literature they call panmixia, which is that if everyone marries each other at random, so within a marriage market, you just assume random marriage, just using the distribution of surnames, you can get a proportion or probability that a certain marriage would be same surname, and you can kind of subtract that baseline probability from the observed probability. So what you're really measuring is the excess fraction of same surname marriages. And the other thing we do to account for false negatives, which again is from this literature, is that it's easy to see if every type of cousin marriage is equally probable. The only type of first cousin marriage that will lead to isonomy, to the people having the same surname, is if two brothers' children marry each other. So if two sisters' children marry each other, or a brother and a sister's children marry each other, they won't share a surname. But given a culture where names are passed down on the father's line, only 1/4 of cousin marriages will result in isonomy. So you can correct for that just by basically multiplying by 4. Now, what's great about this is that we can use these historical marriage records to get kind of countrywide measures at different states. And we do this at the surname level. So for each surname, for example, Squires in Arkansas, we can get a surname state measure of cousin marriage and see how it changes over time. That's our main measure of interest. The downside is that there's a lot of measurement error. As you can imagine, if you only have a few hundred marriages that involve a certain surname in a certain state, for example, you know, the true rate of cousin marriage, you're only getting a very noisy signal of it. We think that's okay because we have so many of these and we can do this for so many surnames that we think we're picking up the signal from the noise. But it does mean, for example, so I'm going to show you our strategy, which relies on an IV. We think that the IV is important in part because it deals with this very substantial measurement error. Okay, so first of all, what do these rates look like? So because of the way the bands happen, we use 1858 as kind of this cutoff period where we have a pre-period, cousin marriage band. So this is 1800 to 1858 marriages. And then we have a post-period, which is 1859 to 1940. So that's the end of our data. So the first thing to notice is that cousin marriages decline in commonality over time quite dramatically. So look at the scale on the x-axis here. This is sort of the first half of the 19th century. It goes up to 20–30% for some surnames. On the y-axis, the top is 8%. So cousin marriages decline everywhere. However, they are quite strongly correlated. And here we're looking at this at the surname level. So take, for example, and we're aggregating across the country. So take Squires again, for example. So a given observation here would be Squires would be one surname, for example, Squires, and would show that there's a strong correlation between the rate of cousin marriage for Squires in the pre-period and the post-period. That we use this in part to kind of justify the use of surnames as our units of observation. So we think surnames, and especially once we break it down to surname states, actually represent kind of discrete and intelligible units of observation in the sense that they have these persistent probabilities of marrying cousins over time. And sorry, the other thing to notice from this is that there's quite a bit of a kind of tail distribution, right? So most people don't marry their cousins. They have very low rates of cousin marriage. Most surnames have very low rates, but some surnames have quite high rates of cousin marriage. We're going to exploit that in our identification strategy. So here's the list of states in the US. These are all states in the US, and whether they have ever banned cousin marriage, and if so, when. So you can see that many states have never banned cousin marriage, but most have. And for the ones that have, I have the number of years that they had banned cousin marriage as of 1940. So we're going to use that as one of the key parts of our IV strategy. And as you can see from this, there's quite a bit of variation in when these states banned cousin marriage. So the max in this case is 82. So the first state to ban, cousin marriage was Kansas. But that, there's many of them in between, and it's not all bunched right at the beginning or right at the end. Okay, so how do we exactly identify the causal effect of cousin marriage? So we're going to use the state level variation in timing. So like I said earlier, we're only going to use states that eventually ban cousin marriage. So we drop states that never ban cousin marriage. There might be something different about those states. And then we interact the number of years cousin marriage was banned in that state by 1940 with this pre-period surname level variation in cousin marriage rates. So the idea here is that, given that persistence that I showed you earlier between of cousin marriage rates for given surnames, we're going to assume that surnames with low rates of cousin marriage in the pre-period are not exposed to a treatment. So whether their state bans cousin marriage or not would not affect the rates of cousin marriage for that surname, because that surname already had very low rates to start with, and so there's very little room to move down in a sense. And so those surnames are already at the kind of long-term steady state of no cousin marriage, which is what eventually all surnames converge to if you think of the mid to late 20th century. And so we're using exactly this interaction. So the idea is that surnames with high rates of cousin marriage in the pre-period are potentially exposed to a cousin marriage ban, and the higher the rate of cousin marriage in the pre-period, the more potentially exposed they are. And then they get kind of hit with a shock. They get treated with the timing of these bans. So whether the ban comes early or the ban comes late is what's going to affect how strong the treatment is. What that allows us to do is to also include state and surname fixed effects. So we're not using variation just across states. So we're not just saying that the states that banned early may be different than states that banned late. We're kind of doing the comparison within state of surnames that had high or low rates of cousin marriage in the pre-period, and doing that both in states that ban early and states that ban late, and really using that kind of double difference. So what do we find? Just a brief overview. We find, first of all, that there's a strong first stage. So we find that using our measures of cousin marriage, which again is just coming from the proportion of marriages that are between two people with the same surname. So that's really where we're getting our cousin marriage measures from. So So these measures go down faster in states that ban cousin marriage, as they ban cousin marriage. So we find that there's a faster decline in cousin marriage in those states. And then we then look at what's the effect, kind of the second stage, what's the effect of these bans on economic outcomes. We think of these two first ones as being sort of the key mechanisms, in a sense, that we wanted to test. So again, this is coming from the literature on the contemporary effects of strong family ties. So we wanted to look at geographic mobility, so the likelihood of living in an urban location instead of living in a rural location, and changes in female labor force participation and labor supply more generally. So we find that there's a very strong effect of living in an urban location. So you're much more likely to have moved to an urban location. We think of this as sort of the compliers move to an urban, move to cities, are more likely to leave their, their place of birth, for example. Women are, we actually find no effect on extensive margin labor force participation for women, but conditional on working. They do work substantially more hours or more weeks in a year. And we find incomes go up by quite a bit, and schooling increases. And it's not easy to tease out exact kind of mechanisms, but we think, but the results are consistent with the idea that urbanization drives the other outcomes. So people are more likely to leave their rural area they're from, for example, go to the cities, and then once they're in the cities, they have higher incomes, more schooling, and women work more. So here's some of our results quantitatively. So for the first result, which is about the increase in urbanization, we have two ways of measuring it. One is the probability that you're classified as urban, and here we just use the IPOM's definition of being urban. And the second one is the population size of the place where you live. So there's a code, again, from IPOMs that tells you what's the population size of the location where you are. And if you live in a larger place, as in a city instead of a rural area, then this would be a larger number. So starting from the bottom in a way and working our way up, panel C gives us the first stage. What's the first stage? So again, the instrument is the interaction between the fraction of years. So this could be from 1 to 0. So it'd be 1 if you had the ban for all 82 years, and 0 if you had the ban right at the end of the period, which means in effect you were untreated. The interaction of that fraction with the log of the cousin marriage rate in the pre-period. So this is how much cousin marriage your surname had in the pre-period. So remember that this is a state level variation, and this is the surname level variation. And then we find this strong effect on so the outcome here is the log of cousin marriage rate in the post period. So that's how much cousin marriage we see for your surname state from 1859 to 1940. So in 1859 to 1940, does your surname see fewer same surname marriages if you were treated early, or the earlier you were treated with a ban on cousin marriage? And then the reduced form tells us the effect of this instrument directly on the outcome. So we find that you're 5 percentage points more likely to be living in an urban location, and that the place where you live has 30% more population. And then if we do the IV, then we find these quite large effects on the probability of living in an urban place. So it goes from from a base of 44%, 45%, an increase of 15 percentage points. Okay, so just briefly go over some other outcomes. So another one is about weeks worked. So here we use sort of as not a placebo, but as we compare the effect of males and females. So we wouldn't expect a number of weeks worked by men to be different given a change in cousin marriage rates. And in effect, we find that, the results are not 0, but they're small and insignificant. Whereas for women, we find much larger effects that are significant. So here this suggests that women who had an early ban, so if you compare surnames with 1 log point difference in pre-period cousin marriage, having an early ban versus a late ban increases the number of weeks worked by almost 1 in a year. And in the IV, that blows up to 3 weeks. So if you have 1 log point more cousin marriage, you work 3.5 weeks fewer in the year. Okay, one of the kind of, I think, most striking and compelling results is on income. So we find across different ways of measuring income in the census. So one reason we use the 1940 census is because it has better measures of income than all the previous census rounds. And here across these different measures, we find that our instrument has substantial and significant impact on incomes. So people earn more. And one way to kind of think of this, or one of the concerns that you maybe have or should have, is that you know, it may be that these groups, like our instrument, maybe is picking up something that's not directly related to the causal effect of these treatments, in a sense that maybe in the states that were going to ban cousin marriage earlier, there was a different the people who did marry their cousins a lot had different characteristics than the states that banned them later. So there's some underlying differences that precede the actual effect of these bans on cousin marriage. So here we use all of the censuses from 1850, which is the first, 1850 is the first census to actually have individual level data. So we have 1850 census all the way to the 1940. I'm only showing some of them just for conciseness. And in all of these, what I can do is I can just run the same regression. So remember here that the treatment variable is cousin marriage rates from 1859 to 1940. And so there's no way that an instrument which relies on how many years of ban there were between 1859 and 1940 is having any effect on 1850 outcomes. And so if I were to find significant results of either the reduced form or the IV in 1850, that would be evidence that there's some pre-existing differences between these groups. And in fact, we don't find any effect in 1850. And then we can see kind of the passage of time. Here I have the fraction of the treatment, in the sense that by 1940, by definition, I'm at 100%. So the full treatment has elapsed. Whereas in the earlier censuses, only part of the treatment has elapsed. So we can kind of track this over time. And we find indeed that the results are basically 0 for the first few decades and then grow until they reach the 1940 level. Okay, and then just to wrap up quickly. So again, this is something that Naci has mentioned. He talked about rates of cousin marriage across the world. So you shouldn't think of cousin marriage as being something that's extinct, even though it is in the West. In some countries like Turkey, for example, has, you know, on this graph is about 20% cousin marriage rates. I don't think the measurements of these things are perfect, but basically there is a substantial negative correlation between cousin marriage rates in the world and GDP per capita. That's just a correlation. I'm not claiming anything is causal, but the correlation that we see in the cross-country data is that about 1 log point decrease in cousin marriage is correlated with a 20% higher income. So the correlation, the magnitude of the correlation is long, so it is large. And then using our cousin marriage ban IV, a 1 log point decrease in cousin marriage, we find causes 12 to 20% higher income. So it's actually comparable to the global correlation, which again, the global correlation is nothing causal about it. But you know, this suggests that a substantial part of that correlation may be causal, and that there may be high returns from, you know, family structure transitions in developing countries. So thinking through the consequences of these very tight-knit networks that might impede geographic mobility, for example, might be worth exploring. Thank you.
Thank you, Munir. We have some questions for you. The first is by Jared Rubin.
Thanks for this. Very interesting. So I have a few questions, but I'll just ask one right now. It's about the measurement you use for cousin marriage. I gather that it's by surname. When you're doing this though, do you control for how common the surname is, or is that part of the measure? It was kind of unclear because, you know, 2 Smiths marrying each other would be quite possibly, you know, nothing, whereas 2 Squires would probably be a cousin marriage.
Yeah, totally. So here we what we do is we look at I should keep my answer short, but we look at the fraction of the population that has a certain name, and we assume that if people were to marry at random, let's say 1% of Smiths or 1% of the population are Smiths, then if you're a Smith, you have a 1% chance of marrying a Smith if you marry at random. And so we look at the excess. So for Smiths. That's exactly what I was asking.
Okay, thanks. Well, then I'll ask very briefly my other question. Why do states ban cousin marriage?
That's a good question. So there were diverse reasons. Part of it is that there was a general countrywide movement against it. So the attitude of the country as a whole turned against cousin marriage. Now, why would that cause some states to ban it, not others? Part of it had to do with when they were writing their marriage laws. So you find that states that enter the union more recently are more likely to include that in the legislation and how they write their marriage laws, whereas kind of older states were a bit less likely to. So we have some stuff in the paper that tries to account for that. You know, I've read a bunch of like history on this. So there's actually a book and a bunch of papers that have been written on the history of these bans, why they were passed and when they were passed. A lot of it seems to have been sort of random, as in there were like some activists that slipped it into a bill somewhere that was including something else. I mean, the thing with cousin marriage is that, at least at the time, it was seen as something that affected poor and rural families. And these people didn't have like very strong advocates in legislature. So it's like, if someone cared enough to try to push it through, typically it passed. And if there was, you know, relatively little, there was relatively little kind of active opposition to these bans. So they've never been rescinded, for example, even though, you know, in a lot of the evidence that was used to push these bans has been discredited. So there was like really kind of sensationalist evidence at the time of how it makes all your children blind and dumb, et cetera. That was found to be faulty, and yet none of these laws have been overturned because, in a sense, no one really cares enough. That's my sense.
Thank you. Pauline Grosjean.
Yeah, I just have a couple of comments or questions. The first one is, so you look at income. Is there any way that you could, and I know that, you know, in your sample, it's mostly poor people, but is there any measure of land Gini that you could look at, and the consolidation of farms, and whether that could have also contributed to a push factor if, you know, then you have higher investment in agriculture and things like this. And then another one as well is that, so I didn't really understand how you, I think it's more a methodological point. So I understand how you control for the false positive, but for the false negatives, do you just like multiply by 4? Because it seems that it's less likely that the kids of 2 sisters would marry compared to the kids of 2 brothers. And I guess that depends on, you know, who owns the land and how the land is transmitted. But usually, you know, if you have patrilineal inheritance, you're going to have 2 brothers' kids marrying, but not necessarily 2 sisters' kids. And I don't know whether that influences your estimates at all.
Thank you. Yeah, those are great questions. So on the land holdings, the census doesn't have great data on that. We have the value of the house that you own, but not of the land. We might be able to do something on that, but so far we don't have anything.
You
in
have
terms of the false.
Do you have agricultural capital? Right, because you're
No.
only going to buy a tractor if you have a certain, I mean, maybe not at that, you know, but
yeah,
more rudimentary.
I mean, I know that in some years there exist agricultural censuses which are separate, but in the standard census we don't have that kind of measure. For the other question, I didn't mention this, but we have this other data set which is from, it's called Genie.com, this online genealogy where people can enter their family trees. And so from that, we have a few million records at the time where we actually have the full family tree, but they're anonymized. So we don't know who the people are. So we don't use that in our main analysis because we can't then link it to outcomes. But what we can do with that, we know the gender of each person, is we can see all of the actual cousin marriage. So this is like, you know, amateur genealogists who enter their family trees going back generations. And we can see, first of all, we see that the rates from that data set of cousin marriage over time and across states matches our measures from the marriage records. But also from that we can actually see whether the probability of a you know, matrilineal or patrilineal cousin marriage, like 2 sisters children marrying versus 2 brothers children marrying, is different and changes over time. And in fact, we find it in the US that we can't reject that there's a quarter for each one. So in some societies, you're very much right. So like in Islam, for example, it's much more common, or in Arab countries, it's much more common for 2 brothers children to marry than any other cousin marriage. And some societies have a taboo for one type and a preference for another type. But at least in our data and the period that we're studying, there is no such preference.
Thank you. We have 2 more questions. I have one, and then Hangerman. Mine is about the ethnic background of the residents. I'm wondering if you have a very mixed heritage in a state, lots of Germans, Scandinavians, Italians, blah, blah, blah. Would such laws also mean that people marry more out of their own group? Yeah, so if there are lots of Beckers in Wisconsin, then you are not allowed to marry a Becker, then you marry a Squire, yeah? And go cross-ethnic. And then let's also collect the one from Dan Harriman, and then you have 30 seconds.
Sure. My question is on the linearity of the instrument, and in particular using the years since a law was passed. I guess it seems to me like whether a law was passed 70 years ago or 80 years ago doesn't seem as important as whether a law was passed 10 years ago or 20 years ago. The results you showed right at the end, where you kind of looked at different decades, seem to kind of fit my story and suggest that you're doing pretty good with this concern, but I'd wondered if you'd thought much about relying on linearity in your instrument at all.
Yeah, that's a great question. I guess I don't have time to answer. Maybe I'll chat with you.
No.
Thanks.
Take 30 seconds to say something if you wish.
Okay. So this table, I don't know if it makes sense, but basically, instead of assuming linearity, like you said, we actually just bin states into how many years they've banned, and we can see this is the first stage. So we can see that you're right, that basically, you know, all of the states from kind of 50 years onward all have the same rough effect on rates of cousin marriage. And then the more recent bans have a very small effect. Yeah, anyway, not to get into too much detail, but yeah, we have thought about that. That's a great question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for being on time. And we move to the last speaker of the first session, and that is Massimo Pulejo from NYU.
Yes, thank you very much. Are you able to see my screen?
Not
yet.
There
now? Not yet. Okay, let me just check again. Okay,
Let me remind the audience, you can submit questions through the Q&A function, and then we will read them out to the speaker.
Okay, now you should see it. Right, okay. So thanks a lot to Sascha and all the other organizers for such a wonderful event. Very happy to share with all of you my paper about religious mobilization and the selection of political elites. So let me start with the motivation behind this project, which stems from pretty, I would say, rich at this point literature in political economy and comparative politics, which tells us which are the characteristics, so, you know, the personal features that make some local actors good electoral mobilizers. So people that can, you know, convince voters to turn out first and then to support a specific party. So these features have been identified to be a high reputation. So the fact that people can actually be held in high regard by their fellow citizens. Then a good knowledge of the context in which they operate. So the local environment, which is very useful because it allows people to identify what could be the right pockets of voters to target and what could be the optimal technology for persuading them. And then lastly, especially in some context, the possibility to deliver material rewards have been found to be very important. So given these, you know, identikit of what a good mobilizer could be, I argue that there's a natural question that stems, which is what about religious leaders? Because religious leaders seem to possess, to varying degrees depending on the person and the context, all of these characteristics. And in fact, we have some recent empirical papers that look at religious leaders as vote mobilizers, and they find that they can actually be very effective to mobilize people either in favor or against a given party that is aligning more with a given religious denomination or religious institution. But then some open questions that are still out there, I argue, are the following. So first, can local religious leaders, on top of mobilizing people in favor of a given party, also shape intra-party competition? So in other words, can they convince people to pick a given candidate or a given set of candidates from within the party they like? And then the second one is about, if you wish, the first slide. So what are the prerogatives, the characteristics of local religious leaders that are most important for their potential as vote mobilizers? So is it about the spiritual prerogatives and so their role as the community, you know, spiritual leaders? Is it about more mundane characteristics? So the fact that they are key actors, they have social networks, they are well rooted in the context. Could it be a combination of both? So in order to answer these questions, what I do is I focus on Italy during the so-called First Republic, which is the period of time that goes from 1946 to 1994. And I do the following. I first build a data set which looks at individual level connections in between candidates and religious leaders. And as I'm going to tell you in a second, the religious leaders of interest in this study are going to be Catholic bishops, not surprisingly. And then I will exploit the mechanism of rotation and nomination of bishops, which is mostly in the end of the Pope, in order to gauge the within candidate effect of connections to a local bishop on the electoral performance of the candidate. So what are the upshots of this type of exercise? So I find that connections do matter. In fact, they can have a positive impact on the electoral performance, both in terms of how many preference votes you gather, and then on whether you actually get a seat in the Chamber of Deputies or not. But this is only true if you are connected to a bishop who also happens to be born in your electoral district. So in other words, if you are somehow connected to someone who came from another area, that does not really boost that much your electoral prospects. And then in terms of what could be happening on the ground, so what bishops could be actually doing in order to persuade voters, I find that the effect is stronger if the election happens to be quite close to the religious festival of the episcopal see of your connection. So this goes back to Eduardo's paper and shows how religious festivals in this context act as campaign events. And now the fact that the religious festival may fall close to the election could be beneficial for the candidates who are connected to the local religious leader. So very quickly, let me just lay out the basic structure of incentives. So in my context, I'll be looking at connections between Christian democratic candidates. So I'm looking within one party, which was known to be the party that was closest to the Catholic Church for the whole period of observation. So I'll be looking at candidates from this party and Catholic bishops. And I argue that these agents will have the following incentives. So the Italian electoral system was a proportional representation system with multiple preference voting. So there was a high level of intra-party competition. Candidates, struggled with each other to being assigned the seats that the party would have got in the election. So in this context, I argue that the bishop is going to benefit from having a candidate that he knows personally, to whom he might be more ideologically aligned, getting elected, because this could provide a channel, a preferential channel for policy influence, right? It could get your man into the parliament, in short. Then voters are probably going to have a very poor knowledge of the full pool of candidates on the ballot, but given that they can express up to 4 preference votes, this is going to be, a lost capital if you don't really know the candidates. So the bottom line is that to the extent that they trust the judgment of their local religious leader, so of their local bishop, voters will be willing to accept cues from the bishop as a way to solve the information problem at the ballot box. So that's kind of like, the theoretical type of reasoning behind the empirical exercise. So then what do I do? The first important question is, how do I measure connection in between religious actors and politicians? So I look at the membership of these two sets of actors into a very big organization, which was a Catholic activism organization called Azione Cattolica Italiana. Okay, so this was a very big institution which featured both lay members and religious members. So there were priests, there were common citizens, and then each local branch of the organization was run by the local bishop. So what do I have? I have the list of members of all the local boards, of all the diocesan boards of Azione Cattolica Italiana from 1920 to 1990. So at each year, I know who is part of this board, which is a small group of people, normally in the range of 10 to 20 people, okay, that organizes the activity of Azione Cattolica. And then I can record by, matching this data set with the data set of candidates and bishops, whether a candidate and the clergyman, so either a priest who would have later on become a bishop, or the sitting bishop who was running the junta, were sitting in the given place on a given year. So this meant that essentially they knew each other and they met on a regular basis for the whole time period in which they were part of the junta. So this is how I code whether people know each other. So the baseline, connection. And then I construct a treatment which is instead time varying and is based on whether the bishop that you happen to know in each given electoral year happens to be in charge of a diocese within your electoral district or not. And this is going to be determined by the mechanism of assignment of bishop, which is in the hands of the Pope. And I'm going to talk more about this in a second. So given this setting, you might imagine already that my baseline specification is a standard two-way fixed effect, although I also repeat my estimation with the newly developed estimators in the literature, and the results are consistent. But my baseline specification is just the outcome that measure electoral success, which could be your log of preference votes, or an indicator for whether the candidate wins a seat in a given election, regressed on individual candidate fixed effects, election fixed effects, and then my treatment variable, which is whether you have an active connection in your district, meaning that the bishop that you know happens to be in charge within the boundaries of the district. So a few remarks. So beta hat here will be capturing the effect on the outcome, given as a differential between a candidate who is connected to a bishop versus one that is not, which could mean that either the bishop is not in office at all or is in office outside the boundaries of the district. Then obviously the identification is going to be based on those candidates which make up for 40% of my sample, who do experience a shock in individual connection across elections. And then the identification is obviously going to rely on the fact that the nomination of the bishop within the boundaries is orthogonal to some characteristics of either the candidate or the district or the diocese, which could also be influencing the outcomes. And in the paper, I test these by showing that there is no evidence of selection into treatment based on observables, and also that there's no evidence of selection into sample, meaning that candidates do not tend to run more in those elections in which they have the bishop within the district, okay? So given this, let me go to the results. So the first result is about preference votes. So what we see in panel A is that the effect of purely having a connected bishop within your district is not really bolstering your electoral prospects, because we see that the coefficients are positive, but they are far from statistical significance. But if we interact the fact that you have an active electoral connection in the district with the fact that the bishop is native to the district, so is well embedded in the local context, then we see that the effect is strong and positive. So this is, depending on the specification, is in between a 25 and a 30% effect on your preference votes, okay? And this, as you can see, stands to the inclusion of several, fixed effects, control variables, and district-specific trends. Then the natural question is, okay, the fact that you get more preferences, is it actually going to be impacting your probability of being elected? And the answer is yes. We see the same kind of pattern as far as probability of getting a seat is concerned. So if you enjoy the connection in a given year with a bishop who is native, you are getting a higher probability of being elected. And here, one important thing to note is that, I forgot to say that before, is that candidates did not move across districts. So there is no potential for, selective reallocation of candidates, essentially looking for your bishop. And that dioceses are all fully contained within a district. So dioceses are smaller units with respect to electoral districts. So with this in mind, let's just quickly check the timing of the effect. So in these two graphs, you see the timing for both types of shocks. So obviously in my sample, I have both people that happen to have a connection and then lose this connection because the bishop exits the district at some point. And this is what you see in the first panel. So here you can see that there is no significant effect, no significant pre-trend. And then you see the drop after the exit of the bishop. And then here you see, the counterpart, which is people that actually acquire the connection at some point. And you see there's no pre-trend again, and then the effect pops up, although it's not that precisely estimated, because we have a much higher number of people that happen to lose the connection than people that happen to acquire the connection, okay? And then finally, in the paper, I also explore several possible, mechanisms. So what could be going on the ground? What could this bishop be doing in favor of the candidate? I explore several channels, but I just want to focus on the one that seems to be playing the lion's share here, which is religious festivals. So going back to Eduardo's very interesting paper. So here, there's a lot of anecdotal and qualitative evidence in the literature on not only on Italy, but I would say on Europe in general, about the role of religious festivals. So Patron Saint Day Festival, exactly the same as Eduardo's, on campaigning. So essentially, we have several accounts that tell us that these events were in fact used by local politicians in conjunction with the local clergy that was running the event as a way to, persuade voters to vote for first the Christian democracy and then some specific candidates within the list of the Christian democracy. So what do I do? Again, similar to Eduardo, I use the fact that the election changes the date. So in Italy, elections are not always held on the exact same month and day of the year, but they do change quite a bit across rounds. So they tend to fall either closer or further away from each given religious festival in the city, which is the episcopal see of each connected bishop. So I can measure which is the distance in terms of days in between the election of year T and the religious festival, which is obviously always on the same date, of each episcopal see. And then I can interact this measure with my measure of connection to a bishop. And this is what we get. So this is the marginal effect of, so the main marginal effect, the one of ACD times being connected to a native bishop, as a function of the distance in between the festival and the election. So what we can see from this graph, very simply, obviously assuming linearity here, is that the effect tends to be stronger when the election happens to fall very close to the religious festival, whereas the strength of the effect tends to decay even to the point of falling short of statistical significance if the festival, so again, this major campaign opportunity, happens to be very far away from the election. And here, obviously, the rationale is that people might forget, the endorsement, because there's like abundant evidence that like electoral endorsement and like campaign efforts tend to stick to the minds of voters only for a limited period of time. So that's what we seem to be seeing here. So this tells us that one of the main mechanisms here could be that bishops and in general the local clergy use festivals and direct occasions to get into contact with the population in general as a way to convey their preference for a given candidate, in this case, the connected candidate. Then I also test a bunch of other mechanisms, which I'm not presenting now, but I'm happy to talk any moment with any of you who might be interested, that mostly look at whether the bishop is able to influence the local party or influence the compilation of the list, putting the candidate higher in the list ranking, but this does not seem to be the case. So let me wrap it up and then open it to questions. So I have proposed in this paper the first quantitative large-scale study of the electoral returns from personal connections in between political candidates and Catholic religious leaders, in this case, Catholic bishops. So the main, I guess, take-home points from what I've been presenting are that the electoral benefit from a connection can be sizable and can significantly influence the probability that a given candidate gets to be elected. But the main scope condition that I've established, at least as far as this context is concerned, is that it seems to be that the bishop or the religious leader in general needs to be embedded in the local context as a personal attribute to be effective as an electoral mobilizer. And then in terms of the way in which the preferences of the bishop are conveyed to the people, we have seen that mass community events, so in this case, religious festival, can be a possible catalyst. So what do we make of this? So these results are generally in line, I think, interestingly, with literature on non-religious vote mobilizers. So there's like, a lot of theories that say that religious leaders could have an additional, level of trust and enjoy an additional, bonus among citizens, especially pious voters, just because they are, by definition, the spiritual guide of a community. But here it seems to be that just like being in charge of guiding the community might not be enough. So the religious leader, to be effective, he or she needs to be embedded in the local context, which in this paper I have operationalized as being native to the district in which the connected candidate is running. So this puts somehow religious leaders on equal footing, on an equal ground with other types of electoral mobilizers that the literature has found to be effective. So this was all I had. Thanks a lot for the attention, and looking forward to your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Massimo. The first question we have is from Naci Mocan.
Yeah, Massimo, thanks for the great presentation. I have a question which I missed some details, I guess. So you have like 600 some observations, 680 or something. So this is districts by year, right? There is over a period of time these elections. So do I understand?
It's candidate by year. Sorry.
Candidate. Okay. So
yeah.
So I wonder. A bishop is appointed to the district in which the candidate is located, right? And then that gives political support, you know, sponsors or endorses the candidate. I wonder if you can measure, if you adjust for the fact that possible that if these guys are freshmen or they are, you know, incumbents when the bishop arrives, that can make a difference. And also you have shown a result where what happens, I guess, when the bishop exits and reappointment to somewhere else, and then I think there is no effect there. But by that time, if the guy, you know, he's been around for a while, and if the bishop already supported him, maybe that's expected. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that I wonder if you can look at the heterogeneity of the sort of experience and tenure of these politicians, whether they are running for the first time or as experience. I don't know if there's enough power to sort of do things like that.
Yeah, so that's definitely a possibility. So in some of the specifications, I am like, you know, controlling for the age of the candidate, but that's not obviously getting to your point. So I think like looking at the heterogeneity and whether the effect is stronger for like, you know, newer candidates is definitely something that could be going on, and I didn't check that, so that's something that could be easily done. So thanks for the suggestion.
I have a question myself. Sorry if I missed it. All candidates are by definition male, or is there any gender dimension, female?
No. So the overwhelming majority, they are male, but there's also female. So it's like 90 to 10%, more or less.
And do you have any measure of religiosity, church attendance, stuff like that? So as to support how strongly the link between religious beliefs and party support is.
Yeah, so yeah, that would be important, but unfortunately I'm kind of constrained here because the only, you know, reliable measure in the sense of like being disaggregated enough that I have is whether people are baptized. But as you might guess, in Italy, that doesn't mean a lot because kind of like everyone is baptized. I don't have like, especially I don't have time varying measures of like church attendance. I do have one survey that was conducted in 1968, which was getting at whether people were like church attenders, and it's fine-grained enough to be, you know, related to the district level. So I could do something with that, but that would be a static measure just once. And moreover, is not even pre-sample, is right in the middle of my observation period. But yeah, I could look into whether there are other measures, but obviously that's important. I've been looking already and I didn't find anything so far.
One that comes to mind is I saw a working paper recently that looks at religious marriages in Italy versus secular marriages, but I forgot the details of when secular marriages were introduced. I think it goes back to the 20s, that you were able to only marry in the town hall and didn't have to marry in church anymore. And that could be such measure.
Yeah, no, that would be a pretty strong signal, in fact, the fact that you marry outside of the church. Yeah, so I'd be looking for that.
then Haraman has a question for you.
Yeah, part question, part comment. So looking at this impressive list of robustness tests that you have, I wonder if you have much more in terms of looking at the bishop, since your main result is coming from this interaction, and you're telling me the interaction's coming from nativity, the nativity of the bishop. I'd be interested in seeing, a table with, say, other characteristics of the bishop, just to make sure that it really is that, or hearing some information on like how often there is this connection of a native bishop and a candidate, things like that.
Yeah, that's definitely important. So I am in the process of actually trying to build this type of test, trying to see, okay, what are the correlates of being a native, someone who gets appointed into the native district, and try to like basically set up horse races. I have a few of those in the paper, but not enough, definitely. So that's an avenue I'm already trying to pursue, and definitely it's something important, because I mean, it could be native, but there could be other alternative, explanations there. So yeah, definitely.
Another one is about boundaries. At least in Germany, as far as I'm aware, bishoprics don't overlap with political units. They are kind of have completely different boundaries. So I'm wondering whether that gives you variation in the reach of a bishop who may have multiple political districts in his reign, and maybe even partial. There may be districts where 2 bishops are around and stuff like that you could use for additional variation.
Yeah, so in the Italian context, like the diocese, it's a much smaller unit with respect to the electoral district, at least for these years in which districts were very big. So on average, there's like six and a half dioceses per district. So there's definitely cases in which there are more than 1 bishop. I did try to like look for effects there, and there's nothing. And the same holds for like, heterogeneity by the size of the diocese in terms of like, how many municipalities or how many inhabitants. It doesn't seem to be the case that like running a bigger diocese, so one that has more voters, in fact, it's mattering more. And there, I guess, the reason could be that, yes, you might have like more people there, but it could also get like, harder to reach them. So that could be the type of trade-off that then gives the average, null effect for this type of heterogeneity.
If I may, another one on the religious festivals. So there, for you, what is key is that people see the candidate, or the candidate interacts with the locals and can showcase himself, right? So yeah. I'm wondering whether you could use weather variation, rainfall, so that the festival doesn't really take place or fewer people attend, this kind of stuff.
Yeah, this is a suggestion that has already come up, and I think it's very clever. I'm trying to find like data on like weather. I mean, they are there. I'm actually just trying to gather them, and that's definitely something that could happen. Although there's also the possibility that typically they are like, apparently less strict than in Mexico, as we learned. So there's a high chance that if there's bad weather, they would just perhaps like, postpone the festival to the next week. So that could work or not, but it's definitely something that could be explored. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So that brings our first session of ARSEC 24 hours to a close. Thanks to all 4 speakers. And for me, it means I'm handing over the session chair role to Jean-Paul Carvalho. And I hope you stay with us for the next 22 hours. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Sascha.
Jean-Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Welcome to the second session. Sascha's thanked a lot of people, but he missed out on a couple. And I want to thank Sascha himself and Jared Rubin for conceiving of this conference and for organizing it and keeping us connected and engaged during the pandemic. It's an emerging area of economics. I would still say it's emerging, so it's very important for us to be connected and engaged. And I really thank Sascha and Jared for doing so. So we've got a great session ahead. First up, let's just remind everyone of the rules. We're going to do about 20 to 25 minutes, 5 minutes of questions at the end. put your questions in the Q&A, down below, and I will read out the questions at the end of the talk. Okay, first speaker, we have Felipe Valencia Caicedo from UBC. Felipe, you're up.
Thank you. Can you see the slides?
Yes, now I can.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to present and for organizing this extraordinary event. This is joint work with Jen Alex Garcia, Laura Schecher, and Jessica Shu. And I guess it's my first seminar in the future, as it's still the 19th here in Vancouver. So let me jump straight to the economic motivation for this paper. Like, what are the type of questions that we want to try to answer in this research paper? And that's basically, what are the socioeconomic impacts of skewed gender ratios? And we're going to be able to track these massive gender shock in the short, medium, and the long run. And I'm going to show you kind of like how this develops over time with different strategies. And at the same time, it's a paper that's going to ask the question of what's the long-term impact of conflict, especially as it pertains to demographic patterns. So let me motivate also in terms of the literature. So we know that there are historical accidents or policies that can alter gender shocks, and that happens both in history and in modern times. So if you think about what's going on nowadays in China and India, but also with the refugee situation in Europe, and also historically, right? So we have very interesting papers about the California gold rush as a gender shock, and also actually by Pauline, who's probably in the audience, penal colonies in Australia. So those might be cases where you have too many males, and there could be others where you have too many females. So also think about rural to urban migration in Mexico, and historically when you have conflicts, for instance, World War I and World War II. So the way that we think that we're adding to this literature is to focus on the case of Paraguay, and in particular during the Triple Alliance War. This was from 1864 to 1870. I'm going to give you a few more details in a second. And this war, or as a result of this war, approximately 75% of men were killed or died. And as such, is one of the largest gender shocks in human history. So what we do in this paper is to see, I mean, first to document the shock, but then to see whether there could be some effects of this shock in this presentation, for instance, on illegitimate births, female education and employment in the short and in the long run, and just to see whether there is persistence or even when the gender return to parity. So let me just give you a brief sketch of the Triple Alliance War. As I said, starts in 1864, more or less the same time of the US Civil War and also the Taiping Rebellion. And it can be understood, I guess, two ways. One is just kind of what actually led to the war, which is political infighting in Uruguay, the Colorado versus the Blanco party, that were aligned with different regional powers. One supported by Paraguay, and the other one supported by Brazil and Argentina. So because of this infighting, there is kind of an idea from the Paraguayans to intervene in Uruguay, but to do that, as you can see in the map, you need to cross Argentina. Argentina denies that. So then basically this escalates. So at the beginning, Brazil invades Uruguay, then Paraguay declares a war on Brazil because of crossing their territory. Argentina also declares war against Paraguay. And at the end, they consolidate this triple alliance with Uruguay against Paraguay. So that's kind of like what actually happened, but it can also be understood as a broader power struggle of a country like Paraguay that was becoming increasingly powerful, especially militarily, altering the balance of power against its neighbors. So this leads to what is the largest interstate conflict in Latin America in history. It results in massive losses, as I said before. The most conservative estimate says that Paraguay loses up to 60% of its population. And again, it varies quite a bit, but kind of the consensus estimate is from 70 to 75% of the men, and a big chunk of their territory. In terms of numbers, around 450,000 casualties, of which 1/3 are going to be from the Triple Alliance, so like these three countries that I told you already, and the 300,000 from Paraguay. So obviously this is going to alter the gender shock, ranging from 1/3 to 1/7. So what we're going to do in this paper is to collect different data. We use kind of the incidence of war, which is we're going to map where the war happened, and I'm going to show you a map of that in a second. And we're also going to use baptism, also marriage, but I'm skipping the marriage part in this presentation, baptismal data from ancestry.com. So we have almost 4 million observations where we can see, again, the evolution of war over time, and also some of the outcomes, for instance, in terms of illegitimate births. And we're also going to use other standard sources from the Paraguayan historical censuses and the usual kind of like geographic and weather controls. And for the modern time, we're going to use IPUMs to use census extracts from the 70s, the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. So this is what I was telling you before. You can see here kind of like where the war happened. So we're going to focus here on what we called Old Paraguay or Eastern Paraguay. You're going to see in a second like why this Chaco territory is kind of different. And basically there's the evolution of this conflict, like as you see, like the troops are coming from the north, and we're going to use kind of two markers here, battles and marches, and then we're going to exploit not only kind of the spatial, but also the temporal variation of the conflict. So in particular, the comparisons that we have in mind is going to be to use, again, Eastern Paraguay or Old Paraguay. Again, we're excluding the Paraguayan Chaco, which you can see on the map. I don't know if you can see my cursor here. And we're going to compare these to the neighboring countries, so to Argentina, to Brazil, either farther away, so like district level, or very close by, so municipality level. So I'm going to show you the specifications that we're running in a second, but that's kind of like in essence what we want to do, or the type of variation that we want to exploit. And so what I'm going to show you is kind of three main things. So first, just to document this gender ratio. Second, to look at the shorter term or short to medium effect on illegitimate births. And lastly, I'm going to move more to the medium to long-term impacts and look at stuff like education. Okay. So as I was saying before, I'm mostly going to skip the actual specification, but just so that you see it, the type of variation that we're exploiting here is Paraguay against the neighboring provinces or the neighboring municipalities in Argentina and Brazil. And what we're going to leverage off identification-wise is some of these lost territories. So places, I mean, the closer you get to Paraguay, the more similar that they were to Paraguay historically. In some places, they were even the same country before. And just to see like how the intensity of the war affected Paraguay or Old Paraguay. And then the other type of variation that we're going to exploit is more the within Paraguay variation. So there it's going to be not between Argentina, Brazil, and Paraguay, because there might be important differences between these countries, but more like within Paraguay, the intensive margin of the war. So not all parts of the country were affected equally. In some, there was a marching of troops. In others, there were battles, and that's the kind of the variation that we want to capture here. So the first set of results is this question of, okay, let's first just document the gender ratios. And so that we're on the same page, the way that these figures work is kind of like the different cohorts and whether births are at parity or not, okay? So obviously like from the war onward is gonna be 50-50, okay? But people that were in the older cohorts, so that were, let's say 10 years or 20 years or 30 years, old when the war happened, you can see these sex ratios. These at the country level and documented in the 1873 census, which is the first one that we can take a look at these numbers, are up to like 4 females per male. So this is kind of a massive number, especially for the whole country. And then what we do is to compare it with Argentina as a whole, which is going to be kind of one close group, and another closer is going to be the part of Argentina that it's directly bordering Paraguay. And what you see is that, of course, like these places are also affected, but that the shock in Paraguay is much larger. So again, remember that after the war, these ratios are returning back to parity. But before the war, so meaning people that are older when the war happens, they're up to like 3.5 females per male for the whole country, which is obviously a large number. So that's just to, again, document the huge shock, and that it's hitting Paraguay more than the neighboring countries, even though the other countries are also fighting this war. And then there is the other type of variation that I was telling you before about, which is within Paraguay, not all areas are going to be affected the same. So what we see here, we're just comparing before the war or after the war, same game. So after the war, it should be close to parity, 1-1 for males and females. But before the war, you see that places that were closer to, in this case, the nearest march of the battlefield, they have ratios that are up to even like 7 females per male. So again, you see, I mean, kind of like this decreasing pattern. This is just a non-parametric regression or plot of the data, but we can do this in the table version as well. Okay, so it's again the comparison between countries and then within Paraguay itself. So more like the intensive margin. And so that's so all of this is kind of like documenting the shock. And then the next part of the paper is to see if there's some consequence. So you have this massive gender shock, and if there's some consequences that we can see in the data. So the first thing that I wanted to show you are the differences in out of wedlock births. And you can see here, like, of course, there's going to be some differences between Paraguay, Argentina, and Brazil. Actually, the data for Paraguay is a bit noisy going earlier on. And again, of course, there are fundamental differences between these countries. But what's interesting, let me zoom a second to Argentina. And again, I mean, there's obviously like some noise early on, is that right after the war, there's a spike in the number of out of wedlock birth rate. So these are people that go to the to a parish, and when they're going to do the baptism of their kid, there's no father. So usually there's an X or it's left in blank. And what you can see here is that this is kind of an ebb and flow in the sense that, I mean, after 1890 or so, it converges back to the Argentinian trend. Okay, so again, there seems to be something here, but it's kind of a short-term effect, which is the same thing that you can see here in the coefficients, and I'm skipping kind of the table form in this shorter presentation, but you can see that there's an increase in this number of illegitimate births, and then it's going back to the trend, and even like overshooting or overcompensating a bit, at least relative to the nearest neighbors. Okay, so that's kind of this part 2, which is, maybe it's not the gender shock itself, but what are the potential consequences of this gender shock? And this is something that we can also observe in the census when we look at students and teachers, but let me kind of like skip this and move at the other last part of the paper, which is what happens in the longer term. So for this part of the paper, we're looking at we're using IPUM's data and the similar estimation strategy. So like comparing against the neighbors, and also within Paraguay. So like this more intensive margin. And here we're going to look at outcomes such as the female headed household, unmarried living with child, which in the Paraguayan context is called concubinato, or having a concubine, essentially, whether you're employed, participating in the labor market, literacy, primary education. So things that kind of I mean, we care about in modern times, and that might have been shocked with this historical gender shock. And just to reiterate, I mean, it's not like there's still gender imparity. I mean, obviously, I mean, I showed you that it's already back to normal in 1899 at the cohort level, but for the whole country, I mean, it's back to 50-50. I mean, give or take one percentage point either way, but basically it's a country where gender parity is regained. And the question here is, are there some potential long-term effects or long-term differences in these different areas? So we answered these kind of in the positively. Let me walk you through this table. So again, so we're doing kind of two things here with the country effect and also the gender effect. So whether, I mean, obviously for a female-headed household, it's only going to be the country effect. So here what we find is that indeed to today, broadly speaking, there are still more female-headed households in Paraguay relative to its neighbors. It also seems to be the case that there are more unmarried people that in the census declare that they are married living with a child. Again, what in the Paraguayan context is called concubinato, and obviously here the interaction is interesting. So it's mostly in female-headed households, and again in Paraguay. We observe a little bit of an effect in education, if you want to kind of see a glimmer of hope, at least in primary education, meaning that Paraguay, which is albeit a poorer country, has a bit more of education. So if you take the net here, it's still positive even for females. And then kind of interesting effects on employment, which I'm going to tell you a little bit more in the next slide, which is less female employment in Paraguay, which contradicts a little bit some of the effects that we've seen in the literature for other papers. And let me show you as well what happens within Paraguay. So this again would be just as before, kind of more the intensive margin. So we do see again more female-headed households, and more of these households that where people declare that they're unmarried and living with a child. And so again, in this case, it's going to be like, are you in the proximity of battle here in terms of the march line, and especially true for these female-headed households. So there's again like this gender effect. And some interesting results, again, more in primary education than literacy. I mean, literacy basically at this point, it's fairly high, at least in most of the urban areas. But you do see some effects in primary education, even at the intensive margin. And then again, I mean, this is the kind of an interesting result in the sense that it flips a little bit in terms of employment. Okay, so now we see that within Paraguay, so there could be potential differences between the labor markets of the three countries, but within Paraguay, there is a little bit of this female empowerment effect coming from the labor market that we observe for other countries. Obviously, I mean, there's an interesting and potentially relevant interaction here between being able or willing to work and having a kid, and this is something that we discuss more in the paper. So that this is kind of like the summary of the results. I don't want to bore you with all these, but we can discuss some heterogeneous results. In the interest of time, I'm just gonna skip this. And let me conclude, hopefully on time. So what we do in this paper is to look at the Triple Alliance War. So enough time has passed. This was 150 years ago. So we can look at these massive gender shocks. So we document that in history. And then we kind of like track these through time through different indicators. So we show empirically that in the short to medium run, it led to more out of wedlock child rearing. And then even when the gender ratio goes back to parity, we observe that it led to more female education and some differential effects on employment, as we were discussing before. In other slides that I'm not showing you, we examine a little bit the interaction with some sources of persistence heterogeneity, as has been suggested in the literature, and so far we don't find much of that. So I think I'm on time. and I'm more than happy to receive your questions and feedback. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thanks, Felipe. We have a question by Jared Rubin.
All right, thanks, Felipe. Typically fascinating stuff. So 75%, man, that's just an enormous number. It's hard to even kind of fathom what that must have done to society, right? So I guess my question is about mechanism, and you focus on the demographic mechanism. It seems like there must have been a massive economic mechanism as well there in terms of who was working the fields, right? If that was a previously male-dominated occupation, which I assume it probably was, does this shock fundamentally transform the economic structure of the society? I mean, 75% is such a big number. You have to imagine it does, especially when it's gender-based like this. And I wonder if there's kind of ways you can tease out like economic versus demographic mechanisms.
Okay, so thanks a lot, Jared. I mean, spot on. I think that we can do a better job in trying to tease them out. So something that we haven't done yet could be, for instance, the impact in rural areas versus urban areas. And again, I mean, so I showed you really fast some slides that probably no one saw, but the one occupation that we can track in the 1886 census is teachers. So we have some information on schools. So there we see a little bit of that. But I think a more serious analysis of like modern within occupation. So not only like, are you working or not, but where, I think would be super interesting. I mean, one thing is that it's as in many of these papers, right? Like there's probably like some recovery, like these post-war booms, and then it's okay, but that happened, and still is there some stigma, and there's a lot ongoing nowadays in Paraguay of like some things that is like, oh, it's okay because we're like repopulating the nation, but it's back to gender parity. And so, I mean, I take the point, and I think that it would be worth exploring more. I mean, obviously, like as you saw, there's kind of the combination of there's a big war, and then there's the gender shock. So, I mean, of course, it's both, but it would be nice to like tease them apart a bit further. Thanks.
Sascha has his hand up.
I was wondering, more broadly speaking, there are various papers that look at gender imbalances of some kind, and probably Pauline's work is the exact opposite of having a crazy number of males over females. And I'm wondering which types of effects ex ante you expect to be symmetric and where things have to be asymmetric.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question, and it's something that we, I mean, to like position ourselves vis-a-vis the literature, but I mean, at the beginning we were like, okay, it's just the same thing, but on the other side. But I mean, there's nothing saying that these things should be symmetric, and there's nothing saying that these things should be linear either, right? Like, I mean, maybe after like I mean, it's kind of this tipping point thing that if like you lose too many people, like, okay, the whole society collapses, and it's not just like a 10% thing. So, I mean, we can look a little bit just to tie to what Jared was saying of, okay, maybe it's like some occupations that were clearly female and stuff. I mean, obviously, if it's such a massive shock, like it's just, I mean, females have to do everything, right? But it's not super clear that these things should be symmetric. And I think maybe we should discuss that more in the paper of like, okay, at least we know this one case in the gold rush, or this one case in Australia where this was the case. So maybe one thing that is kind of interesting here also is that, for instance, if you think about the California gold rush, it's attracting, I mean, yes, a lot of males, but also a lot of minors, right? So it's kind of like a gender / specific labor shock, whereas here is more of a broader thing of like, okay, it means not only minors, but also cooks or whatever it is. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely worth thinking more, and especially in the context of the literature.
Pauline.
Hi. Yeah, so hi Felipe, you went really quickly on persistence mechanisms that you don't find consistent with the rest of the literature. I was curious whether you could tell a bit more about that if we have a bit of time.
Yeah, of course. Thanks a lot, Pauline, for the question. I don't know if it's a good idea to share the slides again, but since you asked, so there's kind of a couple of things. So let me kind of like do a two-part thing. So one is, as you saw, there are also massive differences between Brazil, Argentina. I mean, it's kind of the usual thing. I mean, there's part of it that is just going to be like a country fix effect. But one thing that comes up a lot in the literature is this thing of, oh, maybe it's because of this Guarani. Okay, so there's a famous book from which we take the title of this paper. So it says Country of Woman, that's the name of the book. And they say, oh, it might be because of the Guarani culture. So what we did is to try some of these interactions with a proxy for Guarani culture, which is speaking Guarani more today. As you know, or as you probably know, Guarani is the second official language in Paraguay to today, so Spanish and Guarani. We didn't find much of that, and so kind of, I don't know if invalidating some of these anthropological literature, a tiny bit on education, and as you probably know, I mean, I've studied a little bit of this in the context of missions, so there could be something tied to that there. So that's one. And the others, again, I'm playing here a bit too much with the slides, but the other two things that we did were interactions with migration. And so as you know, I mean, Paraguay is also a country that experienced some sort of mass migration, not as much as Argentina and Brazil, but like definitely quite a bit. So to see if there were some interesting interactions there with migration, and we didn't find that much. And then there was another kind of, so this would be a little bit like openness, if you think of like maybe the Voigtlander and Voth paper, and again, not much of that. And the other was kind of inspired of like this and Nathan and Paula Giuliano paper of economic uncertainty. I mean, here we cannot, or we don't have like these measures in history that they have. I mean, maybe we should try with their data. But at least in like different types of things like in agricultural productivity, and again, maybe responding a little bit to what Jared was saying of, oh, maybe there are different ways of production, or what Eduardo was presenting later on today, and see if there's any interactions there with like low productivity areas, high productivity areas, and we do not find much. So in that sense, I mean, it's kind of a anticlimactic set of findings. So, or it's not this, it's not this, it's not that. So then the question is like, okay, but what could it be? And this is something that I think some of you in Australia especially have seen before, and have sent us a lot of very interesting suggestions about what could be different culturally. So things like, I mean, maybe this interaction with the church, or looking at the Guarani, but like further back in time and things like that. So that's kind of like what we had, which again is not much, and I guess that's why they were hidden in the appendix. Thanks a lot for the question, Pauline.
Any other questions? If there's not, let me make a quick comment, which extends on what Pauline was asking about and what you just said, Felipe. And that is, you know, it's interesting to think through a model of which fleshes out the mechanism by which this, you know, takes place. So how does the change in the sex ratio affect all of these, you know, quite a range of outcomes that you look at? There's some sense of a household bargaining model here, but there's also a sense that this is not just worked out in a bilateral way, where people are paired, they decide on a particular division of duties or something like that, or resources, and that's it. And then another pair is formed from the population, they decide again. There's a sense that there are norms forming, and these shocks, so that when two people are paired, they're not just deciding on this in isolation, in a vacuum, based on some economic fundamentals or Nash bargaining solution or something else. There's some effect of what's going on in the broader population, possibly in an earlier period of time. And there's a shock that can shift you into a different equilibrium, and that equilibrium persists. But there are models of evolutionary bargaining where you can have something like this, but actually there's no real model that captures everything that you have here and generates the persistence. And that's something that would be, so this you could emphasize that this doesn't fit the standard frameworks, and it gets us to think about how you would actually incorporate all of these effects into a unified story.
So thanks a lot, Jean-Paul. In the last remaining minute, let me just say, I mean, it sounds much clearer when you explain it. So I think we would probably need you as a co-author in this paper to write such a model, which, as you say, like doesn't exist. But I think that, I mean, it's important to have a theory here to discipline a bit the findings, because there's maybe like too much things going on. I would say there are kind of like two things. So clearly a more like bargaining model, and I would even say like a competition model for marriage. I mean, I completely skipped the marriage results, but that's something that we're seeing in kind of like the short to medium term of like some competition and like bargaining. I mean, kind of the usual marriage framework. But then, as you very well said, this extra shift in the longer term, which could change norms. So one extension of the paper that we're working on right now is to look at more cultural outcomes of, okay, I mean, you're seeing these things in the long term, but what about attitudes? Have they shifted? So I think that those will be a bit more consistent. But again, I mean, I think that you know this literature better than I do. And so it'll be cool to maybe talk off the record longer, and just respect the time for now. Thanks a lot for the comment, and everyone for participating.
Thanks a lot, Felipe. Thank you. Okay, so now the next speaker is Rohit Tikku from Chapman. Rohit, take it away. Felipe, can you? Yeah, great.
Can you see the slides, and can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Excellent.
Just move to full screen.
Oh, right. Okay. I guess Jean-Paul, thank you for the introduction, and Felipe, congratulations for that excellent presentation. Today I'm going to discuss a new paper which is titled "Same-Sex Marriage Laws and Coming Out in America: Theory and Evidence from the Catholic Priesthood." The paper is jointly authored with Munir, who is at ex-Marseille School of Economics. So the underlying motivation for this paper came from observing that more and more people are expressing their preferred sexual identity in the society. This is also observed in data. For example, between 2008 and 2016, we see that the share of people that self-identified as sexual minorities or LGBT increased from 4.4% to 5.5% in the United States. And this increase in particular has come from higher or increased self-identification as LGBT among the American millennials. So if we consider the population of American youth, there is a strong surge in the youngsters identifying themselves as sexual minorities or LGBT. Now, concurrently, at the same time, there was a big change in the American society, especially on the legal framework side. Specifically, between 2004 and 2015, same-sex marriage was legalized across various American states in the United States. So if you look at the timeline, in 2004, Massachusetts became the first state to legalize same-sex marriage. And then over the next 10 years, 37 more states individually adopted same-sex marriage reform. And then finally in 2015, the US Supreme Court, Federal Supreme Court, it legalized same-sex marriage across the entire country. In this sense, the passing of these reforms legitimized the relationship between members of same sex or between two individuals or from the LGBT community. Now, this legitimization of a relationship was in fact highlighted in the Supreme Court decision that was made in 2015. 2 points really stood out in a quote by the Supreme Court. First of all, the Supreme Court acknowledged that the legal institution accords marriage as the ultimate arbiter or the ultimate legitimizer of relationship between two individuals. And that by according the same-sex or by legalizing same-sex marriage between two individuals of the same sex, it was according equal dignity or equal legitimacy in the eyes of the law. So one wonders what could have been the welfare, what could have been the consequences of legitimization of same-sex marriage or same-sex relationship between individuals in the American society following the passing of these same-sex marriage reforms. Now, in past few years, there have been quite a few studies which have looked at the implications or welfare consequences of same-sex marriage reforms on improving the labor or reducing discrimination in the labor market or improving the health outcomes for LGBT communities. While these are important, we may underestimate the welfare implications of passing of these reforms if we don't understand or if we don't study their implications on individuals' expression of their preferred sexual identity, or one may, in the common parlance, you would call it a coming out decision in the United States. So to recap, in this paper, we asked two questions. First of all, we asked to what extent does the passing of same-sex marriage laws in the United States influence the expression of sexual identity or the coming out decisions in the United States? And then we also try to understand what are the underlying mechanisms that drive the relationship between same-sex marriage reforms and coming out decisions in the United States. So to summarize the main results, first of all, we find that the same-sex marriage laws did incentivize more coming out in the country. And then these effects of the same-sex marriage laws on these coming out decisions is driven by social factors such as the presence of local gay communities, as well as the local social attitudes towards the gay populations. Now, to understand this impact of same-sex marriage laws on coming out decisions, we exploit data on enrollment of who study to become Catholic priests. So why looking at the enrollment of Catholic priests is important in this instance is because to become a Catholic priest, you make a vow of celibacy. So in a sense, there is a substitution between adopting a priestly identity versus expressing a sexual identity. So by looking at the impact of same-sex marriage laws on changes in enrollment, we can actually identify what could be the implications of these reforms on coming out decisions in the United States. So the rest of the analysis, I will focus on more on the empirical results, but let me give you a flavor of the theory which situates our analysis. So to situate the analysis, we build a stylized identity model, which is based on the Ekerlof and Canton framework, where your identity acts as a commitment mechanism to certain behaviors. Now, of course, everything else equal, men may choose to become celibate priests to follow their religious vocation or their calling, but it could also be to limit the temptation of expressing a gay identity in a society where you have social stigma, or it could also be due to you have very scarce relationship opportunities in the society. In fact, the latter explanation has been highlighted in a number of papers and books across sociology of religion, across literature on law and economics, as well as literature on social psychology. In fact, a study which was conducted by the Catholic Church in 2004 even highlighted or acknowledged the presence of self-selection of gay individuals in the Catholic priesthood. So our model predicts that the passing of the same-sex marriage reform, it would change both the exposure to social stigma for gay men, as well as increase the value of building a gay relationship. So in that sense, the impact of passing of the same-sex marriage law on identity expression would depend or would be driven by the social stigma which is associated with being gay, as well as the underlying relationship opportunities that are locally present. Okay, so let me give you a preview of the empirical findings. So to study the causal effect of same-sex marriage reforms on the coming out decisions, we look at the effect of a staggered state-by-state implementation of same-sex marriage reforms in the United States on enrollment into programs that prepare men for Catholic priesthood. We find that enrollment in priestly studies declined by between 10 to 16% in states that adopted same-sex marriage reform compared to the non-reforming states. We also do a placebo analysis where we study other institutions or other vocations within the Catholic Church, where individuals study to become or study to adopt Catholic vocations, which entail priestly duties, but which do not mandate a lifetime of celibacy. And we find that same-sex marriage reforms have no impact on the enrollment in these sort of vocations within the Catholic Church. So in a sense, this result prefaces that the impact of same-sex marriage reforms on enrollment is being driven by this celibacy requirement within the Catholic priesthood. Furthermore, we look at the social effects or the social conditions that could determine or that could drive the reform, the impact of the reform on the priestly enrollment. We find that the negative effect of same-sex marriage reforms on enrollment is most significant in areas with the presence of gay communities. Furthermore, we also find that social attitudes also tend to mediate the impact of same-sex marriage reforms on priestly enrollment. Specifically, we find that in areas or in states where social attitudes towards LGBT are worse than the national average, we in fact find an increase in priestly enrollment following the passing of the same-sex marriage reform. And we interpret this as some sort of a backfire effect of the reform in areas where the attitudes towards LGBT populations are worse than the national average. However, this effect is actually more than compensated by a strong decline in enrollment in states where attitudes towards LGBT are more positive than the national average. So I would say the contribution of this paper to the literature is basically to find to bring together two different literatures, the economics of identity literature, as well as the LGBTQ, the newly emerging LGBTQ economics literature, in a sense that we assess, in this paper, we assess the welfare consequences of same-sex marriage laws on the expression of sexual identity or coming out experience in the United States. All right, so let me preview a little bit the underlying data that we have. So the data on enrollment in Catholic seminaries is for the academic years 2000 to 2015, and it is collected from the Center for Applied Research in Apostolate. We complement or we supplement this data with cross-section city-level information on gay pride parades in the United States. We use public resources to, of course, to identify the timing of legalization of same-sex marriage across different states in the United States. And then finally, we add to this information on attitudes towards the LGBT community from the American National Election Surveys. And this information is available at the state level. So let me give you a preview of the raw data, which is regarding the Catholic, formation. So this is basically, it tells you a priestly program, which is somewhere in Chicago. It gives the name of the program, and it tells you how many students were enrolled in the program in a given year. So we, based on the information, the location information, we accumulate the total of enrollment in a given at the city level in a given year. So that's how we're able to create a city year panel of enrollment data in Catholic formation. All right. So to understand the causal effect, as I've discussed, we look at the impact of same-sex marriage laws on enrollment using a difference in difference strategy, where a dependent variable is basically the number of students enrolled in priestly formation in city C in a state S in a given academic year T. Our main explanatory variable is a dummy, which switches to 1 if state S passed a same-sex marriage reform in the previous calendar year. So the lag structure allows us to study if, let's say, if the same-sex marriage reform was passed in 2012, we assess its effect on the enrollment in academic year 2013. So then beta 1, our coefficient of interest, can be interpreted as the average change in pre-C enrollment that is attributable to same-sex marriage reform. Now let's get to the results. So table 1 showcases that after controlling for state, it's a two-way fixed effects estimator. After controlling for state and year dummies, state level time trends, and various control variables, we find that the impact of same-sex marriage reform on pre-C enrollment is between 6, there's a decline in states that adopt same-sex marriage law. The decline is between 6 to 11 students compared to the non-reforming states. Now, compared to the sample average of 64 students, this translates to a significant decline of 10 to 16% following the passing of the reform. We performed 2 additional tests to assess whether the relationship is causal. So we use a flexible event study framework to assess if there are any kind of anticipatory effects of same-sex marriage reform on enrollment. Furthermore, this flexible approach also allows us to test if the effect of reform is it persistent, or it lasts only for a short period and then comes back to the pre-trend or pre-reform trend. So we use a dynamic specification where we include dummy variables for 1 to 3 years before adoption, 0 to 3 years after adoption, and 4 years and after. And here are the results of the dynamic specification. We find that prior to the passing of the law, the effects between reforming and non-reforming states, the impact is difference is close to 0, both in terms of magnitude and statistical significance. However, following the passing of the reform, there is a sharp decline, and in fact, this effect persists and becomes even stronger in 4 years and after. Next, we conduct a placebo test where we take advantage of the fact that our identification is, according to our framework, the identification should come from men self-selecting into Catholic priesthood because of its provision of a lifelong celibacy. So this would imply that Catholic vocations were men who can self-select because they have a higher inner preference for a religious vocation, but they do not adopt a celibate lifestyle. These kind of enrollments should not be affected by the passing of the same-sex marriage reform. We take advantage of the fact that Catholic seminaries also train individuals to become deacons or lay ministers. As I discussed before, these roles entail performing pastoral duties, but they do not require having a vow of celibacy. So this would imply, according to our framework, that passing of the same-sex marriage reform has no effect on enrollment of deacons or lay ministry candidates. Results shown in Table 2 show that the impact of reform is close to 0 and statistically not different from 0 on enrollment of diaconate students, as well as the effect is small and statistically not different from 0 in all the specifications on lay ministry candidates. So this result clarifies that the impact of reform is exclusively on priestly enrollment, where the provision of celibacy norm is important. Finally, we also look at the underlying mechanisms that could drive the relationship between same-sex marriage reforms and the decline in enrollment. As I discussed in the preview of the model, we hypothesize that the same-sex marriage reform should increase the value of gay relationship. This would mean that there's a higher incentive for men to choose to express a gay identity instead of a priestly identity in areas where the search cost of finding a gay partner is low. So to estimate this, assess this, we exploit variation in the gay pride movement across the United States. For example, every year a large number of gay people converge in a city at the time of a gay pride event. For example, one of the largest gay pride parades in San Francisco attracts over 250,000 people over a period of a week, where people of LGBT community come together. So we hypothesize that pride parades would be a key indicator of both the presence and the strength of the gay communities. So we would expect that in the areas where pride parades are conducted each year, the search cost for finding a partner would be lower in these cities, and thus we would expect the impact of same-sex marriage reforms would be especially significant in areas where these pride parades are held annually. So to assess this effect, we create a dummy which equals 1 if the city had a history of hosting a gay pride event. And the result showcases that the impact of the same-sex marriage reform is only happening in areas which have a tradition of holding gay pride events. The strong relationship in these cities enable us to conclude that the presence of gay communities is important in determining the relationship between same-sex marriage reform and priestly enrollment. Next, we look at the social attitudes and how should that impact the relationship between same-sex marriage reforms and priestly enrollment. As we propose in the model, this relationship of the marriage reform on individual decision to become a Catholic priest of social stigma. For instance, in areas where social stigma against LGBT identity is low, more individuals would prefer to openly express a gay identity rather than adopt a priestly identity. However, in areas where the social stigma against the LGBT identity is high, in fact, the increased focus that is created by following the passage of the same-sex marriage reform would imply that there might be a backfire effect, which would imply that individuals would be more likely to adopt a priestly identity to avoid increased stigma due to the passing of the same-sex marriage reforms in these areas. To assess this effect, we collect data on social attitudes at the state level from the American National Election Surveys. These surveys provide a measure of how society feels about LGBT identity. It's measured in terms of feelings. So a score between 0 to 100 would imply, a score towards 0 would imply that society is more favorable towards LGBT identity and versus 0. So to assess the mediating effect, we create a dummy variable that equals 1 if the feelings towards the LGBT population in state S was higher than the national average. As I discussed before, we would anticipate that this impact of social attitude may go in 2 different directions in a way that it would augment the decline in priestly enrollment in states where social attitudes towards LGBT population is more favorable, whereas this could actually lead to a backfire effect in states where the social attitudes toward LGBT is worse than the national average. Here are the results. As we see that the positive and statistically significant effect in all specifications on same-sex marriage law tells us that in areas where social attitudes are below the national average, there is actually an increase in enrollment following the passing of the reform. However, this effect is more than offset by a large decline in the number of priestly students in areas where the social attitudes are more favorable. Okay, so on that note, I would, so just to summarize the results of the paper, in this paper, we studied the effect of same-sex marriage reforms on the expression of sexual identity in the United States. As I discussed, we used the data on Catholic seminaries to determine whether same-sex marriage laws has indeed caused a decline in enrollment into priestly studies, which we interpret as increased expression of individuals' preferred sexual identity in the society. Finally, we further identified that the effect of same-sex marriage reform on enrollment is determined by existing social forces, such as social attitudes towards LGBT populations and the presence of gay communities. I'll conclude here. Thank you for your attention. John Paul, your...
Thanks. Thank you, Rohit. Okay, so if anyone has any questions, please put them in the Q&A function. We have one question so far, and that's by Jared.
All right, thanks. So yeah, I've seen this paper before, right? Yeah, thanks for this. I want to know if you could speak to what some more general takeaways are. Yeah, so I think the cause of changes in same-sex marriage law is a big one, an important one to understand. Why do we care about the priesthood?
If we are, so it would be relatively straightforward if we had data on time series data on where people were actually identifying their sexual identity. So if there was any change in people's expression of sexuality over time, that following the passing of reform, then we could attribute, so that it would be straightforward to measure. However, since we don't have this kind of data to actually see if there is any such commensurate effect of marriage reforms, actually looking at Catholic priesthood is it provides this great, a good source of identification, because as I said before, that Catholic priesthood implies having making a vow of celibacy, which means that you basically make a trade-off between whether you want to live a life where you can express your sexual identity, or you make a vow of celibacy where you hide your sexual identity. So by looking at these changes in enrollment, we can identify if these reforms are actually causing people to express their preferred sexual identity following the reform. Hello?
We have a question by Michael Walworth. If seminarians can attend seminaries in different states than where they grew up, does that affect the assumption of statewide attitudes as determined by gay marriage laws, affecting seminary enrollment in given cities? Did you hear that, Rohit?
Yes. I can go back to the screen sharing. Attend seminaries. Thank you, Michael. That's a great question. Yes.
Yeah.
I can't get back to my presentation.
So
Michael,
read it again. I can read it again. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Michael. So yeah, thank you for that's a great question. In fact, the problem for identification would be that if there are any kind of anticipatory effects. So, for example, if people are actually moving in response to the, or even in anticipation of passing of the reform, then of course that would have an impact on identifying the causal effect of these reforms. And that's why doing a dynamic, flexible difference in difference, where we actually look at the differences between states that pass the reform versus the non-adopting states, even before the treatment occurs. Since we don't find any effect prior to the passing of the law, so this allows us to conclude that the impact is only happening after the passing of the reform, rather than any kind of anticipatory impacts.
Pauline.
Yeah, hi. I have a totally different interpretation of your result, possibly. So I'm interested in what you think about it. So imagine a model in which, in fact, the Catholic priests are the most anti-LGBT people. Mm-hmm. And they were in the Catholic Church before because there was some repression, some repression of homosexuality, and then the same-sex marriage laws are passed, and they have to, for example, officiate same-sex marriage, and they have a state for that. So they select out of the priesthood because they are against, this societal change towards more acceptance of homosexuality and the perspective that they themselves would have to officiate. And in response to the previous comment, you could also expect that, they move away from the states in which same-sex marriage laws are passed to engage in the seminary in another state. So you could also affect, this. But does anything in your results suggest that this story could not be true, even though, I don't fully believe it myself, but I'm just wondering whether.
One of the things that we do by looking at this kind of placebo analysis is that the other types of priestly formations or Catholic vocations where people are actually officiating as well. So, for example, lay ministers or deacons.
Yeah. But that could still be the case that the reason why they were Catholics before and not these other religions is that Catholics are more anti, and they're more strongly against this. So it's not like that they go to another religion, is that they don't become priests at all. So, one piece of evidence that would convince that that's not the story is some individual level evidence that, you would find that the selection out of the priesthood is by people most likely to be gay rather than the most anti-gay people of the Catholic Church.
So Pauline,
you have 30 seconds, right?
Right. I was trying to. So actually, maybe we can have this conversation afterwards if we have some time. But my point is that by looking at the distinction between, if you are thinking that across all types of Catholic vocations, people who are officiating, they hold some kind of these resentment against same-sex marriage people. And once the reforms are passed, there is decline in enrollment. One would expect that it's commensurate across all three professions within the Catholic vocation. But given that it's only happening among the Catholic priests, it's difficult to believe that it's only among the Catholic priests who hold very strong anti-gay biases compared to other ministries within the Catholic Church.
Okay.
All depends on the selection into religion denominations, but yeah.
Thank you very much, Rohit, and all those for their questions. Up next is Dean Gerard Dulay, who's in the Philippines, has been hit by a big storm and had some patchy internet. So hopefully it holds out here. Thanks, Dean.
Okay, let's see. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah.
All right. Okay, and can everyone see my screen? All right. So, hi everyone. Thank you for coming. Today, I'm going to present my paper, The Search for Spices and Souls. So the point of departure for this paper is the growing and, I think at this point, relatively large literature on the long run effects of colonial missions. What do we know? In terms of the geographical scope of these studies, we more or less have evidence from many different parts of the world, from Latin America to Africa to Asia. So in spite though of this geographic variation, I do think that these papers tell some variant of a somewhat similar story. So the story on the effects of long-run missions as they persist into the present is something like this. Missions are going to go out and educate the local population. That local population will have improved education, improved human capital, and these improvements in human capital and education persist into the present and lead to higher levels of contemporary education, human capital, and affiliated economic, social, and political outcomes. And I don't dispute this story at all. I totally agree. And I think it's very convincing that this is true. But I'm a political scientist and not an economist. And I look at these studies and think about what more there is to say about the role of missions and long-run outcomes. What is missing from my perspective? I think the glaring omission to me is that the state is still conspicuously absent from these more recent studies. I think that there are historical and conceptual reasons why it's worthwhile to bring the state back in. Historically, I think that is important because the absence of the state from stories of missions is especially curious given the intimate relationship between the church and the state during the period of colonization. I also think that there are conceptual reasons for including the state. Missions want to convert people, but missionary conversion is not a short-run thing. It's not going to happen immediately. It's more of a long-run process of conversion. Missions will stay in a certain area for a while. If missionary activity is going to take time, it is much more effective with a set of political structures, with a political order, including a stable territory, revenue generation, and public goods provision. So historical and conceptual reasons why the state should matter in the story of missions and how that persists into the present. I'm going to ask two particular questions in relation to this broader theme. The first is, how did missions address the necessity of state building in relation to the secular colonial state? And second, what are the long-run implications of this arrangement once I've answered that first question? So this paper's main argument is that colonial missions were not merely educators, they were not providing a purely religious function, they were political organizations and state builders in their own right, what I call the mission of state. What they did was they built up multiple aspects of what we consider to be state functions. They did this because building up state functions was necessary for conversion, because the long-run nature of having to stay in an area, hold it, and actually convert. Implicit in that discussion is that missionary colonization, missionary governance, so to speak, was distinct from secular colonization and hence distinct from secular states. The long-run implication of missionary settlement then, if you were to believe the premise that missions were also political organizations and states, is increased long-run state capacity and long-run economic development. In the sort of literature on state exposure, good, competent states, this is presumably what they do. A variety of mechanisms I hope to show, including human capital, occupational specialization, infrastructure, culture, mediate that main result. I'm going to study the argument in the context of the Spanish colonization of the Philippines. I want to argue that the Philippines has particularly appealing structural conditions that allows us to think about missions as states. The first condition is that the Philippines was actually not extremely resource rich, especially in the periphery of the country. What does this imply? It means that if you are a secular, it makes a lot more sense to you, because you care about enrichment, because you care about profit, to stay in the capital to engage in trade. You're staying in the capital and you're making money there, but there is little incentive for you to go out into the periphery to colonize, to hold areas far away from that capital, because you're not going to make a lot of money doing that. You're not in a resource-rich place. So for secularists, it made a lot of sense to stay in the capital. But there were still converts in the periphery. There are people who presumably could be converted to Christianity. So for missions, even though the periphery was not as resource rich, there was still an incentive for them to go into the periphery, hold that territory, and convert. So what you see in the Philippine case, the implication then, conceptually, is that there's a divergence of settlement between seculars in the capital and areas just surrounding the capital, and missions in the periphery. So what does that imply more conceptually is that when you see missions outside of the capital of the Philippines, what you're seeing is missions asserting themselves separate from the secular state. Okay? So now, even though I think that some of the more recent literature doesn't emphasize the state and political elements of missions very much, historians, qualitative scholars, really take the idea of the mission as state seriously. Paul Dumol, a Filipino historian, explicitly makes this link. What does he say? He says that the statistics on the foundation of parishes are statistics on the foundation of towns. In effect, the history of Christianity in the Philippines would be not only the history of the spread and assimilation of a new religion, but also the history of how the oldest municipal communities that we have today were founded. This sort of assertion is supported by the American historian Stanley Karnow, who describes the many functions that missionaries had in the country, including auditing the parish budget, conducting the census, registering the residents, directing the tax board, managing health and public works projects, on and on and on. What you see here as different elements of state function. I simply wanted to show that for historians, it seems like the political elements of missions is in fact quite salient to them. But then, okay, a mission is going to go into the periphery and establish a certain kind of political order. What did they replace? What political order existed before the missions entered the periphery of the Philippines? Pre-colonial political order. And this was not a blank slate, of course. But what I want to say is that this was substantially different from missionary governance. What happened before missions came in? What was the governance of the country before that? It was essentially extended family networks with the chief at the top. Importantly, it was not ruled or based on abstract principles and institutions. Moreover, this sort of governance was spatially unstable. There were constant challenges to legitimacy of the chief, both from the village and from other villages. They would constantly fight for territory. You would have this sort of nomadic tribe, so to speak, that would have a sort of rule that was not based on actual laws, but on the wishes of the people on top. So the implication then is that this pre-colonial political order did not meet the standard conceptions of the state, at least that's how we think about them. Right? So what did missionary governance do? Missionary governance then in the Philippines was a transition to more legible state functions, including defined territory, including urban plans. It's actually a very specific way of planning out an area. Political organization, there were elections, but of course the missionaries were at the top and could exert their political power at a whim. And there was public goods provision and tax collection. What you see here then is a state, right, because of territory, taxation, public goods, and a bureaucracy. And I lastly want to say that this divergence that I talked about previously with seculars in the capital and missions in the periphery was stable. It was mutually beneficial. The missionaries could convert the population into the periphery. The seculars could stay, make money in the capital, and continue to receive money and taxes from the periphery. They did not have to do their job, the job that they were ostensibly there to do, which was to colonize the population or the whole country. But even if the seculars wanted to take the periphery, they really couldn't. They lacked the personnel and the bureaucracy to control the periphery. For the first 100 years, there was a shockingly low number of seculars who actually entered the Philippines. It was almost exclusively missionaries. And that changed in the last 100 years of colonization. Now, what I'm trying to say then is that there are sort of incentive reasons and constraints that prevented seculars from taking over the periphery. And then you see this sort of stable divergence. All right, so how do I test this empirically? It's actually really, really simple. I'm going to do regression that includes a bunch of controls. The unit of analysis here is the municipality in the present day. The key independent variable is a mission settlement dummy. So equal to 1 if a municipality had a mission settlement during the era of Spanish colonization and 0 otherwise. The dependent variables are going to be direct tax shares and road density as measures of state capacity, and the log of nightlight luminosity as a measure of economic development. I include a variety of controls: the distance from Manila, temperature, precipitation, various measures of soil quality, ruggedness. I'm also going to remove outliers on the dependent variables, cluster at the province level, and include a control for Islam as a competing monotheistic religion. So I'm first going to show the main results. So what we see, I guess I'll first show a map. So this map basically shows where the mission settled in the country throughout Spanish colonization, right? The main results. First, looking at state capacity, we see that the presence of a Catholic mission is positive and significantly associated with higher levels of direct tax shares and higher levels of road density, implying that the presence of a mission, suggesting, right, that the presence of a mission is associated with higher levels of state capacity in the present. We also see the same results for economic development. The presence of a mission in a municipality is positively associated with the log of nightlight luminosity. So we do see some evidence, right, for improvements in state capacity and development in the present. Now, one thing that people ask a lot here is, okay, can we say something about missionary versus secular governance? Because the implicit assumption in the discussion is that missionary governance was distinct from secular governance. Hence, they would have different long-run implications. There are significant data limitations to trying to do this. I can talk about that later if people are interested. But what I'm going to do to get some sort of answer to this question is to use encomiendas, which are essentially land grants, as a proxy for secular governance. I take the data on encomiendas from letters in the late 1500s to identify these encomienda areas. So encomiendas are secular areas. Missions, of course, are missionary areas. And I compare places, municipalities that had either an encomienda or a mission. And places that had both, I don't consider. Okay. What do we see? Well, we actually do not see a difference in state capacity between encomienda areas versus mission areas. The coefficient is negative, but it's not statistically significant. What we do see, though, is that areas with encomiendas and not missions have significantly lower levels of luminosity to areas that had missions but not encomiendas. So there's some support, right, that encomiendas and missions were substantively different. Finally, I want to talk about the mechanisms that drive this long-run effect. State building is a complex process, multifaceted process. So I think it makes sense to think about several different mechanisms that would mediate this result. The data I get for the mechanisms comes from the 1903 census, the first census that the US did when the US colonized the Philippines after Spain. I think the 1903 is particularly appropriate because it happened right after 1898, which is the end of Spanish colonization, and right at the beginning of US colonization. So they weren't able to do a lot of other things at the time, right? And it's also way before, of course, the contemporary outcomes. So what do we see? We see that the presence of a Catholic mission is positively significantly associated with the presence of a telegraph line in a municipality as a proxy for infrastructure. So there's some evidence that infrastructure improved. There was a mechanism that mediates the current result. I also see, generally, there's evidence that the presence of a Catholic mission is associated with more public schools per 1,000 people in 1903 as a measure of human capital. Third, I see that the presence of a Catholic mission is associated with a lower share of the municipal population working in agriculture and a higher share of the municipal population working in trade. I also want to say this is quite similar to, this is no different from the results that others have obtained from looking at missions. So in that sense, I support, corroborates that result. And I also want to look at culture. This is not the center of what I'm trying to do, but I do think it's important to look at it a little bit. So what I do is I look at Jesuit versus mendicant missions and see what areas that had Jesuit missions looked like in the contemporary sense versus areas that had mendicant missions. What I see is that places with Jesuit missions have lower levels actually of state capacity and lower levels of development than mendicant missions. This is not a strong result. There's after the other results, there's a lot of other factors that could be going on. I merely wanted to speak to this result in relation to other papers that have talked about it before. Okay, I have 3 minutes. Let me just talk a little bit about some alternative stories. Maybe I'll just talk about one. So one alternative story, if from historians of the Philippines, they complain that, okay, you can argue that missions were states for most of colonization, but they were not states for the last 100 years because you had a lot of seculars. From 1800, you had a lot of secular Spaniards enter the Philippines. So the mission areas you're seeing after 1800, more or less, doesn't really identify as a purely missionary political organization. It's now the more standard mission state where they're serving as checks on each other. Okay, so what I do is that I remove the last 100 years. I consider those the friar lands, essentially an overlap between missions and states in mission areas. And I see that the results still hold though. So you'd still see that the presence of a mission is associated with higher levels of state capacity and development. This is an interesting result for health. There seems to be actually a positive association with the Catholic mission and the number of malaria deaths in 1903. I'm just going to leave that there. I'm not quite sure what to make of it, actually. As an alternative mechanism to say, well, it doesn't seem to be health that's driving this result. Okay, so just let me conclude. If there's any takeaway, it's actually the conceptual point that missions were political organizations and state builders in their own right. What I see is that the presence of a mission in the Philippines led to long-run increases in state capacity and development. A variety of mechanisms ranging from infrastructure to culture mediate this result. And it's a natural extension to think about these ideas in a cross-country sense. When does this idea of the mission as a political organization hold, and when does it not? And sort of outlining the scope conditions to when the argument makes sense and not is something that's interesting to me. So thank you everyone for listening. I'm looking forward to your questions and very much to suggestions on how to further improve this paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. Okay, so we have a question. Okay, so if you have any questions, please ask via the Q&A function. We don't have any questions at the moment, but if there aren't any, I will, oh, here we are. Okay. Fernando Arteaga, how were the municipalities created? Did the missions serve the political precursors?
So, yeah, so I let me just see that again. Okay, so I think the, so Fernando, you can tell me if I'm wrong, right? But I think the question that you want to ask is so how were these missions actually started, right? How did a certain area undergo a sort of political organization? So what happened here is that because seculars were unwilling that seculars were unwilling to enter into the periphery, the missionaries actually took the responsibility of setting up a political order. Now, in reality, of course, they didn't do that themselves. They had some resources from the capital, especially the military, to help them establish some order. What's interesting in the Philippines, if you look at the historical literature, there doesn't seem to have been much contestation over territory in the area. The literature does seem to suggest that there was some sort of socialization, some sort of charm offensive, and some sort of inducement into improving their economic conditions that convinced some locals to eventually work with the missionaries. There were people who did not agree with that, and they went to the mountains, and there was this sort of contestation, and there was a problem of the monopoly of violence in these areas. But the history does seem to suggest that missionaries, along with military, in case they were needed to control, of course, the territory, were more or less in charge of dealing with problems of controlling and assimilating the local population. There's some actually some interesting work on how they did that using religious amulets and stuff like this to eventually convince the local population on the merits of Catholicism. Of course, apart from building up the economic infrastructure of the place and making it more appealing for people to stay.
Okay, we've got a lot of questions here, 3 from the panel, but let's take some the audience questions first.
Yeah.
So anonymous attendee asks, I'm worrying about the endogeneity problem. Missions went to areas with better conditions. And let's take Jonathan's question as well along with that. And that is, do you have evidence that the missions impacted social structure? For example, family networks, that could be one mechanism linking them to state capacity.
Yeah, so the endogeneity problem, I don't solve it completely. I guess I'm just gonna say that outright. I think that the existing, so what I try to do in this paper is think about, okay, what are the potential sources of endogeneity? What is causing these? What leads to mission settlement in a certain area? It could be distance to the coast, right? It could be a place that's not high up in the mountains. I just try to control for that. One criticism that I did get is that I need to control more explicitly for the pre-colonial order. And there have been papers that I've shown, right? The pre-colonial orders matter into the present. And going forward, I'm going to try to incorporate, I have data on it, I'm going to try to incorporate that into the paper. With respect to some sort of quasi-experimental method, I don't have that yet. I need to think more about it. The Philippines is particularly challenging when you want to look at these certain areas, right? That, you know, like borders and looking at these borders for that kind of quasi-experimental stuff. It's hard because it's an archipelago. So I'm still trying to figure that out, to be very frank. Jean-Paul, should I just go through all the Q&As?
Sure, just go to the one I read out, Jonathan Schultz's.
Yeah,
and then,
yes.
And then we'll read out the next one, yeah.
Yeah, in family structure, no, I don't have that, but I know your work talked about it, and I think that it's almost certainly true. I think that one interesting story here, and I won't answer the question directly, but I think it may be of interest to you, is that you do see when people enter the certain area, you do see a change in the family names of people who are there. So you have a sort of homogenization of the local population into sort of the span. You have Filipinos who are now named Fernandez, things like that, and you have people of Chinese descent because they were trading with China before that. They were also assimilating in some sense culturally when they entered into an area. That might lead to implications, but that might be downstream or lead to downstream changes in the social structure of a certain area. I don't know if that is in fact true. That's just anecdotal at this point, but I do think it's true, and I do think it's worth studying. I'm not sure where the data is for that, but I would be curious in figuring out if that is indeed the case.
Let me quickly jump in. Let me quickly jump in on that, and you don't have to answer it. We can speak later about it. But I think a broader point that Jonathan's raising is what is the precise mechanism here, and you can what is the role of religion in this? So one issue is that you just take the issue of fiscal capacity. You can have, because of congestion in enforcement or just norms, that the stigma to not paying your taxes is very low when no one's paying it. You have multiple equilibria. You have an equilibrium in which very few people are paying the tax, or equilibrium in which many people are paying the tax, paying tax. And you're starting an equilibrium, which is the former when you're doing state building. And it could be that the missionaries are coming in and are creating legitimacy, which in some papers is defined as lowering the cost of tax collection. And they are easing the transition path to the high fiscal capacity equilibrium in a way that the state authorities just can't do, not initially. And so anyway, just a thought on the exact mechanisms here. Okay, Charles Siriban, do you have information on how long a mission has been in a municipality? And is it the case that only one sect has jurisdiction over one municipality? Example, Franciscan and Dominican could not be in one municipality. There's some monopoly situation.
Yeah. So thank you, Jean-Paul, for your comment. Yes, so I do have information on how long a mission has been in the municipality. I don't show this in the presentation. I show it in the paper, where instead of using the presence of a mission, right, or not, I use how long a mission has been there. So a measure of exposure, so to speak, and I leave that in the appendix. And I show that the results more or less hold for using an exposure measure, because the argument would be, right, that it's not just whether a mission was there or a state was there, but how long it has been there matters as well. Okay. Now, is it the case that only one sect has jurisdiction over one municipality? Yes, for the most part. What's interesting in the Philippine case, and I don't know about other cases, but at the beginning, they divided the country into areas where particular sects should go. So for example, the Jesuits took the middle of the country, the Dominicans took the north of the country, and the Franciscans took somewhat like the bottom of the country. Now, that does not necessarily mean that they went to those areas. They were not able to colonize the whole country, the missions were, but that these areas were already mapped out at the beginning.
Okay, so we have three more questions. Why don't we just take all three questions, and they probably will be, you'll have probably about 10 seconds to reply if the questions are short. That's Sascha, Massimo, and Felipe.
Your story about state capacity and taxation and so on, I'm wondering in how far tithing, giving to the church, is training people to give to a broader cause.
Oh, should I take them all first?
You're muted. I guess it's me going next. No, not you, Jean-Paul. It's so mine was like very short about like the timing of things here. So we know that the missions were like triggering economic development, and your argument about state capacity, I think it's very plausible. But do you have a sense of like whether you could disentangle which comes first? Because a story could be that, like, you know, these foster education, which in turn triggers economic development, which in turn triggers demand for infrastructure and more state presence, right? So that was my 8 point.
Felipe?
Yeah, I had several points. Some of them have been like already brought up, but I would stick to two that probably haven't. One, it would be interesting to look at heterogeneous effects by distance to the capital. So kind of like territorial control, if you think about like the work of Elias and Stelios for Africa, for instance, that could be an interesting thing to like tease things out. And the other thing would be to look at more like squarely political outcomes. If you're like pushing this political story, like why not look at like some subnational political outcome, whatever that might be, like political turnover, corruption, etc. Like that. So outcomes that are a bit more like squarely into like the state realm.
Can I have 10 seconds?
Yes, go for it.
Yeah, so thank you for the comments. I take the comments on heterogeneous effects and look at political outcomes and the timing. I think, yes, I should work on that and I should try to incorporate that into the paper. Tithing, I actually think that this is true. It's something that I've had in my mind while I was writing the paper. I just haven't had any, I don't know where to find the data to link it, but my intuition when just reading the history is that this is something that they started with that made them eventually move into actual formal taxation. So yes, I agree.
Okay, thank you very much, Dean.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the final speaker in this session. That's Yu Sasaki from Kanazawa University.
All right.
You there?
Can you hear
Fantastic.
me? Okay.
Go for it.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the organizers for coming up with this great event, and I'm very happy to be part of it. This paper, so let me do a full screen. So in this paper, I explore communications media's role in generating support for or opposition to a government. More specifically, I provide a historical perspective by studying how illegal books shape elites' disaffection with the old regime in France, in 18th century France. Research on the role of media in politics is, of course, not new. One of the most prominent illustrations in recent memory comes from the Arab Spring, where protesters exploit social media such as Twitter and Facebook to generate support for their own cause. But that motivates my puzzle, which is what role do communications media play in delegitimizing an autocratic regime, especially in...
We can't see your screen for some reason. Is it black to you? Because it's black to us.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
That's fine. We can see that.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. Okay. So here I am, right? So again, my puzzle is what role do communications media play in delegitimizing an authoritarian regime in pre-modern times? In modern politics, these communications media do seem to have substantively meaningful effects. And in related research, empirical research also has shown that the radio plays an important role in inciting collective violence in Rwanda, and also in generating mass popular support for National Socialism in in Germany. And in this paper, I explore the link between forbidden books and the French Revolution. And my broader goal is to provide a historical perspective in better understanding the role of communications media in authoritarian survival. So that's the kind of broader context in which I work on. My main argument in this paper is that the diffusion of illegal literature delegitimizes the ancient regime. And I use two measures to proxy the French Revolution. The first is the number of immigration of elites after the revolution. And the second is number of death sentences meted out in the post-revolutionary tribunals. And my main explanatory variable is the diffusion of more than 600 illegal books distributed in France in the 18th century. So I make three contributions in this paper. To the best of my knowledge, this is the first to explore empirically the impact of illegal books on the French Revolution. And by doing so, I digitized the previously undigitized corpus of 720 illegal books by drawing on works by the prominent historian Robert Darnton, published in 1995. And I also made contributions by digitizing some of the measures on the French Revolution. So just to preview what's to come, one of the main findings in this paper is that the diffusion of these illegal books is positively and significantly correlated with the emigration of particular elite groups, more specifically the noblemen and clergymen. And one substantial effect of is that the diffusion of about 3,000 illegal books is predicted to have about 450 noblemen fleeing from France and about 430 clergymen leaving France. However, the diffusion of these books is positively but not significantly correlated with death sentences. And I address a couple ways to address indigeneity concerns. One is that to show that book dealers selling these books with the highest number of copies is actually located far away from the Swiss print shop located in Neuchâtel. And I also control for a couple political or state capacity measures as well. Empirical research has shown that the print media plays an important role in the politics and the economy in pre-modern Europe. So for example, the invention of the Gutenberg press is shown to have lowering cost of access to information, and that has a positive impact on economic growth and also the cause and spread of the process of Reformation. And at the same time, pre-modern European states began around the late 15th century to invest in expanding postal networks as proxy for state capacity. And the expansion of postal networks is shown to have a positive impact on modern economic growth. And in another working paper of mine, I also showed that the increases in travel cost based on these postal networks in pre-modern times have a positive impact on draft evasion and non-French speakers in the 19th century. And finally, in the case of France, the state also began to place restrictions on printing as early as in the early 17th century, which is indicative of the publication of print media that's perceived to be subversive to the state. Okay, so in this paper, I'm talking about illegal books. In order to understand what illegal books are, I need to first define legal books. So legal books are basically ones with with an official stamp. And it can come from either permission or privilege, which basically functions as a modern copyright. And illegal books can come from officially licensed printers, and those those licenses are limited as part of restrictions. And also these books should bear content of what's deemed as standard or orthodox quality. And this rule applies to basically everyone, including famous writers we know today, such as Voltaire, Rousseau, and people like that. So these writers actually visit censorship offices to obtain approval. And the illegal books are actually the residual category of the legal books. So that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. So, and these books, in order to kind of minimize confiscation detection, are typically sold and distributed as philosophical books. And just to give us a taste of what an illegal book looks like, let me discuss briefly a book called Thérèse Philosophe, which is a work of porn. If you're watching this in the morning, I'm sorry, but this book basically describes the moral corruption, the Catholic Church's moral corruption and debauchery and things like that. And of course, these books are deemed unorthodox and hence deemed illegal. And just to let you know, I chose to display an English version of this book because if you look at the original French version, these images tend to be much more vivid. So again, I apologize for showing you this if you're watching this in the morning. And this map shows the distribution of geographical distribution of major booksellers shown in orange and minor booksellers shown in blue, along with the location of the Swiss print shop, Neuchâtel, along the eastern coast, eastern border of France. And the overview of my argument is that the distribution of illicit literature undermines the legitimacy of pre-revolutionary ancient regime, and these books are mainly bought and read by elites. And these elites include aristocrats, noblemen, royal administrators, and things like that. And I consider the publication or production of these books as a function of consumer preferences of these elites. And I work on, I think of this in the spirit of the Genskow and Shapiro article in Econometrica. And my main point is that by the time of the French Revolution, and when the French state began to collapse, and these disaffected elites didn't really protect the state, even though they are the ones who benefit the most from the preservation of the state or survival of the state. So let me discuss an empirical strategy. So again, I have two outcome variables that proxy the French Revolution. One is the emigration of elites recorded at the department level, and also death sentences meted out after the French Revolution. And what's nice about these data is that the data is classified by specific elite groups like nobility, clergy, and upper middle class. So I can basically see the extent to which these books are read by these specific elite groups. And this is the geographical distribution of immigrants after the revolution. Darker colors indicate higher proportion in quintile of immigrants overlaid with the location of major booksellers. And this is the same for death sentences. And my main explanatory variable is diffusion of 600 plus illegal books in the 18th century. And this is drawn from Robert Darnton's work, which originally includes 720 completed orders made to this French, Swiss print shop beginning in the early 13th century. And this shows the time series plot on the number of illegal publications. As you can see, the number of publications, substantially increases toward the end of the French Revolution. And the same is true for the number of copies and the number of orders. And this bubble chart displays the relationship between the number of copies on the y-axis and the distance from this Swiss print shop. And the size of the bubble indicates proportion. And this figure basically shows that the major book dealers, such as Bordeaux and Rennes, are actually far away from this Swiss print shop. And Paris comes in somewhere in between. And because there's no kind of established method to measure the diffusion of these illegal banned books in pre-modern times, I take the following approach. So first, to compute travel, to measure diffusion, I first compute travel time in days between known major bookseller locations and city I, and then I calculate the intensity of impact by using the formula called inverse square law, which basically captures the intensity of a substance, which approximates 1 over distance squared over distance, right? So the intuition is that if the closer you are to the source of the impact, the more impact you receive from a substance. And this measure is typically used to measure the impact of substances such as radiation, heat, light, and things like that. And the obvious criticism is that books are not diffused in the same way as radiation, heat, and light, and that's completely correct. But my intuition is that in the absence of more modern communications technologies such as telephone, radio, and things like that, the diffusion of these books basically follows the existing postal network infrastructure. So that's the kind of assumption I take. So this is the kind of the way this is kind of showing the maps of travel time from Paris and other cities. And based on this intensity rates, I'll multiply them by the number of copies from every major book dealer city. And the only assumption I take to calculate the diffusion of these books is that if you are living in a single day travel from a major city, I have 100% intensity of these books. And in the interest of time, I'm showing only one example of this diffusion, which is diffusion through the nearest book dealer. And so that's my independent variable, and I also control for a number of covariates such as political institutions, geography, economic, and other factors. And since these are observed at the city level, I aggregate them at the department level, which is recorded at the for the dependent variable, and that's the approach I'm taking. So this is results on the bivariate relationship between illegal books diffusion and the emigration after the revolution. The relationship is basically positive and significant, except for the upper middle class. Basically, a similar story finds when it comes to death sentences. And I basically obtain the similar results when I include covariates. And to make sense of substantive effects, I resort to a simulations approach to understand the extent to which illegal books diffusion has an impact on emigres. So, and this figure shows that if you're moved to the right of the slide, you're closer to the book dealer cities, and you're more exposed to illegal books. And if you're exposed to about 3,000 illegal books, you are expected to have about 450 noblemen leaving from France and about 430 fleeing from France. And I hear the saying for death sentences, point estimates are positive, but there is a huge uncertainties around those point estimates. And similar stories obtain when I include department level confounders. So just to conclude, I show that illegal books are quite diffused across France. On the eve of the revolution, I make what I consider innovative measures to capture the revolution and diffusion of illegal books. And I show that there is a positive and pretty much significant impact between the diffusion of illegal books and the revolution, but not uniform impact across all types of elites. I stop here and I look forward to your feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hugh. Questions? I don't see anyone with a raised hand or anything in the Q&A. If you have a question, please place it in the Q&A function. Sascha.
Hi, thank you for the talk. Could you just clarify again for me who declares these books as illegal?
The state.
The state. So not the church, but the king as a secular ruler. So what does he fear?
What do they fear? They fear that the authority of the state and elite groups, such as the church, is challenged and threatened. So that's a short answer. So that's why they banned books that criticize the state, the monarch, and the church.
But you have a sense of the share of books that are against subversion of the state as opposed to the church. So how much this whole secular religious dimension I find fascinating.
So at this point, I don't do any content analysis. So just to answer your question more broadly. So these books again are sold and distributed as philosophical books to avoid confiscation, and people who basically carry those books had to operate at night because if they are captured, they could be put on jail. So that's the kind of the risks that these publishers and distributors took. So that's the extent to which, but the demand is so high, so that's the kind of the extent of risks they took to sell these books.
You might want to exit screen sharing so we can see you as you speak.
Okay.
Jared?
Oh, all right. Well, Sascha more or less asked what I was going to ask because Sascha does have a very nice paper on banned material during the Counter-Reformation. I too was wondering about specifically kind of Protestant stuff. How much of this is kind of old Huguenot? Because this is still kind of a contentious issue in France through at least the 17th century and into the 18th century. So I do think that to build on Sascha's point, this is something that's kind of important for you to look through, and it actually shouldn't be hard. I don't think anyone's asking for a content analysis. You can just analyze the titles and be able to figure out what most books are, at least whether they're secular or religious in nature.
Okay. So as far as the publication of books, I'm not sure the extent to which Huguenots are involved, but I know of the fact that Huguenots are involved in the publication of journals, and they're located in places like the Netherlands, and basically sent journals to magazines to France. But Yes, Jared is right about looking at the titles, but the titles can be deceiving in order to kind of, again, minimize confiscation, but I'll take a look anyway. So thank you.
Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
I guess disentangling the secular and religious content of these books is not always that easy, right? So one of the banned books is Pierre Beaumarchais' Marriage of Figaro, and in that it says, one of the characters says, well, what have you done to deserve such advantages? You put yourself to the trouble of being born. And it is an attack on the aristocracy, but it's also an attack on the religious legitimization of the aristocracy. And it is a move to a more rational, order. And so in that sense, it can be difficult to disentangle. I think Pauline has a question.
I just have a question. Maybe I've missed it, but do you have good controls for literacies? Like, to what extent, the circulation of these illegal books is correlated with the circulation of legal books and literacy? I was just wondering.
Yes, I don't have it on the slides, but the general literacy is positively correlated with the distribution of these books. But and I also look at the distribution of encyclopediae, which is kind of the journal public subscription for the elites. The relationship between that journal and the distribution of these books is actually, the line is actually flat.
Okay, and you have good controls for literacy, like is that measured?
Yeah, I do have a kind of average literacy, and that's the only control I have.
All right, and another question as well is that so how much of your effect is driven by Bordeaux and Rennes, which would have been maybe influenced by foreign ideas, or I don't know how much there would be exchanges of ideas for these big towns closer to the coast, or like, are your estimate relying on those two towns very much, or?
So I do control for access to like commercial fairs where these towns played a significant role, but I haven't actually thought about the mechanism of like foreign influence. So that's the kind of avenue I have to take into consideration later on.
Sascha has a question from someone on YouTube watching the live stream.
Yeah, someone passed on this question to me. So your finding seems to be the more illegal books there are, the more emigration there is. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, to the extent that these were more upper tail human capital people in the lingo of these days, that should then have had a negative impact on those areas in terms of growth, development, if you lose the smartest people. Is that true, or?
I do control for population size, which is the proxy for economic growth. If that answers your question.
Hard to say, because the person can only chat with me and I can't check back. I have another one. You seem to say that Neuchâtel plays a big role in terms of supply of these books, but books can be printed anywhere and shipped secretly from, I don't know, Belgium, even Germany. A German printer may make money by printing stuff in French. And so is it safe to only use stuff that...
so that's a data, yeah. Yes, so that's a data limitation question, and I think the biggest reason why historians of the book rely so much on Neuchâtel is that they have excellent record keeping. So, but they, I don't deny the influence of printed books from other cities, but I think data is much more patchy.
There's one more question via the chat, the Q&A rather. And you may want to turn on your video while we do this.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, this is a question from Nick Core. Thanks for, if I got that right, thanks for the presentation. 2 questions. Is the mechanism via citizens who read the illegal books and want to get rid of elites, hence immigration, or via elites who read these books and were worried about sentiment and hence left before they could come to harm? That's one question. And the second question is for identification. How do you control for the other sentiments by revolutionaries that may drive immigration as is? That is, illegal books are the symptoms of existing attitudes in the first place. 1 minute.
Okay, so I can't answer them all.
Sure.
So historical evidence suggests that these books are predominantly read by elites. So that's my main concern. And there is no empirical evidence about that. And the extent to which these elites didn't really help the French state collapse is not really shown. So that's the kind of first foray into that area. So, but historical research also showed that there is a kind of a lot of Enlightenment work diffused across France, and that's one of the reasons why these books are well read. So your questions are well taken. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, you, and to all the participants in the second session. And now I'll pass the torch over to Pauline, who will chair the third session.
Thank you so much. And yeah, thanks a lot to Jared and Sascha, who done the bulk of the work on this organization, on the organization of this great workshop. So it's time now to go to the next station directly. So there's been a change in the program. In that the first presenter is not Michael Jeter, but Robbie Akerlof, who's going to tell us about narratives and the family. So Rob, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Can you see my, thanks so much for having me. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you so much for, stepping in like this. And
a pleasure, a pleasure. Okay, so I'm going to be talking today about some joint work with Luis Rayo, and it's on narratives and the economics of the family. Okay, so this is largely a theory paper, but I want to start with some empirical motivation. And so I want to start with a stylized fact for you, okay? And so the stylized fact is that family behaviors and beliefs tend to bundle together into rather specific packages, depending on a family's type. So I'll be clear what I mean by this. So here's a kind of exercise, okay? So take a group of people and ask them 2 questions. So question 1 is sex before marriage wrong? Okay, so see what they say. And how much do you agree with the statement that it's better for men to work and women to tend home? So see how they answer, and then classify respondents into 2 bins based on their answer. So we'll cluster respondents into bins, and we'll call one bin a traditional bin and the other a modern bin. Okay, so this table 1 shows the results of this sort of an exercise. This is with data from the General Social Survey, which covers the United States. So these bolded questions are questions 1 and 2, but we also want to look at the responses to a number of other questions and a number of other characteristics of these individuals. So what do we find? So we find that there's strong differences across a whole set of categories between people who are in this traditional bin and people who are in the modern bin. So the tradition, and so I think all of these would probably accord with your intuitions. People in this traditional bin are more likely, for instance, to say sex before marriage is wrong. They're more likely to agree that it's better for men to work and women to tend home. There are a whole variety of other differences though here. So for instance, they're more homophobic. So they're more likely to say that homosexual sex relations are wrong. So when asked what are important qualities in children, obedience or thinking for yourself, they emphasize obedience more in the traditional BIM. Something that goes along with this emphasis on obedience, they're more inclined to spank their children. They're also have a higher marriage rate. They tend to have children at a younger age. They're in professions that are more segregated by gender, okay? And they're also more likely to have a gun in the home. Okay, so this is what I mean when I say that there's sort of a bundle of behavior that go along with a type. So these are a whole set of things like having a gun, being opposed to homosexual relations, you know, women tending home and men working. These are things that would form a bundle, okay? So just to drive this home, so if we saw someone who is an authoritarian husband or father, that would be predictive of this traditional type. Someone who's a male nurse, so this goes along with the idea that people are more gender segregated in the traditional bin. So male nurse would be predictive of being in this modern bin. So the key kind of theoretical question we're going to ask is why do we see these particular bundles? Why do things like authoritarian parenting, homophobia, having a gun, why do all these things go together as a package? Okay, and so we're going to build a model to try to explain why we see these bundles. And so in particular, we're going to augment the Becker model of the family, and we're going to suppose that families care about more than just consumption. So in addition to caring about consumption, families also hold narratives. I'll say more about how we model narratives and what they mean, but these narratives serve as an important form of motivation for families, in addition to seeking consumption. And so we're going to then show that these different narratives give rise to different bundles of behavior. So for the most part, we're going to treat the story or narrative that a family has as exogenous, since our sort of main aim is to show why particular things bundle together as a package. But there's a little bit of discussion in the paper of how to endogenize narratives, and in the Q&A, I'd be happy to talk more about that. Okay, and so we're going to focus in particular on two stories. And in many ways, these stories are polar opposites. So these stories, you know, they're not sort of arbitrarily chosen. We think of them as sort of distillation and formalization of stories that are widely discussed in sociology and anthropology and political science. And I'll say more about what they are in a little bit. So one narrative we call the protector narrative. And it gives rise to a sort of traditional type of family. So a family where there are strong gender norms, where members are cast into two distinct roles, men and women are pushed towards separate spheres, and men are expected to act tough and be authoritarian. This second narrative we're going to look at produces a sort of modern type of family, where roles are less distinct, family members have greater latitude in their decisions, and marriages are based to a greater extent on romantic love. Okay, so there are a lot of things we'll try and put into these bundles. So I want to explain that, you know, we don't think these are the only narratives that are relevant for families. And the typology that I showed you in table 1, this is a very crude typology. One could surely have a more sophisticated topology. But what we want to do here is kind of an exercise to show that there are things that bundle together and they're associated with particular narratives. So you could imagine adding more narratives to this model and developing a kind of richer picture of families than we do. So this is in part a kind of exercise that's illustrative of the value of bringing narratives in to understand families. Okay, so kind of note on methodology before I turn to the model. So this paper we think of as a marriage between economic theory, which emphasizes parsimony and rigor, and sociology, whose core methodology we see is involving it involves understanding people's behavior through the lens of the narratives. And, you know, so part of the, I think, parsimony and rigor here is that, you know, we're going to get a lot of action from just putting two stories into this model. So it's going to give rise to these whole bundle of behaviors, and we're going to see, for instance, you know, gender norms that emerge endogenously, sexist behaviors that arise without sort of assuming sexism ex ante. So a variety of things are going to come out in a parsimonious way. And so our goal is to sort of take these narratives seriously and uncover also their interaction with economic forces. So I think that's part of the power of this, is that families respond very differently to economic shocks depending on their narrative. So I think that's part of the power of the theories, is that once you understand who a family is and what their story is, there's much more predictive power. You can learn a lot more about how families respond to shocks. Okay, so let me now dig into the theory. And so we're going to start here with a simple model. And what we do in the paper is we progressively add elements to flush out a bundle of behaviors associated with each narrative. So I'm starting with this simple model, and I'll tell you a little bit about how we flush out the bundle with extensions to it. Okay, so here's the simple model. So a family has n members, and they're going to choose a job for each member, okay? And a job is described by a wage, W. So we're going to assume initially that all family members are the same. So far there's no gender in the model even. And every family member is qualified to work any job with wages in the interval 0 to W max, okay? And WI is going to denote the job that's selected for family member I. And we'll assume there's some endowment of income for the family as well. So W naught's going to denote per capita unearned income. And family members split income equally, so each member receives W bar plus W naught. Okay, so the choice of jobs is going to result in an outcome for each family member, okay? And we denote that VI. And so the first aspect of this outcome is some consumption utility. So this would be like a standard Beckerian model. And the second term is what's new. So what we're adding that's new is this idea of story utility. So the occupational choice for each family member results in some utility that depends upon the family's story S, okay? And so the particular shape of S, it's going to depend upon the particular story that the family tells itself, okay? And as I mentioned, we're going to take the S as exogenous for most of this talk. Happy to talk about endogenization in the Q&A though. Okay, so family members are going to fully internalize each other's outcomes. And so the family's objective then is just to maximize the average outcome V bar. And what you can see, which makes the analysis much simpler, is that V bar depends upon the family's job selection only through the average wage and the average story utility S bar. So we can think about just maximizing with respect to W bar and S bar. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to solve this model for each of these two stories I mentioned to you, the protector narrative and the fulfillment narrative, and show you what comes out. And then what we do in the paper is we add a bunch of elements to the model which further flush out the bundle of behaviors for each narrative. And I'll tell you a little bit about how we do that after giving you this simple model. Okay, so here's first the protector narrative. So here's the story briefly told of the protector narrative. So the story is about purity. So purity or lack of corruption is valuable and it's worthy of protection. And the world is a dangerous place and it's full of corrupting influences, okay? And so there's a whole literature that, you know, particularly in disciplines like anthropology that talk about purity. So virtually every culture has specific ideas of what's dirty and prescriptions for avoiding contamination. And there are a number of things that are seen as potentially polluting, such as sexual contact, exposure to untouchable individuals, or immoral acts, which are often seen as stains, and certain forms of knowledge. For instance, getting sex ed, that might be seen as something that's polluting. Okay. So how are we going to sort of formalize and distill this idea? So we're going to assume that we're going to equate story utility with purity. So we're going to assume that there's a P of W function, and it's a purity attached to each job. Okay. And we're going to assume a particular shape for this purity function. And it's going to be downward sloping and convex. Okay, and so what's the idea here? So the idea here is, so remember, we're looking at a particular individual's job set. So we're fixing their human capital, right? So the idea is for a fixed level of human capital, in order to get a higher wage, you'd have to do something that exposes you to more potentially corrupting elements. And so with that greater exposure comes a loss of purity. Okay, and so that's why we get this downward sloping shape. And the idea of purity is also something that's kind of all or nothing, right? It's, if you think of the Adam and Eve story, you eat the apple and you've lost your purity. So it's close to sort of 0-1 thing. And so that idea that it's sort of close to 0-1 gives you this idea of a convex shape, okay? All right, so now I'm going to solve the family's problem with this function. And so we can think about a production possibility frontier. Okay, I'm going to focus on the case of a large family for the sake of exposition. It just makes life a little bit cleaner, but we get similar results for small families. Okay, so with a large family, there's a production possibility frontier. So this is the possible combinations of average P, or average story utility, and average W bar that you can reach. So the frontier looks like this, and it's achieved by convexifying between having some family members in one extreme role, a high purity, low wage role, which we call role A, and a high wage, low purity role, which we call role B. Okay, and so you can think of the full solution as some indifference curve to this frontier. Okay. So what are these roles? So, I mean, this is sort of what we envision as these roles being. So, this is a 1959 Bell telephone ad of this sort of happy 1950s homemaker. So this is potentially a version of a high purity, low wage role. And here's a 1950s equivalent. You probably recognize this as Don Draper from Mad Men. Here he is sort of man-spreading of what a sort of role B breadwinner might look like. Okay, so these are potential images to keep in mind. Okay, so obviously we haven't put gender into the model yet. As I'll sort of indicate to you in a minute, there's a strong tendency for these roles to become gendered. Okay, and so as a result, this model helps us understand a view that's held sway in many societies over many time periods, which is that women and men should occupy separate spheres. So in this view, a woman's proper place would be a domestic sphere, and a man's would be a public sphere. Okay. So it's easy to add a little bit more richness to this model. So for instance, imagine there are two types of work, regular and protected. So these protected jobs are jobs that are higher purity, but with lower earning potential. So you might think of something like, a teacher, or working on a family farm, something like that. So you're more protected, but less earning potential. So here we could get a different frontier potentially. So in general, these frontiers are concavification of these curves. So we might have an additional point here on the curve. And in particular, we can get comparative statics like a low earning potential family, one with a lower W max, might, rather than convexifying between this role A and a role B, they might instead put some member, they might convexify between sort of protected work and a role B. Okay, so that's just worth keeping in mind. All right, so let me now turn to this other narrative, which we call the fulfillment narrative. So briefly told, the idea is that, what's important under this narrative is fulfilling individual desires. And the world is seen here as a place that's filled with opportunity. Okay, so it shifts emphasis away from ideas of purity and corruption, and instead it encourages the pursuit of individual desires. It views the outside world as a place where these desires can be fulfilled, right? And at a deeper level, it emphasizes naturalness over purity, and desires being part of one's nature are seen as something valid. Okay, so I mean, one place you really see this narrative is in Betty Friedan's Feminine Mystique. And you see this, I mean, this narrative is really coming into force in the 60s and plays a big role in the women's movement. So she really talks about how women are not fulfilled in these housewife roles. And that's something that is important. Okay, so a way to kind of formalize this idea of fulfillment is by equating story utility with a fulfillment function, F. Okay, and so we're going to assume it has a shape like this. Okay, so it's initially increasing and it's concave. Okay, so the most important thing being that it's initially increasing, that it's not fulfilling to not work. The downward bit suggests that, maybe at some point there's some trade-off between fulfillment and wages. That's not essential to our story. Okay.
5 minutes.
Good, thanks. I'll try and be brief wrapping up. I'm close. Good. Okay, so all right. So in this case, the frontier is just the function itself. So every point on the frontier represents every member is just assigned to the same role. Okay, and so in this case, we get a unique role in the family. Okay, and so this narrative can give rise, in contrast to the other narrative, to equal marriages. Okay, so now I'm going to briefly talk about adding additional elements to the model to kind of flesh out the bundle. Okay, and I'll just sketch this to you, obviously. Okay, so one thing we can do is we can add marriage to this model. So a simple way to add marriage is to assume that you could stay single and get your payoff VI, your own outcome, or you could be married and get the average of your outcomes, plus there might be some affinity associated with marriage. Are you a good match or are you not a good match? Okay, so here there would then be 2 reasons for marriage. One would be that you have affinity with each other and you like each other. Another would be that there are potential gains from specialization, right? And as is, I think, already clear, this second reason for marriage is only present under the protector narrative. And so the implication then is that you might have a higher marriage rate under the protector narrative because there's this additional reason to marry, okay? And you might see marriages that are not so much about romance and love as you would under the fulfillment narrative. Okay, so a second thing that we can do is we can add endogenous gender norms. And what we do in a nutshell is we assume that people want to be coordinated with people of their own genders. So, and the idea being sort of if, it's common for women to work, then it's fine, it's fine from the point of view of fitting your gender to work. But if it's uncommon for women to work, that's more problematic. Okay, so we get 2 core predictions from this. So one prediction is that when there are gender norms, this leads in protector families to a pecking order, where one gender is assigned to the breadwinning role before the other gender is, okay? And so, you can get women who are breadwinners, but you tend to have men assigned to that role first. So, you might, for instance, have the widow, who she'll become a breadwinner, but only if the man's not there to do it. Okay. A second prediction is that, so we look at an equilibrium for a whole society, and what we find is that stable equilibria under the protector narrative have strong gender norms. And the reason for that is that even a small societal gender norm induces pecking orders within each family. And these pecking norms in turn lead to then very strong gender norms within the society. Okay. By contrast, and the fulfillment narrative, it's possible to have equilibria with weak or even no gender norms at all. Okay. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip this over, but there are interesting things like same-sex marriage. You can get that this will endogenously be frowned upon when you have both gender norms in the model and this marriage choice. So be frowned upon under the protector narrative when you have both gender norms and marriage as a consideration. Okay. And the final thing I want to do here is I want to think about sort of adding toughness and authoritarianism. And so the idea here is that, you know, imagine that family members could decide whether to be tough or not. So tough might be learning to fight or something like that. But, you know, we would also lump in under this idea of toughness things like getting sexual education. So all of these are things that rotate the purity curve. The idea being that, you know, if you get some, if you learn to fight, you know, that's something that's has some loss of purity associated with it, but it might protect you against sort of further exposure. And the prediction that you get then is that role A's, who once we've added gender norms, they might be largely women, they're going to not be so tough, and the role B's, who might be largely men, will be tough. To get authoritarianism, then that's something that directly follows from the idea that there are these imbalances in toughness. So that might follow literally from different sort of strengths and knowing how to fight, but maybe more importantly, things like the men get sexual education and the women don't. So there's this sort of knowledge that the women are supposed, whether they are innocent or not, they're supposed to act innocent. And so that allows the men to kind of dictate to them. Okay, so I just have a conclusion, which I'll kind of skip over in the interest of leaving more time for the Q&A. So thanks very much.
Thank you, that was great. So there's a question by Jonathan in the Q&A, and I'm gonna read out. So related to endogenizing the narratives, could there be a functional reason for the narratives? That is, some family types are better equipped to a particular environment.
So I think these things can be functional, but I think they needn't be. So one of the things that we talk about in the paper, for instance, is crisis of masculinity. And so here, there's sort of an interesting thing when you put gender norms in the model with regard to marriage, which is that if you have a group that has some negative shock to their earning potential, so this might be due, say, to deindustrialization, this can lead men to then, they can't perform well as breadwinners because they have this low earning potential. They can't switch to role A because of the gender norms. And so they don't perform well in either role. They're not very marriageable. This can then lead to breakdown of marriage. And I think, you know, if people could switch to a fulfillment narrative, it could lead to much better outcomes. So I think there's some things that, there may be some functional reasons these narratives come about in the first place, and our endogenization suggests that. But I also want to indicate that I think there's some very serious ways in which they could not be functional, and that comes from the fact we think they're sticky. So a lot of what we say in the endogenization is that they're sticky, and people want to be coordinated with people around them, and so that's something we see. I'll just flip to a picture. So we see, this is a picture of sort of concentration of traditional types by region in the US. So there's a lot of geographical clustering. So that's perhaps indicative of this coordination desire and choice of narrative.
Sascha?
Hi, that's super fascinating. I was thinking about the evolution over time and space of these models, role models and family narratives. And one thought I had is birth order. So say the firstborn breaks the ceiling, does that help the others as a trendsetter? And something that might countervail there one of my most favorite papers ever is the geography of the family, which makes the point that the firstborn typically moves furthest away from the parents, more than the secondborn, thirdborn. And the lastborn kid is then stuck and has to look after the aging parents. And that imposes a different role model on the lastborn, not by choice, but more like residual claimant.
Absolutely. I fully agree with that point. I mean, one paper that's very nice, which we cite in ours, looks at, do you have a sister or a brother? And so our model of sort of gender norms and this pecking order suggests that whether you have a brother or sister could affect the kind of pressure on you to be a role B versus a role A, and could also have sort of longer life effect on what your narrative is. And so so they show big effects of whether you have a brother or sister, which I think fits in some nice way with what you're saying too.
So I don't see any other raised hands. So I'm gonna ask a question. So you only have, I understand that you don't have, like society or whatever broader, but so could you think that this could also lead to discrimination in the labor market? Because if you have, say, only men employed, then this would be a very impure environment for a woman. And so that would reduce the incentive of employer to hire those women.
So yeah. I think that's a great question. So I think there are a number of forces in the model, in fact, that lead to that. So one force in the model that leads to that is the purity considerations that you're describing. And so of course we do see this big gender segregation right under the protector narrative, as you're indicating. So another consideration here would be, once you have these endogenous gender norms, so how, say, male or how female being in a particular occupation is, depends on its composition. And so if you're a protector person and you want to be seen as very male, then you're very resistant to having women enter this occupation and making it seem less of a male occupation. So that's another force, I think, at work that's important. And I think another thing is that there are a bunch of complementary narratives to this one that, if you endogenize, will also start to come into play, which is that people will start to think of men as having particular strengths and women as having other strengths. And so women aren't cut out to be construction workers and that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Okay, great. That's fascinating. I'm sure we'll talk more about it. But and I think it's also a great transition to the next paper that's going to also talk about occupational gender segregation. So Victoria, if you can.
Robbie, if you can stop sharing, then I will. Yeah, great.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yes, so thank you for having me. Good to be here. And as Pudding said, this is a fantastic transition. Actually, that was a really interesting paper. And I think in this paper, we're actually going to speak to a little bit this potential of like, where does this protector narrative come from? And we argue that, it does have some historical origins that are actually in fact functional and persistent. And so this paper is called Men, and it's on the roots and consequences of masculinity norms. And this is joint work with Ralph DeHaas and our own Pauline Rochon, who's here chairing the session. Okay, so I'll just briefly describe what are masculinity norms. As you can imagine, they're just like other types of norms that we think about as economists. They're the culturally accepted rules and standards that guide and constrain behavior, in particular men's behavior within a society. And so what are these norms in traditional Western societies in particular? These have been studied extensively by sociologists, and they'll look a lot like those things that Robbie had just discussed in the protector narrative. The main dimensions of what would be considered, sort of traditionally masculine behavior is things like violent and aggressive behavior, risk-taking, the need to dominate, trying to get on top of the pecking order, if you will, being self-reliant, having emotional control, the pursuit of status and the focus on winning, the primacy of work, as well as disdain for homosexuals. So this is the same set of bundle of behaviors that Robbie just talked about. And what we will do when we in this paper look at sort of the the impacts of masculinity norms on societal outcomes, we'll be focusing on these dimensions that sociologists have already sort of well measured and identified as the typical traditional masculinity norms. And so why should economists care about them? And again, we've already talked about this in Robbie's presentation, but for one, masculinity norms are thought to be contributing to occupational gender segregation, and more recently with technological progress and globalization, wiping out more of the traditional masculine jobs. It's possible that men who have particularly strong masculine identities might be, sort of waiting, who become unemployed are sort of reluctant to take up the new jobs that don't fit those identities. So this phenomenon of what a retrospective weight unemployment. But of course, masculinity norms can also have other consequences beyond the labor market. For example, one that you're likely to be quite familiar with is this gender gap in mortality and morbidity that's been widely documented across many different countries. Men tend to die younger, and basically masculinity norms have been implicated in explaining that, in part because of higher risky behavior, but also because of the avoidance of help, not really, sort of avoiding help-seeking behavior, and recently, as we saw as well, in the reluctance to sort of take COVID precautions, not wear masks, and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of different potential implications of strong masculinity norms. And so this paper focuses on thinking about perhaps how they originate, one particular origin of masculinity norms, and then ultimately their socioeconomic consequences. So in terms of how do masculinity norms originate, where do they come from? They do vary across space, over time, etc. But like many other norms that have been studied by economists and others, norms might originate because of specific historical circumstances that affect a relative return of this type of behavior, the stereotypically masculine behavior in this case. And so we don't have to look very far to find what sort of historical circumstances might create these types of masculine, this type of masculine behavior. Evolutionary biology, going as far back as Darwin, has already sort of told us what this is. The sex ratio, which is the number of men over the number of women, is going to be the key driver of male-male competition. And so we know from evolutionary biology that this sex ratio is really important. When females are scarce, males compete heavily, and in the male-male competition, the types of behaviors that we observe are things like greater risk-taking, more violence, control over dominated individuals' reproductive opportunities. And this is something that, it goes beyond humans, right? This has been well established that when females are scarce, lizards compete in this way, birds, primates, etc. And this has been established sort of using experimental variation in sex ratio. So we know that these behaviors are sort of the sex ratio causes these types of behaviors, and across a wide variety of species. In humans, of course, we don't have random variation in sex ratio usually, but in places, for example, in China, we do see a concomitant rise in crime and the coming of age of these male biased cohorts in the present day. So we do see these patterns among humans as well. Of course, it's sort of non-experimental, but nevertheless. And so this paper is going to focus on this story of male-male competition and how it might influence, how sex ratio influences male-male competition and subsequently creates these strong, traditionally masculine norms that have persistent effects. I'll note briefly that, of course, the variation in sex ratios, of course, also affects male-female bargaining within the household. And this has been well studied by economists already. And so we know that there are some norms that sex ratios affect that are basically, norms that are males vis-a-vis the females. And what we highlight here is that this male-male competition occurs before the formation of the household, and a lot of the norms and a lot of the behavior of male-male competition is very much in the public domain, in the public sphere, and they might, they're not necessarily one-to-one. So they're not going to be the same norms that necessarily, or the same types of behavior that are predicted by only the male-female bargaining story. Okay, sorry, going in the wrong direction. So the paper in a nutshell is going to use the British colonization of Australia in the 18th and 19th century, where Australia was essentially a penal colony, and convicts were transported and not allowed to move. So we solve the problem of self-selection into locations. And so we end up with very local sex ratios that we approximate using local convict sex ratios. And in this time period, when sex ratios were heavily skewed towards men, but in some places more skewed than in other places, we're going to have variation in local male-male competition, which of course would affect male behavior as they compete for scarce females. And this, biased sex ratio, this heavily male biased sex ratio persisted for a really long time, basically a century. And we think that there's good reason to believe that a century's worth of biased sex ratios and differences in actual male-male competition is a long enough time to generate this norm and create persistence. What allows us to then look at this primarily as a norm rather than sort of the just direct effects of actual male-male competition is that, of course, after the 19th century and the 20th century, sex ratios equalized. And so there's no longer this male-male competition that's actually happening as a result of scarce females. But what we do see is, changes in, or, variation in outcomes related to those that were identified by sociologists based on health, violence, attitudes towards LGBT, etc. And so the persistence mechanism is argued through masculinity norms. Right, so that's the paper in a nutshell, and I'll give you a preview of the findings, even though I guess I'm going to talk about the findings in a second, but what we find is, organizing these into some groups that are related to those norms that I had mentioned with violence, aggression, and the need to dominate. What we find is that a higher convict sex ratio results in present day higher rates of assault, more sexual assault, but we don't see that this is just criminality in general. We don't see any effects on property crime. We also see there's an increase in the incidence of bullying of boys, but not girls. So we do see these norms of violence and aggression among men. We also identify effects of masculinity norms on risk-taking, self-reliance, on emotional control, primarily by looking at excess preventable mortality. So here we focus on outcomes related to, so basically suicide rates, deaths due to prostate cancer, which I guess if not everybody knows, but prostate cancer is highly curable if it's screened and detected earlier, but the screening process typically involves a digital rectal exam, which makes a lot of men uncomfortable, especially if they adhere to strict masculinity norms. And so, anecdotal evidence certainly suggests that prostate cancer, or that anecdotal evidence from doctors suggests there are some men who really avoid, getting screening. And then we also see increases in deaths due to lung disease. So we find these impacts on male mortality from these diseases and from suicide, which indicates that there are masculinity norms that involve both risk-taking with lung disease, so that's primarily due to lung cancer, self-reliance and emotional control, which very much speak to the suicide rates that are higher. With regards to the norms of pursuit of status and the primacy of work, we do find also more pronounced occupational gender segregation. And I'll just go through this. And as well, we finally see that for the norms of disdain for homosexuals and the need to dominate, we find more homophobic attitudes here in Australia in places that had higher convict sex ratios. And specifically, this is with regards to the same-sex marriage referendum that occurred in 2017. So we have this really interesting, or this really good data on homophobic attitudes, which is not just based on survey, but actually based on a vote where 80% of the population voted on this specific referendum on legalizing same-sex marriage. Okay, so very briefly, I will say we contribute to several different literatures, but the one that I'll just say is, of course, that this is a very large literature on origins and impacts of of norms, identity, and stereotypes, which is what we contribute to. But I think our contributions is that it's basically just about the origin and manifestation of norms about men. These other studies that you can see, some of which are listed here, are primarily about studies that look at the manifestation and impacts of norms about women, and the norms about men and what their consequences are have essentially been ignored, as if there are no norms for men. But in fact, of course, there are. And so this is our primary contribution. Okay, so the natural experiment we have is Australia's colonization, where it was, as I said, a British penal colony where convicts were shipped. And so convicts were shipped primarily between, so basically as soon as the British landed here in 1787 to 1868, although most of the convict transportation had ceased even about 20 years before that. About 150,000 convicts were transported. The vast majority of them were men, so they were very heavily male biased. And I'll note that these transported convicts were they were not hardened criminals. They were transported for very common property offenses, petty crimes, stealing bread, stealing, basically stealing stuff. And so some references suggest that they're just ordinary working class men and women. I mean, I don't know about working class. They were pretty low class, and they're probably stealing because they were, because they did not have much income. But what happened was these convicts were transported over this period. The sex ratios were heavily skewed towards men, but there's spatial variation, as I'll show you in a second, in these sex ratios. And the spatial variation in the sex ratio of the convicts creates spatial variation in male-male competition in an otherwise homogeneous environment. And you can see that these sex ratios, these biased sex ratios, would have endured for basically over a century and then equalized for about a century thereafter. So the convicts were not confined to prisons. They were essentially assigned to work. And the central allocation was a function of labor needs. And so what we do for identification is we are able to use convicts, which help solve self-selection problems. And then knowing that, these convicts were centrally assigned, we basically have pretty rich historical controls on initial economic specialization, as well as rich geographical characteristics, which otherwise would proxy for sort of the labor needs that were there historically. And so conditional on this initial economic specialization and geographic characteristics, the variation in sex ratio, we argue, is essentially random or quasi-random. And I won't go into the details of that here. So convicts were then freed after a sentence of about 7 years, varied a little bit, but and then they were essentially given a plot of land nearby to where they were, and they could just make their own living. So in terms of the data that we use, the historical data that we use, we have 2 penal colonies, New South Wales and Tasmania, which were primarily the penal colonies in Australia. Other states did not really have much of convict transportation, or in cases where there was, it was very minimal. But we see this sort of great spatial variation in convict sex ratio, which we use. So here, this is the convict sex ratio, and it varies substantially. But we basically use these 34 historical counties, and then merge all of this present day data to these historical counties and their associated historical convict sex ratios to then look at the impacts of the historical sex ratios on present day outcomes. Right, so in terms of the results, I basically, I can show you all of these results, but I basically already told you what they are. So we can see that a 1 standard deviation increase in the convict sex ratio increases assaults by about 8.89% and increases sexual offenses by about 12.8%. And also I'll note that we control for state fixed effects. There's 3 states in this case, present day, ACT, which was part of historical New South Wales and Tasmania. This addresses any sort of institutional legislative differences across these areas. We have controls for, as I mentioned, geographic and historical controls that address and mineral and land type that address this early economic specialization that might have dictated where convicts are sent. And we always control for present day sex ratio and population, even though they're not really correlated with historical sex ratio. But these are our main set of controls that we do control for. Right, so we see excessive preventable male mortality, as I mentioned. And we also see this shift from in places that had higher convict sex ratios and hence more male-male competition, we see today fewer men in feminine occupations and neutral occupations and more men in sort of masculine occupations. And then finally, we do see these results on homophobia and support for same-sex marriage using sort of 2 different data sets. One using the same-sex marriage referendum, where we see a 2.2 percentage point reduction in support for same-sex marriage with a 1 standard deviation increase in convict sex ratio. And we see it also within survey data. So for example, in the HILDA, which is a large survey panel of households, also asks this question. We see similar results, although with a completely different data set. With the HILDA, we actually have individual variables that we're able to look at some heterogeneity, which I will come to in 2 seconds. So in terms of alternative explanations and mechanisms, yes, Pauline, 5 minutes, yeah. Great. So in terms of the alternative explanations and mechanisms, could it be that this is just the persistence of conservatism in general that might have, originated along with convict sex ratios for other reasons? But we actually don't see any effect on voting for more conservative parties in the national elections. So it was good that we were able to have the vote on the same-sex marriage referendum that is independent of the conservative, of just voting in national elections, which actually takes into account obviously many different facets of society and not just about same-sex marriage. Is this the persistence of criminality and unhealthy behaviors in general, perhaps because because of the effects of convictism in general? First, I'll say that our regressions always control for the total number of convicts. So it's always the effect of sex ratios of the convicts conditional on having the same number of convicts in a particular area. So we're never picking up the effect of convictism per se. But in addition, we don't see any present day effect on property crime or other causes of mortality or female mortality or morbidity for the most part either. And so this suggests this isn't just some persistence of criminality and unhealthy behaviors that might have originated in the past as well. And so it sort of suggests that this might be the persistence of masculinity norms, which may arise because of cultural hysteresis or strategic complementarity. So once men already behave in a way that is very traditionally masculine and dominance dependent, once anybody else that comes into that society would also need to be behaving in that way. we don't actually have measures of masculinity norms that we can map to the data sets, the historical data set. But what we do have is masculinity norms, that is the Conformity to Masculinity Norms Index, in a large survey of Australian men, as well as real world, these outcomes such as partner violence, whether they report, hurting their partners, suicidal thoughts, depression, injured while drinking, smoking, using hard drugs, and whether they've consulted a GP. And what we see in present day Australia is that, correlationally, we do see that higher sort of masculinity norm, higher score on the masculinity norms index is indeed correlated with all of these types of self-reported behaviors that we see as outcomes. So while we don't have a measure, of masculinity norms, a direct measure of masculinity norms that we can show that convict sex ratio increased masculinity norms because of just the data limitations, what we can show very clearly is that these norms are clearly correlated with these outcomes that we observe. And so the last thing that I will mention very briefly is we try to uncover what might be the mechanisms of persistence, whether it's selective migration, people coming in and sorting into places based on the preferred gender or masculinity norms. But we don't have very much evidence that that migration was correlated with the convict sex ratios. It could be vertical transmission, so transmission within families, but there also could be horizontal transmission, for example, via peers in schools. So I'll show you two things, two pieces of evidence. One, when we interact for the HILDA same-sex marriage question, when we interact convict sex ratio with whether the individual was born in Australia, what we see is, of course, there is a stronger effect of convict sex ratios on those who were born in Australia, and this suggests the vertical transmission story is there. But also the coefficient on those not born on Australia is still positive and marginally statistically significant, which indicates that there's still room for other explanations. And we see that through that bullying story where we see higher levels of bullying. So basically, I'll just end here and not sending any conclusions. Yes, thanks, Pauline.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think Jared has a question.
Yeah, thanks. It's amazing. This amazing work, and I love the title. Three-letter word before the colon is amazing. My question is about this last stuff that you were talking about, the mechanisms. So when thinking about the historical stuff too, I could imagine a couple more. Now I'm not saying that I buy this because I actually think there's probably some vertical, horizontal kind of Bissin-Verdier type thing going on. But you could also imagine that local institutions might have played a role. So stuff like where you had a lot of men, you probably had stuff like men's clubs or social clubs that probably persisted for a while, that were more institutionalized and they were pure culture, that would have also helped that culture persist. So this is not necessarily to say that it's not a pure culture story, but I think that probably interacted with local institutions. The other thing you might think about is the economic structure of the societies as well, to the extent that you had to go back to some of the stuff Robbie was talking about too, more maybe traditional masculine or whatever you want to call them jobs, like hard work in the farm or something that might have that might have contributed to some type of norms that you're talking about. I think there's feedback here, but I think that these are the types of things you might be able to get a little bit of a handle on, just thinking about to make clear the mechanism. I'll stop there.
I think those are great points. I think we looked into some of the local institutions question. We did, so I'll just stop sharing, but we did look into, for example, all boys schools, whether they're more likely to be, kids are more likely to be enrolled in all boys schools or all girls schools here. So we didn't actually find, we expected that we would find that, I think, but we didn't really find, I don't know if our data was amazing for that. We didn't find much evidence of it. And in terms of economic structure, think the point is well taken. We don't see any effect on economic outcomes. So in terms of household income or education, and I think, and I'm pretty sure we've looked at, for example, the occupational gender segregation results. They are robust to controlling for the occupational, sort of the general sort of the types of jobs that are available in the particular areas. So it doesn't, I would expect to see a little bit more of that, but I don't think that with the little bit of data that we do have, we don't have strong evidence that that's the story. So maybe we could highlight that a little bit more, that the institutional and economic structure stuff is not as, although we might have expected to see it.
Felipe and Sascha each have a question, so maybe we collect them. Maybe Robbie as well has a question, so maybe collect the 3 questions. I don't think we're gonna have time to answer them, but then maybe we can answer by email. Yeah.
So thank you for the presentation, very interesting. I was wondering if you can comment a little bit on a potential like genetic mechanism, especially when like thinking about crime. I mean, it's not like super solid science, but like there's some genetic, epigenetic potential transmission of like criminal behavior. So it could be interesting to like think about it in this context. And the other also evolutionary question would be if there could be like a fitness mechanism going on as well, right? Like if I am the dominant male and in 2 centuries I reproduce more, kind of like this type of, it's not going to be like genetic evolution, but you might actually like dominate in terms of fitness. Or just have like larger families, so to speak.
Sascha?
Men's clubs made me also think about men's sports, toughy stuff, rugby, boxing, and so on.
Yeah, Robbie?
Great, fantastic paper. So another sort of mechanisms point. So I think your competition story seems very plausible to me. Another thing that comes to mind is that there might be sort of shifts in terms of the aspects of masculinity that are emphasized. So one aspect being, being a good breadwinner provider, but that's not possible when there are all these men around. That might shift you to things like being tough instead as a way to express your masculinity. So I'm curious if you think that might be plausible.
Okay. Thanks for those. I guess I have no time. Yeah, I think that the thing I can speak to is in terms of the genetic mechanism. I think if anything, what we know is that when females were scarce in these high sex ratio places, females were more likely to marry up, and so children would probably be more likely to have been born in better circumstances in areas that had high sex ratio, which would actually go against us finding this because they would have been sort of been raised in better circumstances, and so this epigenetic genetic selection. So first, we don't see any impacts on male height, but that epigenetic story of like, they're just criminals because they have high, they were raised in very like bad, scary environments. That doesn't seem to be the check out with the fact that the women actually were more likely to marry up and the children thus born in better circumstances.
Thank you very much, Victoria. So now we're going to hear from a very different context and topic from Jiwo.
Thank you, Pauline. Let me pull out this file. Okay, first of all, I want to thank the association and in particular Sascha and Jared for giving me this opportunity. So this is a joint work with my colleagues, Shuchen Ma and Andrew Sinclair. The topic is banking on the Confucian clan. Why did China miss the financial revolution? I know this is a very China-focused paper or study, although we think that the same framework or the same question can be asked for other traditional societies. So here's a quick motivation. As we know, there are many studies in the literature that show that institutions matter for financial development. But most of the existing studies took it as a given that different countries back in 1970 or even back in around the year 1500 had different institutions. So some countries had the necessary institutions for financial development, whereas others did not. So in this effort, we would like to take the question further back, to go further back in history to see why different countries had different institutions 40 years ago, 50 years ago, or 500 years ago. So in the end, I think, although some of my colleagues say you guys don't go back far enough, but we think we go pretty far to the axial age some 2,800 years ago. Back then, we think China and the West chose very different answers to the following basic questions or challenges. That is interpersonal risk sharing and interpersonal resource pooling. How can we achieve such things, such goals, in order to maximize human beings' chance to survive? And then, because of the different choices, more than 2,000 years back, the different countries, different societies went on very different institutional developmental path. So that's what we think has separated China from the West. So if we start with the West, there's a very good effort. There are at least two papers published by Graf and Tabanini, where they emphasize that at least over the last millennium, the West relied on the corporate entity to achieve interpersonal cooperation. So many of you are probably already very familiar with their work. Of course, in our paper, we say, well, it's not just over the last 1,000 years, but also over the last at least 2,500 years, the West chose to go on a different path than China and probably the rest of the world. So because of that choice by the West to focus on the corporate entity in order to achieve interpersonal cooperation, they went on to develop very different institutions. So here we would like to call them non-kinship institutions, or impersonal legal and contract enforcement institutions. And they perfected such institutions which allowed the West to develop large-scale capital markets and arm's length finance in particular after the Industrial Revolution, when the size of capital needed and the amount of resources needed went through the roof to demand very different institutions, and that happened to be things that the West had, whereas if we actually go back, some of you may be familiar with the work by Munir, who shows that going back to the 2nd century BC, almost every citizen, according to her, in ancient Rome, engaged in trading the shares of Societas Publicana, the early form of joint stock corporations. And the Roman Civil Code had sections regulating transactions in life insurance and other insurance policies and so on. So that was more than 2,200 years ago. But if we come back to China, the choice made by intellectuals, especially by Confucius about 2,500 years ago, was very different. That is, they did not want to rely on external organizations or media in order to achieve interpersonal cooperation. Rather, they want to focus on the biological network or the kinship network based on the biological bloodline in order to achieve cooperation. So here we would like to say that we can view especially the clan or the lineage based on the biological relations. We would like to call that an internal financial market based on which interpersonal resource pooling and risk sharing can be achieved. Of course, after that choice was made, it took more than 2,000 years of Confucian scholarly efforts to continue improving and adding more and more institutions so that this Confucian clan is made so reliable and so solid. Any kind of violation or even moral hazard behavior could actually be minimized. So this is why we think that many traditional societies, one way or another, had chosen to rely on some form of clan or lineage based on their biological network. Not every society has spent more than 2,000 years introducing, innovating, and improving all kinds of institutions to make the clan really robust, reliable, and make it really work very efficiently. First, I also want to emphasize here, because of this almost exclusive focus by Confucian scholars and all the key players in the Chinese society for more than 2,000 years on developing intra-clan institutions. So they really did not have time or were not that interested in developing impersonal institutions that would later be needed for formal finance, external finance to develop. For that matter, here, let me also quickly mention one example. In a recent study by two of my co-authors on the commercial law history in China, it turned out, when they calculated the number of sections in the Qing Dynasty Code in the late, as of the late 19th century, there were more than 2,300 sections. Out of the 2,354 sections, only 31 of them concerned commerce, let alone financial transactions. So you can see the overwhelming focus on the administrative and political governance institutions by the imperial court in historical China, and not much emphasis or focus or energy devoted to commercial matters, business matters at all. So that kind of really put China on this path that later became not so convenient for external financial development. So just quickly, let me highlight some of the institutional features of the Confucian clan. So first, we would like to say that the clan is not just a biological network, it's actually a system of property rights. There are many specific rules, so here is actually a very quick summary. The head of the family was its eldest male member. He held the title to all family property. He alone could decide many things, including children's marriage. And even if the family elderly killed his son or grandson unintentionally, he would not be subject to any criminal punishment. So all the laws and rules would just work to make the clan as a system of property rights and ownership rights really work. And then the Confucian clan also acted as a charitable estate. So this mainly started about 1,000 years ago. So the clans became prominent owners of land and other properties, the income from which was to pay for lineage, festival expenses, wedding and funeral costs, children's education, as well as rewards for success, disaster relief, and poor clansmen's living and also to provide loans for business and other needs. So this is actual financial resources to make the clan just a fictional institution, but real when it comes to providing disaster relief and helping the clan members get work out of the hits from natural disasters and other risk events. And the clan also worked as a corporation. So in fact, especially as of the late 18th century and 19th century, according to Zelling's work, many businesses were registered after the ancestral hall's name. So the town was not just a fictional corporate entity, very similar to the Western corporation, but it was actually based on the clan. There was specific clan rules governing how the clans as corporations would work. And then there were also many other innovations. One of the key innovations that set the Confucian clan apart from other societies' clans is the ancestral hall. So I don't have time to go through the details, but this physical ancestral halls in some ways really have worked as the equivalents of Christian churches, the cathedrals and so on. But here, of course, is much narrowly focused. You have to be a member and biologically related to the clan in order to be able to make use of such ancestral halls, because the ancestral halls usually are places where you would have big banquets, funerals, and wedding events, as well as regular gatherings by all members dressed up in a certain particular way as prescribed in terms of the costumes by the Confucian scholars. And then inside the ancestral halls, each ancestor that the current generations are supposed to worship would be represented by a tablet. So this is actually pretty interesting. I mean, those tablets would concretize physically and objectively those ancestors we're supposed to worship. And as we know, the ancestor worshiping serves to unify and make the clan membership more tangibly tied together, and the cohesion and interpersonal risk sharing and resource pooling could be more effectively achieved. Okay, and then okay, so here's a summary. Let me quickly mention here, by the late 19th century, so after more than 2,500 years of development, the Chinese society based on its Confucian clan was largely, the Confucian clan was largely the only effective, reliable resource pooling, risk sharing institution to depend on. So here's our hypothesis. I have a few minutes left. The Confucian clan inhibited formal external financial development, partly because the intra-clan risk sharing, resource pooling was already good enough. So the members would not have much need for external finance. And then secondly, the development of the clan came at the expense of ignoring the development of impersonal contract enforcement and property institutions. So that would serve to limit the supply of external finance. So both sides working together to make external financial market development very difficult. So because there were no necessary institutions for external financial development, so as a result, when China started to import Western finance into China in the late 19th century, then China had a very difficult time. So here we, in our study, we mainly want to use the beginning, beginning year 1897 for modern financial institutions and banks to be introduced into China. We use that year as the event starting point for us to conduct our research. So the main findings are in regions with strong Confucian clans, they had significantly fewer modern banks started during the period from 1897 to 1936. So basically for the first almost 40 years after China started the modernization efforts through the introduction of modern banks. So regions that had strong Confucian legacy would not have that many modern banks started, okay? And then secondly, the demand for and hence the price of external capital were lower, okay, during the following period where Confucian clans had strong influence, okay? Suggesting that the substitution between intra-clan finance and external financial markets was very real and substantial. Okay, so let me quickly go through some of the detailed results. Okay, so we use the number of genealogy books compiled in each prefecture before 1897, the event year we want to focus on, to measure clan strength, okay? And based on this clan strength measure, so here the first table shows the results based on the number of modern banks in each prefecture during this sample period as the dependent variable. And we control many local factors, but here the clan strength as measured by the density of genealogy books that were compiled during the Ming and Qing dynasty. You can see there is a strong negative correlation between clan strength and the number of modern banks started. After we use an instrumental variable based on the distance between the prefecture and one of the three key Confucian academies, mainly featuring Zhuxi, okay, then we still have this strong negative correlation, in fact, causality established. So that gives us the results that regions with strong Confucian clans had not much demand for external finance, and then hence even during the period when financial modernization was really taking place pretty fast, those regions would not be that interested in having such building such a modern banks. Okay, and then
about 3 minutes left.
3 minutes.
3.5.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. How much? Okay. So here in table 4, we look at some of the channels for the result to be generated. Okay. So we look at intra-clan lending borrowing as a percentage of all the lending borrowing shares we were able to collect data for. So it turns out the higher the clan strength in a prefecture, the higher percentage of the local lending borrowing would be between clan members. So this is very positive. And then as a result, for such regions, the interest rates, cost of capital would be lower there as well because of the lack of demand for such service. So let me quickly mention the long-term impact, the long-term legacy impact. That is here, we want to see, in a recent year, 2020, just 10 years ago, whether people in each region use bank loans a lot or not as a function of their historical legacy with clan development. It turns out the same result holds. That is, regions where clan strength was very high during the last 500 years. Even today, people would not be interested in using external finance, such as bank loans, so much. And when we look at regional financial development, where we divide bank loans and deposits in a region by the total, we use the basically the per capita bank loans and deposits, as well as bank loans and deposits as a whole, divided by GDP, then we find similar results. So regions where clans were very strong historically, today would have very low overall financial developments. So that's a quick overview of our results. So quickly, let me summarize. After more than 2,000 years of efforts, the Confucian clan was serving sufficiently well as an internal financial market in pre-industrial China. So here is what we want to emphasize. After the Industrial Revolution was brought to China, then the demand for external capital would be a very different story. Okay. Not only did external finance not develop endogenously in China, but also the society remained comparatively uninterested when external finance was transplanted. Even in today's China, regions traditionally with strong clans still have low demand for modern finance. Okay, that's it from me. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So Jared has a question.
All right, thank you. This is this is a great paper. I think it's really important for the Great Divergence debate. I have a couple related questions, and I'll be quick. So I think this work reminds me of kind of the stuff of Greif, as you cite, and Timur Kuran as well, in that you have institutional formation at one period in time being kind of maybe optimal, and then it, for path-dependent reasons, maybe becoming less optimal. So on the one hand, I was just curious what your thoughts are on whether you thought that what you're describing here with the clan might have contributed to the success in the Song period, because this is kind of a period where it seems like it becomes institutionalized, and this is kind of a period that's famously, a high point, at least in China relative to the rest of the world. And on that point, I can kind of imagine it going both ways, though. So you have a substitution story where clans substitute for impersonal finance. But you can also imagine that if those places that had access to that finance were more successful because of that, it would also increase demand for all of this finance that starts flowing in once you might have access to Western style financial institutions. Now, I mean, clearly you show that the substitution story holds, but I think that thinking about the supply and demand channels here might actually increase the impact of your story. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you, Jared. Yes, the Song period, so starting about 1,000 years ago, was a major turning point in terms of Confucian development, because prior to the Song period, the Confucian scholars' focus were not so much on building, strengthening the clan. But after the early Song period, then there were many innovations introduced to add more and more. For example, genealogy was not so popular prior to the Song dynasty, and then ancestral halls and such institutions were not allowed for grassroots families and clans, and clan rules were not so made explicit for members to follow. So after the Song started really emphasizing the building of the large Confucian clan, then population growth economic growth, especially after the 14th century, became really booming. So by the time of the 18th century, the Chinese economy was the largest in the world. So in that sense, yeah, if it had not been because of the Industrial Revolution, the Chinese society would have worked just fine with the intra-clan risk sharing and resource pooling being done quite efficiently. Yeah, but of course afterwards, then Zelin's work shows that initially with new technologies being brought to China in the late 18th century and early 19th century, it was still okay, but they were stretching the limits of what traditional intra-clan finance could actually do. Your second point is very interesting. I think there are other studies that have shown that regions where intra-clan finance was probably doing very well, initially they resisted the new finance, external finance. But later, mainly after the 19th century, local efforts were made to send the children to study modern topics, science, engineering, and commerce, and so on. And then they were able to adopt more modern institutions and develop well, especially along the southern coastal line provinces. But we'll look more into that. Yeah, thank you.
Sascha?
Yeah, I think it was partially answered, but the domestic versus international dimension I was curious about, because that period you are talking about when the first modern banks come along, James Kung has had all his work on missionaries, etc. So it's also exposure to Western ideas. And I'm wondering how that interacts with the clans.
I do not have time to show one table where we did a placebo test where we used the number of foreign banks in each prefecture as a dependent variable. So there, the clan strength does not have any explanatory power of the number of foreign banks there. And then in terms of the other, the Western knowledge introduction into the different regions and the impact thereof. Yeah, my co-author, Chi Chen, yeah, he has a paper on the Jesuit efforts introducing Western science, and then how such efforts influenced each prefecture's scientific human capital development. Yeah, yeah, we'll look into that. Yeah, so maybe we can find some proxy as a stand-in for how much modern science introduction each region may have had. Yeah. Although we do control for some of the other variables like the number of Jinshi and so on. Holly, sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you. This is fascinating, and I think there is many other things that could be explored, like firm growth and the composition of the industrial sector as a function of firm ownership. But in the interest of time, I think we have to move on to the next paper by Rafat. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me and can you see the screen?
All good.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm Rafat Mahmood and I'm doing my PhD in economics from University of Western Australia. And I'm also on the job market this year. So, and the research that I'm currently working on looks at the role of madrasas or religious seminaries in terrorism. So I'll discuss it in context of Pakistan because leaders of some of the lethal terrorist organizations studied in madrasas in Pakistan, and the international community blames Pakistan repeatedly for breeding terrorists through madrasa network. But before we begin, what is a madrasa? So madrasa network is an alternative system of education. Madrasas are schools that focus specifically on religious education. So madrasas in Pakistan teach primarily about Quran, Hadith, and Islamic jurisprudence at 4 levels of education. Secular subjects are also taught at higher levels, but they are taught not by subject specialists, and there is minimal emphasis. So you can think of madrasa graduate as someone who has a lot of knowledge about religion, but knows very little or nothing about the other subjects. And that also affects their economic and employment opportunities later on. The madrasa network in Pakistan is characterized by financial unaccountability. Most of the madrasas are privately owned, like more than 95%. The government is not allowed to ask about where are they receiving the funds from. So there is minimal government intervention. And the government has very less control over the curriculum that is taught in madrasa. So the government has repeatedly attempted to introduce reforms in madrasa curricula, but the attempts were generally not very successful. The data, even the number of madrasas in Pakistan are not officially known. So the estimates range from 7,500 to 50,000. So it's quite a wide range. And that may be one of the reasons why quantitative analysis of the role of madrasas in terrorism is not as feasible in Pakistan. So madrasas in Pakistan came into limelight after 9/11. The 9/11 Commission report termed madrasas as incubators of terrorism. Donald Rumsfeld, the then Defense Secretary of the US, is reportedly said, "Are we capturing, killing, or deterring and dissuading more terrorists every day than the madrasas and the radical clerics are recruiting, training, and deploying against us?" And he also termed madrasas as breeding the next generation of terrorists. So it is quite a direct allegation that madrasas are, in fact, madrasa students are becoming terrorists. That is what the statement implies, and that was the general debate around the subject. So subsequent research was done on this subject, and it was found that madrasa students and teachers are generally less tolerant when compared with their cohorts in public and private schools. They're less tolerant towards religious minorities. They are against equal rights for men and women, and they generally support more aggressive foreign policy. Madrasa students also exhibit religious extremism, while madrasa teachers have publicly been apologetic towards militants. And in some of the cases, with interviews with journalists or researchers, they have shown support for militants. Madrasa teachers also hold generally anti-West views, predominantly believing in conspiracy theories. So the West is shown as the West is united as a power to as an enemy of Islam, and that is how they are portrayed to their students. Jihadi literature, which is published by those terrorist organizations that are banned in Pakistan, that is accessible to students in madrasas, again, because government does not intervene a lot in madrasas, and the literature is circulated through madrasa network. So all of this research gives us an idea that madrasas may be producing extremism at least. There is evidence for active recruitment and fundraising by terrorist organizations, but that active participation in terrorism is observed only in small percentage of madrasas. So there is a consensus that a small percentage of madrasas are actually radical madrasas. So are madrasas producing terrorists? These are the leaders of Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, and in succession, and all of them are studied in madrasas. So he was they were either dropouts or graduates of madrasas, but not just madrasas produce terrorists. So here, this leader of the founder of one of the most lethal terrorist organization, Lashkar-e-Taiba in Pakistan, he was a university graduate, and he was a professor at an engineering university before he started this terrorist organization. Saad Aziz, the student of elite private schools, elite private university in Pakistan, and he was employed at a multinational corporation before he joined a terrorist organization. Sarosh and Shahryar, commanders of Ansar al-Sharia terrorist organization, they were students of applied physics in a public sector university. In fact, research by Sageman shows that less than 9% of known terrorists of Al-Qaeda have ever studied in madrasas. And like other researchers, for example, Berger and Pandey, they say, why don't you call the secular education institutions the incubators of terrorists? Because more terrorists are coming from those institutions rather than from madrasas. So given this context, there is still some ambiguity on the role of madrasas in terrorism. In particular, the terrorists are not predominantly coming from madrasas. Madrasa students are not becoming terrorists, but madrasas are producing extremism. So this is referred to as madrasa conundrum. There is ambiguity in how madrasas are actually involved in terrorism, if they are. So in this paper, my contribution is in formalizing the role of madrasas in terrorism based on anecdotal evidence, existing literature, and the scholarly debate on this subject. The model that I present highlights two links between madrasas and terrorism. Some madrasas are used by terrorist organizations for recruitment and funding. That is the direct link. But generally, madrasas breed a set of individuals who are unable to identify terrorists as wrongdoers. And that is the indirect link. The indirect link is basically providing a facilitating environment for terrorists. But before I go into the model, I'll just present some like correlational analysis. So I obtained a list of individuals who belong to terrorist organizations, more than 6,000 individuals from a National Counterterrorism Authority in Pakistan. And I see which districts they are emerging from. So as I told you, there is not official data on the exact number of madrasas. So I use a proxy for madrasa attendance from the survey by ARSEC Foundation. And I can, like this suggests that the districts where madrasa network is stronger are producing more terrorists. And with alternative estimation methods, alternative indicator, and different controls. So this kind of gives us an idea that the madrasa network may be positively related with terrorism. I now come towards the model. So I base the theory on Akerlof and Crampton's economics of identity. So utility of an individual depends upon his actions, others' actions, and identity that the individual follows. And the identity is a function of actions and prescriptions. So these prescriptions are seen as the ideal behavior associated with an identity. So if I'm a female, I have certain set of prescriptions associated with being a female, and I regard that as an ideal behavior. The closer my actions are with that ideal, the higher will be my utility. Similarly, the closer others' actions are to my ideal, that will give me a gain in my identity and increase my utility, and vice versa. So you can think of it in terms of some women liberation, female liberation movements in developing countries. Sometimes women go against those movements, perhaps because the prescriptions of an ideal female that these women hold go against the idea of a liberated woman. So that results in a loss in their identity. So this is how this model works briefly. Okay. So in this scenario, I consider one identity Muslim, but there are three sets of prescriptions for that identity: passive, active, and violent. People with passive prescriptions are open to different interpretations of religion. So they follow religion. Again, identity is Muslim. They follow religion, but they are open to different interpretation of religion. They do not want the society to converge on what they think as the correct interpretation. On the other hand, people with active prescription have this religious identity as their main identity, as their prime identity, and they follow a strict definition of religion and want the society to converge on that definition. They do not allow for differences from these definitions. The people with violent prescriptions, which are the potential terrorists in this model, they also believe in actively bringing change in the society, but they also believe that they can resort to violence for bringing this change. So think of it in terms of the foot soldiers rather than the leaders, because they have varied motivations. So in this respect, madrasas are playing a role because they change the prescriptions about an ideal Muslim from passive to active. And how do they do this? Through the way of teaching, the pedagogical practices in the madrasas. So madrasas snap critical thinking and provide strict interpretations of religious decrees, and they want the society to converge on those definitions. And that is how they teach their students. That is what the students perceive as one thing is right and the other things are wrong, and the religious identity is the supreme identity. Prescriptions are thus a function of madrasa attendance. So what I said earlier, if I formally write it, then prescriptions are a function of madrasa attendance and other socio-economic factors. The passive prescriptions will be formed by the other socio-economic factors only, because madrasa attendance is 0 for those people. But in case of active prescriptions, they will be formed in combination with madrasa attendance and socio-economic, socio-cultural factors. But where are the violent prescriptions coming from? So the violent prescriptions here are a function of recruitment effort of terrorist organizations. The more they do propaganda, the more they invest in attracting their followers, the more will be the people following terrorist ideology. And they do this effort in using the madrasa, a subset of madrasa network, and that is what the gamma shows. So a subset of madrasa network is used by the terrorists for recruitment effort, and that gives rise to the violent prescriptions. Here, the violent prescriptions, for a person to hold violent prescriptions, there is not, it is not necessary that he is a madrasa student. He may be a madrasa student, or he may be coming from the mainstream education institutions, or like there is no restriction.
5 minutes.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay. Further, the ideal Muslim for potential terrorists is closer to the ideal of active Muslims than that of passive Muslims. So formally, violent prescriptions are closer to the prescriptions of the active Muslims as compared to the passive Muslims, such that passive feels a loss of identity because of an interaction in an interaction with a violent person, but active person does not feel this loss of identity. So I'll quickly show you 2 games in which there is an interaction between passive and violent person and active and violent person, and we'll see what are the implications. So there are 2 choices. The passive person enters the labor market. Violent person either goes for terrorism or enters the labor market. If they enter the labor market, the passive person earns the income Y, but he experiences a loss in identity because he's interacting with the violent person. On the other hand, the violent person earns the income Y minus DM, where M comes into play only if this violent person is coming from madrasa. So this represents a skill deficit of madrasa students. But because he is not following his identity, he experiences a loss in his identity when he goes to the labor market. If the violent person enters terrorism and passive ignores, then in addition to the dissatisfaction, the loss in identity that he feels in interaction with violence, he also faces an economic loss due to terrorism. And for simplicity, I assume that if a violent person does what he's supposed to do, he earns a payoff of 0. If the violent person, if the passive person resists, he has to face a cost, but then he won't have to face the loss in identity. And if he resists, then the violent person, the potential terrorist, when he goes for terrorism, he'll face a loss L in terms of apprehension and punishment. Now compare it with the interaction of active and violent person. Again, the active persons are coming from madrasas. They are able to earn less in the labor market, but they do not feel any loss in identity in their interaction with the violent person. And that introduces a change in, and that is a source of the less resistance that active person poses for violent person as compared to a passive person. Okay, so what I'm saying is that if an active person, if a madrasa graduate sees a terrorist, he is not able to identify him as a wrongdoer because he does not feel any loss in identity, because his identity is established as closer to the identity of a violent person. With comparative statistics show that keeping other things constant, an increase in economic and improvement in economic condition will decrease violence, but an increase in motivation for violence will increase violence. That means combining these two elements, if there is foreign aid that improves economic conditions, but it results in loss of identity, that may not result in decreasing terrorism. Economic loss from terrorism increases resistance to terrorism, and that like the straightforward ones. And in addition, I would like to emphasize this last bit. So decrease in skill deficit of madrasa students decreases violence. So it results in decrease in violence, but only in part. So it addresses that, part of violent prescriptions that are coming from madrasa students, but not that which is coming from the mainstream educational institutions. Because there is a debate on reforming madrasa curriculum off and on. So this result stresses that madrasa curriculum improvement will address the problem of terrorism in part. The rest of the problem lies with pedagogical practices that establish a certain identity and reduces critical thinking in madrasa students. So in general, in a nutshell, the direct and indirect link of madrasas with terrorism is highlighted here. And yeah, that is, I'm not sure how well, and I'm looking forward to your feedback because I was a bit quick in telling everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is there any questions? So please, just as a reminder for the attendees to type any questions in the Q&A. So, waiting for people to do that. I actually have a question because you went very quickly over that, but I'm just, I'm a bit intrigued by this list of terrorists that you obtained from the, the security services, or I don't know. So, could you tell us more about this and how you obtain that list and whether, what kind of individual characteristics you have in that list that you could maybe use?
So the only characteristics that I have is like the individuals and to which districts they belong. This is the list of proscribed persons. It is also called fourth schedulers list, which was earlier available on the website of National Counterterrorism Authority of Pakistan. Later, they introduced changes because of the restrictions being imposed on Pakistan under FATF, so they were more cautious about that list. But earlier it was publicly available, and I downloaded it from there. And that means these individuals have been associated with terrorist organizations at some point in their life, and they have restrictions imposed on them because of that.
And do you have their names? Like, is there anything you could do to reconstruct their biography, or at least for a subset? If other people, I don't know if other people are doing similar research in other disciplines, that you can find some more detail.
It's just the names and sometimes their titles that the organization refers them to, but nothing much that could help. Like trace these. Individuals in more detail.
Okay, thank you. Jared has a question.
So very nice. So before you introduced the model, you had brief empirical results. I was wondering if you could say more about that, because I was wondering how you take this model to the empirics, because it seems so much is kind of depending on your kind of unobservables in a sense. And what are you thinking about as far as testable predictions?
Yeah, that is the main issue, and that is why I presented the correlational result prior to the model. I'm not testing the model's predictions because I cannot distinguish between the pedagogical practices and the influence of a subset of madrasas, like the direct and the indirect link specifically. So what I showed there in the empirical insights is just that the stronger the madrasa network, the more terrorists are emerging from a certain district. Such studies like this is available in literature only for 1 or 2 districts or for some areas, not across the country. So it's kind of insightful to look at the pattern across the country, but all we can observe is that the stronger the madrasa network in a district, the more terrorists the district are producing, which may substantiate which may provide some building blocks for the theory, in that the facilitating environment that the theory is suggesting, the facilitating environment for the terrorists that madrasas provide result in increase in the number of terrorists. If that makes sense.
Do you know of data that might be available though on, say, local mosque attendance or other things that might give you some idea into because so much about it's the strength of conviction, or however you want to frame it. I mean, if you could get any type of proxy for that, yeah, it's a very interesting model, and to the extent that you can substantiate it even with a dirty empirical analysis,
What I don't want to do is to confuse religiosity with madrasa attendance. So, because a majority of people in Pakistan are Muslims, and religiosity is something different, which is not dependent upon madrasa attendance. So, increased increased attendance in mosques, or these things are more reflective of religiosity, but madrasa attendance is, or association with madrasa or being inspired with madrasa is, I think, a bit different. But yes, I was thinking of more on the financial links that I could find out somehow, because a lot of these madrasas are financed by Saudi Arabia and Iran. So yeah, I was thinking of those terms for the empirical analysis. Yeah.
Yeah, and going back to, I understand that your list doesn't have more information, but I'm sure some people are compiling individual information on at least a subset of, and possibly, I don't know, you could have some network information about other individuals. I'm just wondering, like other data sets that might exist, or other people doing more biographical research that you could augment your data set with.
So the National Counterterrorism Authority says on their website that they are compiling more the data on individuals, but they don't give access to that. And I don't think they will in current situation, at least till the threat looms over the severity of things. So they are very cautious.
Yeah, sorry, Sascha has a question.
I was wondering, some terrorists may run attacks without committing suicide along the way, but others do. And there seems to be this work on Palestinian suicide bombers showing that it's rather the more educated ones that are the best suicide bombers. And that seemed to be about education level. I don't remember it being about the content of education. So I'm wondering, generally speaking, what your hypothesis is about the content, religious versus secular, as opposed to just knowing more stuff and hence having more ideas about how to do good and bad things.
So this is where, this is where I think this is why I introduced the violent prescriptions separate from madrasa attendance. So this is more both from supply side, but from the demand side as well. They want individuals that have more knowledge, that can efficiently conduct terror attacks. So the terrorist organizations demand those individuals more than the madrasa graduates, maybe, who are not very efficient in conducting attacks or such stuff. So here, I'm not worried about the curriculum as much as about the pedagogical practices. The madrasa students are learning Quran and Hadith. There is no problem in learning religion, but the way that religion is taught makes a lot of difference. If you think this is the only truth and everyone should converge on it, and this is the cause that you should fight for, that is different from teaching religion in maybe a different way. So curriculum is not as much a problem. Curriculum is a problem because it is not enabling them to earn enough in the regular labor market. So that may cause frustration and drive them towards radicalization and terrorism. But the main problem is pedagogical practices, which make the students which provide a facilitating environment for the terrorist organizations, because the students are not able to identify terrorists as wrongdoers. So there is a lot of evidence in which terrorist organizations, prior to launching the attack, the terrorists took shelter in the madrasas, and the madrasa students did not recognize them as any, like they had no idea that they are doing anything wrong, or they have some different personalities, or they are up to something. They were not able to identify them as wrongdoers even after living with them for 3 to 6 days. So that is the kind of facilitating environment that I'm talking about. So when a person is moving towards radicalization, a passive person can recognize that tendency much easier as compared to the active person whose prescriptions match more closely with the prescriptions of the potential terrorists.
Thank you so much. And now it's time to move to the next session. And I want to thank everybody for keeping time so well. Yeah, so thank you. So James Kung is going to be the host of the next session and the moderator. Thank you. I think you need to maybe stop.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pauline.
Right.
I'm going to stop share.
So that,
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Hi, this is James Kung of the University of Hong Kong. So thanks, Pauline. I'm taking over from you in Sydney. So can we start the first paper?
Yeah, I'm here. Should I start sharing?
Okay, so our first speaker is Federico Mazzera of the University of New South Wales. So the title of your talk is Corruption Corrupts, Scandals and Supermarket Thefts. Take it away, Federico.
Yeah, thank you very much, James. So this is joint work with Giorgio Golino from Pompeo Fabra. And as the title says, we are gonna talk about corruption. So by corruption, we mean the abuse of public power for private gains. And this has been shown to have huge direct economic costs. So every year, around 5% of the global GDP is paid in bribes or stolen through corruption. And because of this, the UN recognizes it as one of the biggest impediments for achieving sustainable development goals. What some people worry, and what our paper focuses on, is the possibility that corruption has costs that go beyond these direct material economic costs, but they may also have some broad societal costs. So this, for example, has been already highlighted by, for example, the IMF report on corruption that says that corruption may breed public distrust in government and erode confidence in the rule of law. And the UN Secretary General, when talking about corruption, has said that corruption may breed disillusion with the governance and at the root of social disunity. This kind of effect that corruption may have on societal costs, societal cost of corruption, is also in line with some evidence that we have from some academic papers. For example, we know that the level of corruption of countries of origins of individuals are often highly correlated with antisocial behavior in different type of lab experiments, antisocial behavior in the real world, reported level of trust in the countries of origin of these people, attitudes towards cheating, perceived legitimacy of formal institutions. So in a way, there is this correlation between how often we observe corruption in a certain country or a certain place, and a bunch of behaviors / social norms that people have. And this is what we are interested in. Our interest is a bit more narrow, and what we want to try to figure out is if this relationship is causal in this particular sense, that is, if exposure to corruption scandals may affect your social or moral cost of behaving dishonestly. And then this leads to dishonest behavior of the particular individual that was exposed to the corruption scandal. So we're both interested in the social and moral cost of behaving dishonestly, but also on the particular dishonest behavior of individuals. And to try to answer that, we're going to use some, I think, quite interesting data that is very high frequency, micro level data that will let us say something about this. So the data we're going to use is data on supermarket shopping behavior, and in particular of the use of what is called a safe time technology. So we're going to have data from supermarket in Italy. This is a major supermarket in Italy, but specifically in the region that we're studying. For those of you that know Italian geography, this is Emilia-Romagna. And this supermarket is the biggest in the region, around 1/3 of the market. And this technology is a technology that the supermarket puts on for minimizing cost and speeding up shopping. How this technology works is that clients, while shopping, they declare what they're shopping, but they only pay for the declaration, not what they actually bought. So let me just show you some pictures in case you don't know exactly what this technology is about. Maybe you have never used it in your own country. So what happens is that when you go in the supermarket, you use your loyalty card to scan it here, and then you get one of these big blue scanners. With the scanners, you can go around the supermarket and add things to your shopping cart, virtual shopping cart. At the end of the shopping cart, at the end of your shopping trip, you will have the whole virtual list, and you can put all the items that you want in your bags. And then while you're going out, you give back your scanner, and whatever you have declared, that's what you have to buy. Nobody is gonna check what you put in your bags. Nobody up to these random audits that we have access to. So we have access to random audits done on people that are using this technology. And the audits, how they work is that when you're going, you finish your shopping and you're giving back your scanner, at the moment that you're gonna pay, there is a small message saying, you have been selected for a random audit. Could you please go to the normal cashier? In the normal cashier, there is, the usual process of just scanning all your items by a person. And this is the audit. So we have a lot of information on the audit. Particularly important for us will be the place of residence of these individuals, and you will see why. And on the outcome sides, what we will be able to observe is both the shopping cart, so the real item that they have shopped, and the declaration. We will know the number of items and the total value of the items of both these two lists. In principle, we hope that these two lists are the same, but if the audit, the audit may pick up some discrepancies between these two lists. So on the scandal side, the data that we have constructed comes from scraping local newspapers. So these are two local newspapers from the two provinces where we have data from. And what we're trying to figure out with these newspapers is articles that have the word corruption, extortion of public official, and abuse of power by a public official. We select articles with these keywords, and then out of this, the list of articles that we get, we are gonna focus on articles that disclose information about corruption scandals of local public officials. So we will be able to identify the date of when the corruption scandal was made public in the news, and also the location of the particular corruption scandal. Now let's think about why should people first of all underreport, as we call it in the paper. So underreporting means to buy more than what you actually said that you were gonna buy in your virtual list, in your declaration. Why would people do that? So first of all, there is a part that it could be a mistake, and we will maybe deal with that in the empirical part. But imagine on the side more of actively trying to do that. What shoppers try to figure out is this trade-off between expected benefits that you may get from this action. This is just the probability of not getting caught times the value of the items that we underreported. And instead of the negative side, on the cost side, there are a bunch of costs that we think are active in this kind of decision. So first are the classical, what we call material cost of stealing. So this is the probability of getting caught times the potential fine or time in jail that you may get. And then there are non-material costs, like, for example, there are social costs. So infringing a social norm related to stealing may lead to some punishment. Punishment done maybe by family members that figure out that you have stolen, friends, neighbors, somebody that sees that you have stolen, doesn't believes that this is an infringement of social norms and punish you because of that. And this is what social cost or external cost we'll call. And then there are moral internal costs, as we call them. So these are just self-imposed costs that you pose on yourself on stealing. So maybe you feel bad when you steal because of loss of self-worth, shame, or maybe you just had a law that says, I shouldn't steal. So whenever you infringe that law, you feel bad. Now, why should corruption scandals change any of these? Setting, we know that a few things will not change. So in our data, in our setting, especially in the short term where we're gonna study our empirics, we know that the value of items will not change. The probability of getting caught doesn't change. This is just decided by an algorithm that randomly chooses you. The size of the fine doesn't change. So actually in the setting that we have, the fines are practically zero. We have been told by the supermarket chain that they don't wanna call the police whenever a client is found out underreporting. They generally put the blame on the technology that is new and sometimes make mistakes, so it's difficult to use. So the fines are, you can take them as zero, but importantly for us, constant between before and after a corruption scandal. That what we believe may change is, first of all, people may just incorrectly update their beliefs about the probability of getting caught. So even though the actual probability doesn't change, people may believe that, well, now the official in my town has been caught, maybe, the criminals don't have it so easy, and the probability of actually getting caught making a crime is higher than what I thought. If this is the case, we should see probability of stealing, underreporting, as you want to call it, in the supermarket going down after a corruption scandal. Then we have the social cost that may change. So social costs may change because we believe like two different reasons. So one is that all of a sudden stealing or dishonest behavior is normalized, and therefore social norms about stealing become more lax, and therefore there are less costs if you're caught by your neighbor stealing, for example. Or on the other side, my mayor or somebody, a public official on my town gets caught stealing, doing a corruption scandal. Now all of a sudden dishonest behavior is made more salient, and this reignites some anger towards dishonest behavior, and then social punishment could be even higher. One important thing to notice in our setting, and I think that's one of the reasons why it's so powerful, our setting, is that there's very little social learning in our setting. So the auditing works that you go to the normal cashier with everybody else that didn't use the technology, and just the cashier and you know if there was any infringement. It's a very private action in a way. So we believe that this is not really in place. Even if you believe it is in place, we have some empirical ways of maybe trying to test if this is the case or not. I'm happy to talk about it in the Q&A. What we believe is going on is more these moral internal costs are changing after a corruption scandal. So for example, after a corruption scandal, you may change what you expect others will do, or you expect what others believe you ought to do. So this is in line with what social psychologists call normative expectation. So when you design your own internal rules following how you see people in general behave in the society. So if a prominent individual, like a politician in your town, all of a sudden, it gets caught stealing, maybe you say, well, stealing maybe is not so bad. Why should I be so ashamed of stealing if even, somebody that should be an esteemed member of the society is also caught, dishonestly behaving. This would mean that corruption scandals should induce an increase in the probability of stealing in the supermarket. And this is in line a bit with the initial quotes that I was saying at the beginning of the presentation. So now on the empirics, the first thing I'm gonna show you is just an event study. So the event study here, we have an outcome that is equal to 1 if shopper I, resident in city C, is T days after the closest corruption scandal. If under declares. So is equal to 1 if shopper I, resident C, in day T under declares at the supermarket. So this T is about the treatment. So this variable TAC will be equal to 1 if day T is 8 days after a corruption scandal, the closest corruption scandal in that municipality. And this will be, in a way, our measure of the treatment. We would like to see changes in behavior after a corruption scandal, but not before. So here we just run an event study, fully saturated. We only leave the day before the scandal out. As you may expect, we have city fixed effects. So we're comparing individuals from the same residence before and after the corruption scandal, just 1 day after, 1 day before. And we will also have day fixed effects. So we're also comparing shoppers from the same day that they come from different cities. And these are the main results. So we see that the probability of underreporting in the supermarket goes up for people living in a corrupt city after the corruption scandal. I think the easiest way to see the results is with a classical generalized diff and diff, where we just pull together and consider a treated person, a person that comes 4 days after a corruption scandal. So either the day after, 2 days after, 3 days after, or 4 days after, and not treated everywhere else. This is informed by where the effects we observe in the event study. And what we see is that in general, after a corruption scandal, underreporting probability goes up by around 2.2, 2.4 percentage points. So given that the underlying probability of underreporting is around 14 percentage points, this is equal to an increase in 16% of underreporting. One thing I want you to notice from this table is that we can even control for client fixed effects and individual fixed effects. So really here we are comparing the same individual before a corruption scandal, after the corruption scandal, going to shop. So it has nothing to do with selection. This is really about the behavior of individuals before and after. A few things that other results that you may be interested about. So you remember that I said maybe there are mistakes that are changing. Well, it's possible that some underreporting are mistakes. What we hope, we know for sure is that overreporting cannot be mistakes. So this overreporting means that you declare that you bought more than what you actually had. So that's for sure mistakes. It's impossible that somebody makes it on purpose, and we see no effect on that. So there is this distribution of mistakes that people do, some positive, some negative. Most of the people don't make any mistakes, and after a corruption scandal, you will see the distribution shift towards negative. There is no effect on selection, so we don't see different people going to shop before and after a corruption scandal. And one interesting thing, happy to talk about it now in the Q&A, is that it only affects people that are in the active labor market. So we don't see any effect on students, housemakers, retired people. We really see an effect after a corruption scandal of underreporting for this type of people. So I'm done. So let me just conclude by saying that in this paper, we hope to convince you that at least after a corruption scandal, we see underreporting in the supermarket going up. And given our setting and the high frequency that we have, we believe that this is due to at least a short-term change in the moral cost of stealing after a corruption scandal. So hopefully I've been good with time, and very happy to hear now with your questions.
You still have 3 minutes, Federico.
I'm happy to take a longer question time.
Okay, sure. So any questions? So this is a fascinating paper, I think. Never thought you could study corruption that way.
Thanks. Any questions?
Yeah, let me ask you something.
Yeah,
I saw
thanks.
this presented earlier, and remind me what you can say about people from different regions. You mentioned that you also know region of origin, province of origin, and so on, and how that plays into the results.
Yeah. So yeah, one thing probably that is important to highlight for non-Italians, first of all, is that we are studying a setting that is Emilia-Romagna, that is well known to have high trust, high social capital region. And as you may imagine, most of the shoppers that we have in the data are coming from that region. So they're both resident in that region and they're also born in that region. We are able to observe non-residents because sometimes people go across the border to go shopping. Those are not too common. What we are able to observe that is a bit more common is migrants. So people that were born in another region, maybe in Italy, and now they're living there and shopping there. We don't seem to observe too much general heterogeneity of the effects between, let's say, locals that were born there and living there now and people that migrated there. If we can do some stuff like, for example, we know what the province of birth of these individuals. So we could link data on, there is data on social capital in Italy or, historical tax evasion levels in Italy, and we can link this to the province of birth of individuals and then do an heterogeneity on that. And we see some effects both on the baseline probability of stealing and on how they react to corruption scandals, and everything in the kind of in direction that you may expect. That is that they tend to steal more, people that come from places with lower social capital from Italy, and also they react more strongly to corruption scandals.
But would you be able to do the same analysis for one of the more corrupt regions? Because Emilia-Romagna, as far as I understand, is kind of the region with the highest social capital and least corruption.
Yeah.
So you are kind of searching where you would expect the smallest effect of these things.
Yeah. So,
but Sicily,
Yeah. So I think in a way it's an open question where I will find the biggest effect, because maybe in a way we got lucky with this data and we got Emilia-Romagna, and here corruption scandals, you may believe they provide bigger information from people, and therefore that's why you observe a bigger effect. While in some places everybody knows that officials are corrupt, and then they get a news that officials are corrupt. It's just, there is no Bayesian updating there. Maybe there is no, this thing that we said about social expectations that's why how you form your underreporting behavior is not updated after a corruption scandal. While instead in Emilia-Romagna, where is more of an oddity that these things happen, that's where you see the effects. So yeah, I think I would really like to have data from other regions. We don't have them.
Pauline has a question.
Yes. Maybe I should know this because we've talked about this, but and I understand that you don't want to do some kind of time series things where you would have a national scandal because you wouldn't be able to exploit the panel as you do. But I'm wondering whether you have looked at other news, like I don't know, a news on the financial crisis or something like this that and I don't think it's necessarily placebo, but news that would elicit negative reaction in people, not so much about corruption, but about the state of the world. Like, we live in a corrupt world, there's global warming, people are dishonest, and whether you can see different effects of these other things.
So yeah, so in a way there are two questions. So one is about looking at other shocks, and this could be even done at the local level. Not this global phenomena like you said, but maybe there are some bad news, local bad news, and we have tried to go in the direction, but not too much. So what we exploiting the same method, but just by looking at. So there is often news about house that been stolen by robbers that go around, and this happened in different cities in different places, and we haven't seen any effect on that. And this is quite, they always pop up in the news, the local news, this stuff, and we haven't seen. Another thing that we have thought it was cute, but then we didn't find any effect. It was on winners of the lottery. So there is a lot of even local lotteries, and they are very much publicized in these local newspapers. And we thought, maybe if my neighbor wins, I get mad that I didn't win because everybody plays the lottery in Italy, and but we didn't find any effect on that. On the more like big news that affects everybody, still I think something could be done, because we have people that are likely readers, likely not readers of newspapers. There are people maybe
coverage, right? You would have different local coverage, because
that is also
the event and they don't talk about global warming, but
it's true that our geographical area is quite small, and there are really two providers of news in that small area. So this big news, imagine that there is some big event that changes how bleak you are about global warming. I think they will both be reported by both these newspapers, but you may still have a theory about why they may affect different people. And I think still something could be done, because we have so much information about these people that maybe young people are the one reacting to bad news about global warming. Old people don't care, or something like that. So maybe there is a direction to go there, even with more, let's say, national news or even global news.
No, but like the coverage would be different, no? So why can't you do this? You should be able to do the same thing, like the local coverage of this global news. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, so because the only variation that we have, in a way, there are two media markets in our data set. There is Modena media market and Ferrara media market. So in a way, we could only split the sample into the. Still, maybe it could be worth it. Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah.
Sascha has a question again.
So you focus on what people do at the self-checkouts, but you also know who takes the self-checkout and whether people switch. Like I sometimes use it if the queue is too long on the regular one, but I tend to prefer the regular one. I'm getting old, but I'm wondering whether people self-select into the self-checkout in order to.
Yeah. So it makes sense. In this particular supermarket, when you enter, you have the choice, very easy, to pick up this scan and go through our technology, or just do the normal one. So there is this option. And there is no real way of knowing if there is observing this selection, because we only have data from safe time. What we do is try to see if observables of individuals are different before and after a corruption scandal in places that had a corruption scandal. And we don't see to observe any selection issue in that sense, at least on observables. It's true that if I wanted to steal, I would use this technology. Let's put it like that. This is an easy way to steal a few euros, and with very little repercussions.
So you don't have like a customer card that allows you to trace people even if they don't use the other.
Yeah. So we have the customer card ID. So we know an individual every time he goes. So it's true that what we could do, I don't know if it's what you have in mind, that is, people may go every Saturday to the supermarket, and some Saturdays we don't see them. That is maybe what you're thinking.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's not so much what type of person selects into the self-checkout generally, but whether now that there is this corruption scandal, even as a person who always goes to the regular checkout, now I go to the self-checkout because this is the only way I can cheat. And I'm so annoyed.
Yeah. makes sense. Yeah, and I think this will also give some, yeah, because we would really like to know if this is kind of premeditated stealing. So you see the news and then you decided that you wanted to steal in the supermarket, or is something more visceral in a way that is while you're shopping, you're like, yeah, this thing is costing €1 more than usual. Let me steal it as my mayor did it. And I think that could go in that direction. Any other questions?
So let me ask a question.
Yeah, please.
So in what respect is your dependent variable different from the red cards received by football players in Miguel's paper?
So
I hope this is a fair question.
Yeah, so in a sense, so this is so what I observe here, so my outcome, the 0-1 outcome is about, in a way, is a fair measure of antisocial, let's say, bad behavior, let's put it like that way. Whilst I think, the red, non-red card would be, in a way, yeah, the severity. One, it would be, more the severity of the punishment, or if you have been, yeah, there is some, personal decision on that. But I don't know, James, what do you have in mind? Maybe what the differences?
Well, I don't know. I mean, since it is, in a way, it is both are about moral cost, right? So if I come from a country allegedly, where there's a lot of civil conflict, then it's okay for me to foul play at a football match. So I see certain kind of parallel between
between
the two.
Yeah, in a way, the red card thing, I see it more of a game between the referee and the player, where there are stereotypes involved. There are, while here there is a machine that, that is just a calculation of the numbers that you bought and not. And then sometimes these people go over the limit, let's say. In a way, we are shutting down off the supply side, and we're just, we're just seeing the behavior on one side. Maybe that's one way of seeing it.
But you do contribute to that literature.
Yeah, maybe.
So we have to stop now in the interest of time.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Federico. Thank you. Samal, are you here? Are you there? Okay.
Yes, I am. Good morning, good evening, and good night, I guess, from Moscow. So I can get started. Just a second, let me do full screen. All right. So I suppose you can see my slides and hear me well. All right. So so this is a joint work with David Kamsian, and we are studying the impact of informal aid sanctions on subnational development. So in lieu of some, to give you some motivation, let me first of all emphasize that, when we look at the foreign aid literature, we see that actually most papers focus on official aid flows, essentially sovereign entities delivering aid to other sovereigns. But when, we particularly look at countries where state capacity is pretty low, it's quite common that state-like parties or organizations with elaborate networks of social service delivery emerge. And, one reason they survive and attract popular support, at least for, the ethnic groups or religious sects that they aim to represent, is the efficacy in which they provide these resources to their, core supporters, or more widely. The typical examples, right, would be Hamas in Palestine, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and of course there are several others. In her quite insightful book, Compassionate Communalism, Melanie Kamet actually argues, using the case of Lebanon, very compellingly, that non-state welfare performs a critical function, but that typically also leads to deepening social divisions, because the nature of the service delivery and the redistribution typically occurs, like it discriminates against certain groups and favors others. That's kind of a source of increasing social inequities. Of course, aside from the issue of social divisions, it's not always clear how effective these organizations and groups are in generating prosperity, right, for the masses. And unlike the aid flows between sovereigns, for these organizations, things are less transparent. It's not as clear how actually some of these organizations and parties finance their various activities, and how this money is spent. And clearly, if just like some official aid, there are strings attached to aid by the donors, typically depending on which actors deliver funds to these organizations, one might actually expect to see different effects on different dimensions. So in this paper, we evaluate how Iranian informal aid to Hezbollah affected local development in Lebanon. So, and of course, one major challenge is, unlike official aid, we don't observe informal aid. And by Iran, even though, there are various estimates, we clearly don't have data over the years that can be reliable. If you look at the estimates by US forces and intelligence agencies, they were putting the tag at around $200 million annually in the early 2000s. And some more recent estimates about, for the year 2018 actually puts the number of, like, the amount of Iranian aid to Hezbollah to around $700 million. So the question here clearly is, given that Hezbollah has various sources of funding, ranging from private donations, own investments, and money from businessmen, both in Lebanon and from the diaspora and so on, clearly, it's hard to distinguish the effect of Iranian aid from those other types of sources of funding. So in order to tackle this question, we use two important and potentially important forces that might affect Iranian aid flows. And one of them is the over time variation in the oil rents of Iran. And the other one is essentially the over time variation in the severity of Western sanctions against Iran. So clearly, this strategy faces two obstacles. And the first one is about more about causal identification, because we cannot possibly argue that oil prices and sanctions against Iran are completely exogenous. The second one is more about interpretation, And it is plausible that the Iranian aid to the changes in oil prices and the severity in Western sanctions may affect Lebanese economy through various other channels besides the aid channel to Hezbollah. So to tackle these issues, what we do in this paper is to estimate the differential impact of these two sources of potential sources of financing by Iran on Shia versus non-Shia areas. So essentially, this strategy relies on a well-documented fact that Hezbollah has a pretty strong sectarian bias in favor of the Shia population when it comes to provide aid and social services. So, taking that, as given, under two assumptions, we would be able to actually estimate how the Iranian aid affects subnational development in Lebanon. So the first assumption is that had it not been for the Hezbollah's spending, the impact of Iranian oil rents and sanctions against Iran would be similar in Shia versus non-Shia areas. And the second assumption is that the unobserved influences on Shia and non-Shia areas, and those influences that impact the Shia and non-Shia areas differently, would actually have should not have an influence on oil prices and the severity of sanctions. So under these two assumptions, we carry out an analysis, a panel analysis at the local level. And our unit of observation is third administrative level, which is akin to municipalities, so towns and villages in rural areas. So we call these zones, and the data on the sectarian composition comes from the Lebanese voter registries. So here we are closely following Kamet and Issar, who argue that actually this is a pretty good measure of contemporary sectarian composition. Then we combine this data with our outcome, which is a proxy for local economic development. So we focus on the period 1993 to 2010. The reason we stop at 2010 is mainly the Syrian civil war. And in the aftermath of that war, Lebanon received a substantial number of Syrian refugees, and that creates many problems for interpretation and for identification. Both demographically speaking and economically speaking, this is a major confounder. Now, what we do is to actually normalize the sum of flights at the zone level by the population data, which also comes from registries. And we essentially follow Dreher et al. In doing that. And as for the main right-hand side variable, we simply use oil rents per capita of Iran, which comes from a World Bank database. So for the sections, we construct our own sanction index using a detailed analysis of US executive orders and UN Security Council resolutions. And here, with respect to the methodology, we follow Lee 2018. And for each document that introduces an economically relevant sanction, we add one, and any relaxation of existing sanctions, we subtract one. And we also use the trade weights between Iran and the sanctioning entities in order to capture part of the sort of importance of these sanctions based on the identity of the sanctioning parties. We actually did also cross-check the sanction index with a recently introduced sanction database by Febel Meyer et al. And it is very similar to what they have, even though that's a global index. We actually think we are doing a much better job because we are able to look into the details as we focus on a single country. So just to show you how the sectarian composition looks like. So we have on the right-hand side the distribution of the Shia share, and as you see, Shia, most of the Shia population is concentrated in south and the Nabatea governorates, as well as Becker, but they're also scattered to a lesser extent in other regions. So as an exploratory analysis, we actually first look at the evolution, over time evolution of the average gap in night lights between Shia and non-Shia areas after purging the zone specific, after purging like the temporal means of lights at each zone, and the national level trends in night lights, which are essentially captured by the zone fixed effects and the time fixed effects. So what we're plot on the right-hand side is these coefficients on the time and interaction, time and Shia interactions, and we plot this side by side with the over time evolution of log per capita oil rents of Iran and oil prices, which closely track each other. So something to highlight here is that, for instance, this period when there was a local peak in oil prices in 1996, we actually also see a quite remarkable increase in the gap in night lights between Shia and non-Shia areas. When the prices actually declined in the next year, we also see a decline there. And if we look at actually the sanction index, which is on the left-hand side here, you see that actually there is a peak in 1997, which is actually associated with a US measure which affected all the economic activities of Iran in the energy sector. During periods when actually we see higher prices and a secular increase in prices starting in the early 2000s, we also see that the gaps remain positive. And you can also see notably that actually towards the end of the period, of a sample period, another spike in oil prices is paralleled by an increase in the Shia non-Shia gap. Okay, so this is just an exploratory analysis before we move on to our main regressions. So we estimate two equations. One of them is essentially an equation we estimate to get an idea about the impact of Shia share and the oil rents. So we have main effects and the interaction effects. And our main specification is the second one, where we additionally add the zone fixed effects and time fixed effects. Okay, so we cluster standard errors at the district level, and we exclude Beirut governorate. So there are only 12 zones there. And the reason is that for Beirut, which receives a lot of migration, the voter registries are not really very informative about the actual sectarian composition. We also exclude from our baseline the zones in this security belt, southern security belt that was established by Israel during 1985 to 2000, where and during that period, supposedly Hezbollah didn't have as much access and influence, and there are other reasons why actually we want to exclude these zones. So just moving on to the regressions, what we see here is that the oil rents and the Shia interaction is positive and significant. And then as we introduce the sanctions, we also see similar picture. And then we actually in the second column, we do a sort of a placebo by interacting the Sunni share with oil rents of Iran, and we don't get anything, which is reassuring. Other than that, so first we confine our sample to pre-2006 period, because in 2006, actually there was a war with Israel, and we know that that war affected Shia areas more for obvious reasons. So it was concentrated in the southern part, and we actually confirmed that that was the case. So we controlling for the 2006 Shia share interaction, we find actually that our main conclusions remain same. In terms of the gap, we estimate about 6 percentage points difference in the response of night lights to the maximum annual growth in oil rents that we observe over the sample period between Shia and non-Shia areas. So we also run some robustness checks here. I'll be quick and just say that actually the effect of the oil rents seems to be more contemporaneous. So there is no significant relation between the night lights and the lagged interaction. Whereas for sanctions, as you would expect, things are more persistent. We also check whether violence events at the local level might be confounding the analysis, and we see that actually they are not. We also look at the distance to nearest major cities and per capita oil rents interacted, and same for sanctions. And we see that actually the coefficients remain quite stable, which is reassuring. So finally, we also test some alternative channels. One of them is obviously official foreign aid. So we don't see that foreign aid has a differential relationship with night lights in Shia versus non-Shia areas. And we know that Hezbollah actually also is engaged in drug trafficking, and some of the financing comes from diamond exploration in West Africa. And we also kind of see if these are important factors in the analysis. And we largely find that actually they don't matter. Okay, so let me just, I think, conclude. So although Lebanon is not an oil producer, we document a sizable positive reduced form relationship between oil prices, sanctions against Iran, and local development. And we find that actually Shia areas were more affected by both sources of variation in Iranian aid. And we kind of, think that this is very much in line with the idea that actually Hezbollah is sort of the intermediating channel. So Hezbollah's money, like spending, is the intermediate channel. And let me stop here for in the interest of time, and maybe I would be happy to get questions in the Q&A. Thank you.
I think Jared has a question already.
Okay, perfect. Hi, Jared.
In fact, I think Jared has gone
wrote
to
in
bed.
the chat.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he went to bed. Yeah.
All right.
But let me ask something.
Yeah.
In terms of external validity, can you give other examples where something similar would be going on, where a state actor, Iran, has a strong interest in a neighboring country or one in the neighborhood, say, and where you would expect similar results? Or would you say it stretches beyond this national interest story? Could it even be an interest group from country A, say the Catholic Church having an interest in keeping up its stronghold in Latin America, stuff like that? So where, in what circumstances would you expect these things to be going on?
That's a good question. We haven't really tried to identify some other case studies that we can check the external validity. I don't know if you can think of some specific example that we can perhaps look at empirically. So that would be really nice, actually.
I don't know,
but,
could be Russia in Moldova, could be, I don't know, wherever a state actor has a strong interest in influencing affairs in typically a smaller country, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think part of the issue could be that actually, Hezbollah is essentially acting as a proxy, right, for Iran, and they have a very long-term relationship, right? And I think results may. I mean, I don't claim external validity because I think we need to be careful about the particular goals of the financing, right, states. And for the case of Iran, I think the goals are multifaceted. And actually, that was actually one of the perhaps punchlines of the paper that I should have highlighted, which is that, if Iran wants Hezbollah to spend the money in a particular way, and if one of those ways is to simply generate prosperity for the supporters, right, for the Shia supporters, then you would, you will be more likely to find results that we find. Whereas, if a country is just running a proxy war, right, and the only goal is like a short-term damage to the rival countries, then probably you wouldn't see developmental effect as much, and that money would mostly be spent on military equipment purchases and so on and so forth. So I think every case has to be dealt with, within its own context, and but it's really nice to sort of think about these, and perhaps using another case study try to highlight that contrast, right? So how you know, different actors, incentives, and therefore the strings attached to money, like aid, differs. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a question from Paul Rashke, which I'm going to read out.
Okay.
When using nighttime light at a very granular level, there is an issue with overglow from richer to poorer areas. This has been documented in the case of the occupied territories in Palestine using the wall that the Israelis built.
Mm-hmm.
This means that the nighttime light that you observe in a grid is partially glow from a neighboring cell. Given the settlement density in Lebanon, could this be an issue? For example, Shia areas are more likely to be located next to more prosperous grids, unquote.
Right. No, that's a very spot on comment. In fact, we are aware of the overglowing issue. There are, we actually, you know, didn't have time to deal with this overglowing issue, but we know that Alexei Abrahams has kind of some algorithm to deal with this. So it's a, you know, it's a relevant comment. But I just to push back a bit, you know, since we are excluding Beirut, right, where this problem would be the most sort of binding, and since actually most of the areas we're looking at are you know, rural areas, we don't think that our results will change, but of course, you know, we should definitely give it a try. The other possibility is to use VIIRS, which is another source of data at the monthly level, and it's more like higher resolution, where these issues are less critical, less binding. Yeah, but I mean, when we, by the way, use when we compute Conley standard errors to account for spatial correlation, which, you know, partly will be driven by this overglowing issue, we actually get similar standard errors, if not smaller.
Sascha, can you make your question very short?
Yeah. So the story is about non-governmental aid flows, or generally non-official aid flows.
Mm-hmm.
Because what I'm wondering is, for instance, if there is a recession in Australia, people give less to the Red Cross, and the Red Cross then does less good stuff in a foreign country. Is that conceptually similar or different from you?
Well, I mean, I think it's similar. So I mean, our goal was to, since we don't observe aid flows themselves, you know, we just took a reduced form approach, right? And simply tried to use, you know, changes in oil prices and sanctions as, right? I mean, sources of revenue generation and obstacles against, right? Revenue generation for Iran. And yes, I think the idea is quite the same, right? It's negative economic shocks, probably, you know, lower oil windfalls means, you know, unless there is an urgency, you cut back your spending. But of course, we are not saying that, right? I mean, these are not the these are the only, right, sources of variation in Iranian aid. But other sources of variation we can think of would be more endogenous, I would say, right? I mean, essentially, if a war is approaching, or you know, if there are tensions, right, with Israel, you might imagine Iran sending more money and so on. But yeah.
Okay, so let's stop here. Thanks a lot, Sanal.
Thank you.
So let's, good morning. Welcome our next guest, speaker, Jeanette Benson of the University of Copenhagen. Take it away, Jeanette.
Thank you. Hi. Let me just share my screen with you. Hi, yes, my name is Jeanette Benson. I'm happy to be here. Hopefully I'll be in Australia next year, but for now I'm still in Copenhagen. Let me move you guys a little bit. All right, so I'll present this paper that I wrote with my former PhD student, Lena. Can you see my slides here? Sorry, yeah.
Perfect.
Good. Yeah, so our paper is about religion and politics and how mixing the two may impact attitudes and outcomes. First, to motivate, previous research has documented that missionary work has increased religiosity and impacted outcomes in developing countries. We test whether something similar has occurred in a Western country, the United States. We will estimate empirically the effects on religiosity, attitudes, and outcomes of certain policies that have increased church-state cooperation in the US. These policies are the faith-based initiatives, encompassing the charitable choice implemented by George W. Bush in the 90s and followed by the later faith-based initiatives that are still being implemented year by year. We term them all the faith-based initiatives. The missions was to secure religious freedom, and the initiatives are based on this idea that faith-based organizations provide better for the needy than the government does. And the definition of a faith-based organization, these are religious organizations such as churches or mosques. They are also organizations sponsored by religious bodies or non-profit organizations with a clearly stated religious motivation. Right, so accordingly, by this mission, the main changes were that positions in the government were established for representatives from faith-based organizations. This could be priests who got a position in state governments. Also, state officials were encouraged to partner with faith-based organizations with delivering social services. And last, regulations were relaxed for faith-based organizations so that, for instance, a non-profit offering drug rehabilitation through religious means did not have to have licensed counselors or adhere to state health standards. The initiatives were part of a broader movement pushed forward largely by a few powerful evangelical Protestant lawyers, scholars, activists, and politicians. And the initiative, the reason why we're looking at them is that they are potentially the most visible and measurable success of this movement. The hypothesis that we're trying to test is that the initiatives, they raised religiosity and they strengthened conservative religious social views such as skepticism towards homosexuals, women, and science. So let me first explain this hypothesis before I get to the empirical testing. And for now, think of the initiatives as a quasi-exogenous shock, and I'll then get back to the evidence of that in a couple of slides. So first, the initiatives arguably improved conditions for faith-based organizations by including them in government positions, reducing the regulations they face, and including them when contracting for social service delivery. And we hypothesize that this increases the number of faith-based organizations. We will test that later. And as the number of these faith-based organizations or suppliers of religion goes up, then followers will have easier access to religion with potentially increased attendance rates and beliefs as a result. Another mechanism of this is that when these people consuming various services provided by the religious nonprofits, they'll be treated with religion as well, kind of like missions, again, increasing religiosity. And so another part of the theory or mechanism, if you like, is that having faith-based liaisons in the government and encouraging the government to consider faith-based organizations in social service delivery all means strengthened church-state cooperation. And this cooperation may impact the choice of politicians and potentially intensify let me, yeah, and potentially intensify the use of religion in office, potentially increasing their publicly known religiosity. In turn, this all may influence the religiosity of the population and their social views, much like symbolic policies. And we will document each of these different components empirically, but first let me note that we relate to different literatures on the supply side of the religious market and on how the identity of politicians may impact social views and outcomes, and a literature on drivers of cultural change, and literature on the impact of politics on cultural values, and last, a literature attempting to explain the relatively high US religiosity. Okay, let's jump to the data. So different states implemented the faith-based initiatives at different points in time, and we capture this timing differences by entries in the LexisNexis, the world's largest electronic database for legal and public records related information. We use data collected by sociologist Rebecca Sascha, who extracted all entries with words such as faith-based or charitable choice. And we document that our results are robust to using actual or data on actual institutions and budgets behind the initiatives. We have 332 laws in total, which we can divide into these program laws, relegating government welfare through faith-based organizations, these concrete laws allocating positions and appropriations to faith-based organizations, and last, the more symbolic laws encouraging the state to partner with faith-based organizations in social service delivery. We have data on this implementation of the laws from the first state implemented a faith-based initiative in 1996 until 2009, where 45 states had implemented at least one faith-based initiatives. The laws are pretty much spread out in intensity across the entire US. Okay, so admittedly, these initiatives here were not an exogenous event that hit the American society. And a concern for our empirical strategy is that rising religiosity determined the implementation of the initiatives instead of the other way around. But a priori and based on the literature, we do not expect this to be the case. But let me just first stress that, so we're doing a difference in difference estimation. So what we're really concerned about is whether changes before the initiatives correlate with whether the initiatives were implemented. Okay, so first, these initiatives were implemented from above by a very few very powerful conservative religious individuals. And as former advisor to George Bush said in an interview with Rebecca Sascha, they were implemented as a quiet revolution to not spark a bitter church-state separation debate. He interviewed all faith-based liaisons in state governments and found that reasons for implemented differ quite a bit from state to state. Also, the relation to prior religiosity is not obvious. A priori, I would have thought that the more religious states would be more eager to improve religious services and implement more of these initiatives here. But it could also be that the more religious were initially skeptical towards cooperating with the states out of fear of secularization. Other scholars have documented the latter, and this is also what we find. Last, a recent Pew Research survey found that the religiosity of Congress is far from reflects the religiosity of the public. Only 0.2% of Congress are religiously unaffiliated, while this is 23% in the public. So all in all, a priori, we do not expect that these law changes are a response to population changes. To test this econometrically, let me present the data on religiosity. So these are based on the general social survey. these are surveys of approximately 2,000 respondents yearly across the US. We measure attendance rates by how frequently respondents attend religious services, and we measure strength of beliefs by several measures available for more than 10,000 respondents. We take all these measures. And we can then use these data to estimate the impact of the changes in the laws on changes in religiosity. But first, let me go back to that econometric checks of the quasi-exogenous nature of the laws. As a first very simple illustration of the quasi-exogenous implementation, we split up the states into those that implemented earlier than the median year and those that implemented later, and then calculate the share of states with rising church attendance. There were no differences between the two groups of states before 1996. But after 96, church attendance rose fivefold, but only among the group of early implementers. So if not for the faith-based initiatives and this associated movement, one would have to explain why religiosity rose fivefold after 96 among early implementers and not before, and not for the late implementers. All right, so more formal tests here. We can then regress these different characteristics here that we use. We regress that on whether you implemented laws later on. What's really important here is that we see absolutely no relation between changes in these various confounders at the individual or state level and whether or not you implemented a law later on. This also illustrates the lack of pre-trends that if we then regress church attendance, for instance, on dummies of whether of the timing of when you implemented these laws. We see that church attendance does not vary before implementing the laws, but rises after. All of these checks document no pre-trends in population characteristics, and this is comforting to our identification strategy. Right, so we will estimate this equation here, estimate religiosity on a dummy, which is equal to 1 in the year you first implement a law, and forever after. We have state fixed effects, time fixed effects, another pre-trends check, laws next period, various controls at the individual level, at the state level. And when we do that, for example, first column here shows the simple correlation or the simple impact of these laws here on church attendance. And we throw in various controls here. We see in the last column here the impact of the laws on church attendance, and we also see another pre-trends check that church attendance does not vary for those states just before they implement the initiatives. The size is quite big. It's so I put the change in church attendance in the bottom of the table here, and we see that the impact of these initiatives are twice the actual fall in church attendance. We can then calculate that the rate of secularization of the US would have been 3 times as large if not for these faith-based initiatives. It's the same for beliefs. Beliefs are strengthened. It's pretty homogeneous across the entire US for all regions and types of individuals. Lots of robustness. So all in all, we find that these faith-based initiatives have increased religiosity significantly, and we next turn to explanations for why this is the case. We can split the laws into whether they are symbolic, concrete, or program laws, and we see that the impact on church attendance and strength of beliefs is mainly driven by the symbolic laws and partly also by the concrete laws. These concrete laws, they are the ones where you take in faith-based representatives at the state level, you reduce regulations and you give appropriations to faith-based organizations. Symbolic laws are where you encouraged faith-based organizations to be incorporated when in social service delivery. We find that there is more faith-based organizations after these laws. We have data on around 6 million or 4 million, millions of faith-based or non-profit organizations, and we can then categorize whether they are religious or not. One way is that they indicate themselves whether their primary purpose is religious. We can also infer their religiosity of whether or not they have religious terms in their name. And we show that these faith-based initiatives, they increase both. So the share that indicate a religious purpose and the share with a religious word in their name. We also find that the initiatives increase the religiosity among governors and members of Congress. Last, we look at the impact on attitudes and outcomes. We choose social views that are held mainly by evangelicals and where measures are available for more than 20,000 respondents in the DSS. What we find here, and if we look up in panel A here, we see that the laws increase the share of people with social views against homosexuals, against working women and women in politics, against science, not so much on abortion, not so much on whether they are conservative, but increased preferences for Bible prayer in public schools, and increased altruism, people who say that they want to help others. Again, the sizes are large. It's a fifth to double the overall change in these social views here. This again then spills into impact on actual outcomes. We've found these outcomes that match the social views. So there's more states that restrict gay marriages. The gender gap is larger. No impact on conservatism or no impact on actual charitable giving. Last check here. So the proponents of the initiatives, they argue that religious organizations provide better for the needy. The theory then is, if this is the case, then did the faith-based initiatives raise well-being? There's lots of measures in the GSS on well-being. So we take all measures above 20,000 respondents. I'll show you some. We also show results for state-level measures of well-being. What we find is that there's really nothing. There's not any improvement in well-being. If anything, there's a slight negative effect, but this should be viewed in all the other estimates that are also either insignificant or negative. And so to wrap up, the political arguments for the faith-based initiatives were to improve welfare and to secure religious freedom. They did not improve well-being, but they strengthened US religiosity, much like religious missions, and they reinforced conservative religious social views and associated outcomes. This research here contributes to our understanding of the social role of religion in the US, its link to politics, and its consequences for society. Yes.
Perfect time control.
Yes.
Open to questions now.
I'll just see if
Sascha.
Hi, Janet.
Hi,
super
Sascha.
Fascinating. I have one about first past the post, which my understanding US has. It seems in US you can get barely elected unless you at least outwardly do as if you are religious. And that may explain why the share of Congress members who are religious is higher than in the population, because the median voter in the US is religious, and hence the elected politician needs to be religious, or at least do as if. I never figured Trump's role in this, but given that he has the opposite of Christian traits, but at least he seems to appeal to evangelicals.
Yes, this is also our interpretation of these results of the politicians. That and actually, let me just say in a little bit more detail what we do with the politicians, because we don't have their religiosity levels. What we do is that, so we have information on the religious denomination or affiliation of these governors and members of Congress, and then we calculate average attendance and strength of beliefs for the entire US, and a point. If a governor says he's a Protestant, for example, a broad category, we appoint him the religiosity of Protestants in our average sample, just so that that is out and clear. And yes, I really think that the interpretation is that the publicly known information about their religion increases. Yeah.
But would you be able to measure, in political science, they have these models about roll call voting behavior, so how these guys vote on legal proposals. And the typical model seems to have a two-dimensional policy space with a left-right economic, conservative, liberal dimension, and then a secular religious one. So you can measure, so to say, what the politicians' leanings are, both on economic issues and on religious issues. And that way you could maybe more directly measure what these guys stand for.
Cool, thanks.
Any other questions?
So Australians went to bed and Europeans did not get up yet?
Didn't have enough coffee yet.
Okay, so I have one question here, short one. It says, great paper. Have you explored any impact on individuals' political outcomes, such as voting and party affiliation?
Yes, so one of the mechanisms that we explore and that we reject is whether these faith-based initiatives perhaps were used to attract voters by the Republicans. Maybe they were, but at least we can see in the numbers that they didn't succeed. So that we see no increase in either whether you feel conservative or whether you voted Republican in the last election. In various different data sets, there's no movement in the share of Republicans. But another interesting finding is that the increase in religiosity is mainly for the Republicans. So the increase that we see is driven by Republicans that go more to church and that believe more. So that's the change for the Republicans. And there are also, as
by
you would expect,
virtue
there
of
are
these,
also, sorry, yeah, no, go ahead.
So the laws are state level, right? So you're hence bound by that variation, but still, could you learn something from within state variation of some kind? Is there differential adoption in different parts of the state? What I mean is, so would you descriptively see a stronger increase in faith-based organizations in previously less religious areas, or do the religious areas become even more religious? So who is given the push? Do these faith-based organizations suddenly make an inroad in secular cities, or do they increase further the religiosity in the Bible Belt and the countryside?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, so we only explored that at the state level, but it's true we could also do it at the county level. So yeah, when we look at the state level, I can tell you what we find there. We find that the effects are similar in the Bible Belt and actually in all regions. I think that there was a smaller increase in church attendance in the northeastern states, as we would expect, but otherwise it's quite homogeneous across the US, and it's also homogeneous across income levels. So at first we actually thought that what we were finding is that the poor go to church and they get welfare, because that was also a part of the initiatives, but it's a very small part in the literature. It's heavily criticized, and we do not find that there's a tendency that these results are mainly driven by poorer individuals, more educated, and all these. So we checked for heterogeneity across a long list of variables, but the only two variables that seem to differ, where the impact seems to differ, is whether you are Republican and whether you are evangelical. So even the increase in religiosity is higher for Republicans and evangelicals. Yeah, but we could check at county level.
Yeah, no, I was thinking, say, in organizational perspective, because there is the state, and the state sets the policy, and then there are faith-based organizations that make use of either monetary transfers or tax breaks, whatever it is, right? And then there are the individuals who make use of the supply of religious goods, and that may change their behavior. I'm interested in, say, the organizational perspective. If I'm the Archbishop of the Southern Baptist Church, and now I can get a tax break or I get a direct money flow, where would I direct it? In the same way that missionary societies need to decide, do I try and convert people in Beijing in the 19th century, where I have millions in front of my door? Or do I waste my energy on going to the countryside, where going from one village to the next, you always cost me 2 days?
Yeah, it's a good point. It would be cool to look into. Thanks. Pretty well timed, huh?
Yep. So thanks, Jeanette. Our last speaker of the session is Eric Belanda.
Yes, good morning from England. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Then let me share my screen and let's get going. So I'll share my full screen and you should be able to see my slides now. Can you see my slides well? You can hear me?
All look good.
Great. And first, let me begin by thanking the organizers for having us on this program. It's really a great event, and I hope that this can also be something that continues well into the future. Let me also thank all the attendees, particularly those who are up very, very early or very, very late to attend this presentation. This is joint work with Martina, who is also among the panelists today, who will be able to help me both by answering questions as they emerge in the chat, but also will make sure I don't say something completely outrageous in the Q&A later on. But let me tell you about this paper that we've been working on. This is a project in which we are looking at the relationship between austerity and crime, in particular where austerity measures hit particularly hard those who are already economically vulnerable. And to do this, we're going to look at a historical episode from English and Welsh history, where we will make use of a natural experiment arising from the implementation of the new poor law, as well as newly collected data that we've assembled from around that period. But before going there, let me begin with a bit more of a broad picture to sort of clarify our point of departure. And essentially where we begin is taking as given a large literature that exists on the effects of fiscal consolidation, for which we'll use the shorthand austerity on the macroeconomy. And we also sort of take as given, or at least have an eye on a literature that also suggests that austerity can have social and political implications, both in terms of causing social unrest in response to these measures, as well as various political responses. Perhaps famously recently, Timo Fetzer has published a paper suggesting that Brexit may be explained by conservative austerity measures. We also notice that economically vulnerable individuals can be particularly hard hit by austerity, and there is work in both social sciences but also in medical literature that suggests that that seems to be the case, and that's kind of where we take our point of departure and ask then whether austerity can have implications also for criminal activity and criminal behavior, particularly by acting in particular ways on those that are already economically vulnerable. And to do this, we use a historical natural experiment. That's the Paulo Amendment Act, which came into power in England and Wales in 1834, and essentially brought into action the new Poor Law, which is the shorthand I'll use both to signify the new system itself, but also the act that brought it into being. And this was a reform which essentially sought to curb the cost of poor relief, which was the historical term for welfare spending, for reasons that I'll discuss in a few slides. But what's interesting about this reform is that it had differential effects. In particular, counties, English and Wales counties that previously had been spending more in terms of per capita poor relief were hit harder, and there's, if you will, a compression of the distribution of generosity of poor relief, where counties that previously were spending relatively a lot are hit harder than counties that were previously spending relatively less. And this will be very nice for us, given our empirical strategy that I'll go on to explain. To look at this question, we assemble a novel data set where we build on a number of historical sources. First, we build a yearly county level panel on poor relief spending, which covers both the pre and post reform period from 1820 to 1842. And this is data that is novel and we've not seen used before, particularly in the pre-New Poor Law period. We add to this very rich individual level crime data for a subset of that period. And this individual level data will be useful for a number of things, in particular to really get at the mechanisms from austerity measures and the reduction in poor relief to criminal behavior. We combine this with an IV diff and diff empirical strategy, where essentially in the first stage, we use this 1834 reform to predict levels of poor relief spending. And this will then allow us in the second stage to actually, by using this, reform-induced change in poor relief spending to estimate the causal effect of poor relief on criminal activity. To summarize our findings, we have three main findings. The first is that these austerity-induced reductions in poor relief do seem to increase the number of criminal charges on a per capita basis. Just to give you a headline figure, we find that a 1 standard deviation reduction in relief spending leads to about a 0.2 to 0.3 standard deviation increase in crime per capita. We find that these effects are driven by non-violent property crimes, and this sort of gives rise to our preferred interpretation, which is that it's really that these austerity measures, by reducing the level and the accessibility of poor relief, essentially hits hardest those who were already at the margin of selecting into criminal activity. And by sort of reducing the outside option of non-criminal behavior, this reform essentially lowers that margin, causing more individuals to self-select into crime. And this is supported by a range of qualitative and anecdotal evidence from the social history literature on the economy of makeshifts, where people in a destitute situation develop these coping mechanisms to deal with hardship in this period, and criminal activity is one of those mechanisms. And then finally, we present evidence to suggest that other mechanisms are unlikely to explain the patterns that we see. So in particular, I'll show you some evidence to rule out the impact of increased police professionalization, This predates professional police forces in most counties, but nevertheless, we use some data on that to rule out the fact that there may be unobserved latent factors in these counties that may drive plausibly the results we find, and we find that to not be the case. And then we also making use of this individual level data to show that there is no change in sentencing behavior to rule out any concerns related to the fact that the judicial system itself might be changing. Very briefly on the literature, I won't have time to go into much detail here, but essentially we contribute to the literature on the effect of austerity, a big literature on the economics of crime, in particular the relationship between welfare and crime, and then we contribute to what recently seems to have had a large surge, and you can see a large number of recent papers here on the English and Welsh poor laws, where we essentially look at the impact that this deep reform has on criminal behavior. Briefly on the historical background, we provide a lot more fleshed out historical description in the paper, of course, but just to give you the key details here. So the Poor Law Amendment Act was brought into force in 1834 and gave rise to the system of the new poor law. And this was a complete overhaul of the existing system, which had been in place since the Elizabethan times from the early 17th century. And the practical motivation behind this reform was to essentially curb the cost of the existing system of relief which had been in place. This is for two main reasons. First of all, this poor relief expenditure was often a semi-permanent top-up of primarily seasonal agricultural laborers' wages. And this meant that by sort of the early 1830s, this constituted almost 1/5 of local government expenditure. So it was seen as almost spiraling out of control, and this was an effort to do something to prevent that cost from increasing further. In addition, there was an ideological motivation which sought to discourage individuals from seeking poor relief and instead seek employment. And this was based on a Malthusian and sort of Benthamite utilitarian morality, and additionally reflected a shift in political power which had begun as a result of the Great Reform Act, where political power shifted from large landlords into more what we can think of as the emerging capitalist class. In practical terms, what was done was that a system of poor law unions and workhouses were set up in order to administer relief, and the previous system of so-called out relief was formally abolished, where individuals could get welfare also outside of these workhouses. We have some evidence that this was continued in practice primarily for women and children, but at least on paper, this was abolished. The workhouses were designed such that they were a deterrent to seeking relief, and this was the infamous workhouse test, that only the most destitute should really be seeking relief. And as before the reform, this continued to be funded by local ratepayers. But essentially what's interesting to us is that all of these factors combined to bring about a sharp reduction in the per capita poor relief spending after the reform in 1834. So you can see in this graph where we look at just average poor relief spending in each year across all counties, where it goes from around £0.5 per capita down to something like 0.3 of a pound per capita by the middle and end of the 1830s. But this aggregate figure disguises a lot of heterogeneity, and it's this heterogeneity that we're after and we seek to exploit. And it's shown if we divide this average figure into the averages for those counties that were spending a lot before 1834 and those that were spending less before 1834. So these are not confidence bands, but rather they show the evolution of spending for previously high spending counties and for previously low spending counties. And you can see that there is this compression of spending where the reform essentially hits hardest those places that were spending a lot before the reform. And this is what we'll later go on to use in our empirical strategy. So what were the effects of this? And here we use the very astute, intuitive observations of William Watts, who was on trial for cattle shooting, where essentially you would shoot your neighbor's cattle, for example, and then either use this for own consumption or sell on the meat. And this was becoming increasingly common as a coping mechanism for the poor. But he essentially observed that to such a state had the poor been brought in this country that it was impossible for a poor man to live by honest means. And this intuitively speaks exactly to the kind of relationship we have in mind, that by reducing these levels of poor relief spending, the austerity measures that were brought about by this new poor law essentially caused more individuals to self-select into criminal activity. And that's also something that we see in the aggregate data. So here I'm just plotting raw data, where on the x-axis I'm always showing the reduction in per capita poor relief expenditure, where each dot represents a county. And on the y-axis I'm always showing, either for all types of crime or for non-violent property crimes, the increase in criminal charges per 1,000 inhabitants, comparing before versus after this reform in 1834. And what we can see both for all crimes and more strongly for non-violent property crimes is this positive relationship. So that's just very coarse in the raw data. We can also look at this spatially, where here I'm showing you all the counties of England and Wales, and they're colored according to a gradient in deciles, where a darker shade represents a larger reduction in poor relief spending per capita. And what we see is exactly what the historical literature would lead us to expect, is that agrarian counties near London are essentially the ones that saw the largest reductions in poor relief spending. This is something we expected reading the historical literature, and something that we will control for explicitly in our regressions, since we know well where these changes in per capita poor relief are coming from. And these are changes, these are factors that we want to abstract away from and look purely at the impact of poor relief spending. If we do the same kind of map to look instead at the increase in non-violent property crimes per 1,000 inhabitants, we see a very similar picture, that it's those counties essentially in this southeastern part of England where we see the increases in non-violent property crimes, which maps very nicely with the map I showed you on the reduction in poor relief spending. The data that this builds on, very briefly, just have to show off a little bit here because we do make a substantial data contribution. We combined 3 novel sources. The first builds on Porter's statistical tables, which is essentially a compilation of data presented to Parliament over a number of years. And in particular, we digitized county level poor relief spending and crime figures for over 20 years. We supplement this with individual level crime records from the England and Wales Criminal Records Archive, which is held at the National Archives in Kew. And this is essentially records of all persons that are brought to trial, and we have information on the names, ages, sometimes we have age, the crimes that were committed, as well as the outcome of the trial. So we can see whether they were acquitted, whether they were imprisoned, whether they were sentenced to death, whether they were transported to a penal colony, and so on. And we essentially digitized the universe of over 250,000 of these records for a subset of this period between 1828 and 1840. And I won't have time to discuss this source today, but in some additional work, we look at the actual setup of workhouses to really pin down mechanisms and look at additional results, but I won't be able to show you results relating to that today. So our empirical strategy, and I've been sort of building up to this, is to combine an IV framework with difference and differences. So our overall equation of interest is going to look something like this, where some measure of crime in a given county in a given year, such as the number of charges per 1,000 inhabitants, is going to be a function of some fixed effects to take care of county-specific time invariant effects, as well as common shocks that affect all counties equally. Some controls that I'll explain as I introduce them, but importantly, including measures of occupational structure to account for the fact that agrarian counties tended to have higher pre-reform poor relief spending, as well as the distance to London, which also is a predictor of pre-reform poor relief spending. Essentially, counties near London were giving higher poor relief in order to discourage migration into the metropolis. But this is then going to give us descriptively the relationship of interest, which is between the generosity of poor relief and the sort of level of criminal activity. But you can still, raise several identification concerns with this particular equation. Various endogeneities that arise, for example, because budgeting decisions are made both on measures that could deter crime, such as investments in human capital and sanitation and so on. But those are made simultaneously to local poor relief spending decisions. So there may be an endogenous relationship between these two variables in the absence of a true causal effect. So in order to generate some variation in poor relief spending, which is exogenous, we make use exactly of this reform that I've been describing, where poor relief spending in a given county in a given year is going to be a function of what that county was spending on average before the reform interacted with a post indicator. The logic is the one I've been describing, where counties that previously spent relatively more on poor relief are hit more sharply, so that we expect a negative relationship between this if and diff interaction and poor relief spending. And so that's exactly what we find when we look at our first stage and reduced form results. We find that counties that previously were spending relatively more on poor relief in the post-reform period are now spending relatively less on poor relief. This holds true both in the very bare bones specification, which is fixed effects, as well as in this more rich specification controlling for these important factors that I described. And also on the reduced form side, we already see the effect that in the post-reform period, counties that previously had been spending more are now seeing a greater level of criminal activity, both across all crimes, and particularly for this non-violent property crimes. We can make this a bit richer by doing a more generalized difference and differences specification, which takes on a more of an event study character, where we allow this effect of spending in the pre-reform period to vary by year. And here we look at, again, at the first stage, where we see no significant differences between high and low spending counties in their evolution of spending before the reform. But of course, this sharp decline for counties that previously had been spending more in the pre-reform period once the reform is actually implemented. And similarly, in the reduced form, we can do the same for all crimes and for non-violent property crimes. We see that previously high spending counties are seeing relatively high levels of criminal activity, particularly in the post-reform period. And this is particularly true for non-violent property crimes, where there is no differential evolution prior to the reform. Now, in the last minute, let me turn to the main results, where we essentially combine the reduced form and the first stage to estimate the causal impact of poor relief spending per capita on the number of charges per 1,000 inhabitants. And the crossoverless in what you could call a more problematic specification, we nevertheless pick up a negative correlation. And also in our IV, where we use this austerity-induced reduction in poor relief spending, we also find a strong negative relationship between the generosity of poor relief and the level of criminal activity. We split this up into different crime types to see what the mechanisms are behind this aggregate effect that we're finding. And we find that in particular, it's driven by non-violent property crimes, which suggests to us really this mechanism whereby individuals who previously were really at the margin of selecting into crime are now doing so because the utility derived from not selecting into crime is lower in the wake of less generous poor relief. Just to explain this coefficient, because it does look conspicuous, this is essentially driven by the swing riots, which took place in the 1830s, in early 1831, where lots of disgruntled individuals destroyed lots of agricultural machinery, and this happened to take place in 2 or 3 counties where pre-reform spending was high in the vicinity of London. So if we just exclude crimes that involve threshing or machinery, we see that this effect basically disappears. That's just to flag this probably a bit conspicuous looking effect. I know I'm basically out of time, so let me just tell you briefly about some important additional results. We use, and I can return to this, of course, in the Q&A if there's interest. But we're able to show that there are 2 particular alternative mechanisms which seem to be unlikely. First of all, it doesn't appear that changes in policing are driving the results that we see. And it doesn't seem to be the case that changes in sentencing is driving the results we see. In particular, if I just show you this quickly, we don't see that for a given type of crime, so with crime type fixed effects for an individual defendant brought to trial, we do not see that poor relief spending, both in OLS and using our IV, predicts in any consistent way the outcome of the trial. So there doesn't seem to be changes within the judicial system that could explain what we find. So to conclude, does austerity cause crime? We make several contributions to answer this question, and we do find that these austerity-induced reductions in poor relief do lead to increases in the number of criminal charges per capita. We find that these are driven by non-violent property crimes, and that these are unlikely to be explained by other plausible mechanisms that you could raise to explain these results. So with that, let me thank you for your attention, and I look forward to questions and hopefully answers. So it was super clear.
To be honest, yes.
No, good. I was thinking maybe Martina had already answered all the questions in the Q&A, but I see there's nothing there either.
So you are constrained by the number of counties, right? Which is 40. Is there any way you could do something at a more disaggregated level? So similar to what I asked Janet before, even if the treatment varies at a higher level, whether you could at least see the incidence of crime. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, of course, very clear.
More disaggregated level, because you do seem to have the crimes more localized, right?
So no, is the short answer. No. Because these trials from which we have the criminal records essentially take place at a county level, where different courts within the county systems will hold these sessions in which individuals are tried. So there, at least in the sources that we're using, we don't have anything more fine-grained than county level, which is unfortunate, but seems to be the best that's available.
Because we don't know the origin of the criminal. I would have thought that the record says Eric Melander of Namur was on this day tried for, you know?
You would think, but it does not. It says we have names, we have in some cases ages and dates of birth and so on. We have the crime for which they were tried, and we have the outcome of the trial. We don't have anything more precise, at least not systematically. What I can say to that is that we have strong evidence to suggest, or strong reason to suppose, that crimes were committed and tried locally. Migration at this time, especially by the types of individuals that we expect this reform should affect, were very immobile, because essentially these poor relief provisions were often tied to an individual's birth parish, where in the case where they were claiming relief outside of their parish of birth, they could often be removed and relocated back to their birth parish. So to the extent that you might think about a channel where people migrate somewhere where poor relief spending looks different and commit a crime there, I would be surprised to find that systematically in the data, precisely for the reason I described.
Yeah.
But of course, it would be lovely to have more geographically granular data, but I think we've done a lot of digging, and this seems to be the best that's available.
Something that we could do would be like to exclude from the sample counties from up north and the ones close to London, which are the ones to which people usually migrate, and check the others. But yeah, we don't have so many counties. There's 52. And also on top of that, the level of variation we have on the right-hand side is also the county level. We have poor relief data only at the county level as well. So it would be that would be even more difficult to find a more refined geographical variation for poor relief.
Yeah, so there we could potentially do a bit more in the post period, where with the establishment of these polo unions, also a lot of relief data was collected on the level of those unions, where we have something like 200 across England and Wales. But this definitely doesn't exist systematically before the reform.
Eric or Martina, can you guys talk a little bit about enforcement?
You mean essentially law enforcement and policing and so on? No, so I went over that relatively quickly. So essentially, this is before the introduction of professionalized police forces. We see the first professional police force in the world, essentially, and being introduced in London, which is the Metropolitan Police, and that really is rolled out during the 1830s. And there's a paper by Lial Marchand and Anna Bindler on this, which I think is still a working paper, but should be out in a journal soon, I hope. So what we do, because also in the wake of the success of the Metropolitan Police, there are efforts to also introduce more professional police forces at the counties through the Rural and County Police Acts. But these don't get introduced until the 1840s, so well after we see an effect. But what we could worry about is that there are some latent characteristics of counties which mean that they adopt a police force relatively early or do it relatively strongly by having more police officers per capita, for example. And so in order to address those concerns, the best we can do is to essentially look at a county level, what is the year in which they introduced their first professional police force, and what is the size of that initial force on a per capita basis. And we introduce those time invariant characteristics, we interact those time invariant characteristics with time fixed effects and include those in all our specifications, and results go through. So to the extent that those measures can pick up latent characteristics, which also determine pre-professionalization informal policing, that does not seem to be driving our results in a meaningful way. But certainly it's a valid concern with all work on crime, and it's something we take seriously, but it doesn't seem to be the case in this pre-professionalized police force setting.
Okay, thank you. So on that note, I think we close this session, and Francesca will take over from now. Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you, James, for convening the session. And thanks all the attendees.